Hello, guys, and welcome back to the SA DPC. I promised you another great day of games, and here we are. Thunder Predator is playing again. Yesterday we got to see Beast Coast. Today we get to see this second team, and on this wonderful panel today, he's such a big talent, such a strong, amazing talent that he can fulfill the whole panel role himself. He is my panel today. Hi, Lyrical. How's it going?
I'm doing great. I'm really excited. I wanted to show off my paneling chops this whole year, and
Mhm.
now I just killed Trent, and I'm ready to go. It's
Mhm.
wonderful. I actually didn't do that. Please don't get angry at me, people out there. He'll be back shortly. I'm sure everything's. But yeah, I'm excited for the game today. Thunder Predator versus Apu King of Kings to start it all off.
Mhm.
I think this is like there's like a couple matches in the DPC for each region that I feel like are the ones that kind of cement who's going to the major, who's not going to the major. And to me, at least, this feels like one of those big ones.
Yeah, and it's crazy that's what we're saying because
Right.
a year ago you wouldn't have considered the Apple King of Kings, previously known as Minomistas, as even a contender, right? In fact, most people didn't really believe in them. They were look good in Div 2, but no way they could like pull it off and beat the Div 1 teams, and they've got an impressive scoreline until now. In fact, I have a lovely story for this Lyrical, since now I'm also a
Oh, I'm
panelist, not
ready.
just a host. Yeah. King of Kings, Imperials non Vietnamese, I had a lot of belief in them when I started play, mainly because I got to interview them very early in the season. I got to meet Benny. I was like, okay, this guy has got the right mentality. So I followed his career a little bit. And I told the Peace Coast guys when I was with them in Ukraine, and Hector laughed at me. He said, no way, these guys will never make it.
Oh,
They're never gonna beat any of the top teams. And so for this season, every time I have Victor on WhatsApp and on Discord, and every time they win a game, I send him the score line on Discord. And he's blocked me on Discord ever since. I can only
oh,
talk to him on WhatsApp now. He was not very happy about that. He never answered a single message out of all the score lines I sent him. I was very proud of my discovery though, so I'm really rooting for
that's
them.
good.
I'm a
I
fan.
love that. Listen, let me just
Uh,
tell you, that takes that's a next level of pettiness, right? You're petty in your like sort of self-congratulatoriness to the point that you're ruining professional relationships. That takes some cojones. Very well done.
Thank you,
Appreciate that.
thank you. Yeah. So I think they have a lot of potential. I'd like to see them Mistas. I think the issue of consistency that we talk about a lot of the SA teams is probably the most prevalent in this team. But their
Right.
high highs are so incredible for a team that you wouldn't expect much of that they managed to pull it off more so than, for example, Beast Coast, who sometimes their low lows stand out more than their high highs.
I can't go on another little rant about it after yesterday. I felt like I felt really bad afterwards. Like I was super hard on them because again, it was like one of those situations where it's you come to expect so much from a group of players and then still obviously winning, but maybe not in the fashion that we would have wanted, and kind of have
Mm-hmm.
to kick myself. But I would agree that this, to me at least, it feels like it's the story of teams that are coming up and like the DPC doing what it's supposed to be doing, which is
Mm-hmm.
nurturing talent.
Mm-hmm.
And seeing that actually happen is really impressive and like a little low key inspiring. Very happy that that's going on.
Yep, I agree with that. I also like to see, like, I think SA is probably the biggest region for this, probably because the pool of talent is still so wide, a lot of untapped talent. But I really like seeing that a team is the one that's being pulled together, right? In the
Yeah,
past in Dota, we usually get like, oh, look at this one carry coming from a tier 2 team. Look at this one mid get laner. He gets poached, teams fall apart. And then we never hear about that team again. But in
right.
SA, we got like Hokori last season. This season, we got Apple King of Kings, just full teams coming forward and giving their all. And that's what, to me, the TPC should represent, right? Not just a single player getting poached, but the opportunity to much more.
Right. Well, and it speaks to the sort of differences. This was something that I was thinking about when you had your interview the other day,
Mm-hmm.
at the end of the day, which was like that it feels like players are maybe a little bit more nowadays willing to like divulge their feelings on heroes or on
Mm-hmm.
stuff, whereas before that was very guarded. And I think that a large part of that is because like the individual skill cap and understanding of like which heroes are strong, that information gets disseminated a lot more quickly nowadays. But then you have the situation where what is like more important is creating this like cohesive structure of personal growth within a
Mm-hmm.
team and like these players that are believing in each other and that type of stuff that like that there may be secrets to how to cultivate that, but it's it's much more like it's much less about the game and much more about like building a like that organization and the support system around it. And that's probably why we're seeing more of these players become like, and not just be players that are being brought up, but being the whole organizations that are brought up, because it's not something that you can like just, pull somebody in and then try and win the whole region with. Those teams, those models are kind of failing. It's the ones that stick together that are winning.
I like your point as well, because I think for regions, again, SDA and SA stand out for me in this regard, that many years ago, the players that were being talked about usually were these like star mid laner, star carries that were coming up, and this mechanically skilled.
Right.
Oh my God, this region has so much raw talent. That was the phrase. The raw talent.
Raw talent. Raw talent. I don't want to eat raw anything. Okay, definitely not talent.
And for SA, that's like changed completely. I mean, we're not talking about Parker, for example, one of the carries that kind of made the name for themselves, or even Lumiere from Infamous. Like, they're not the people that we're talking about, at least in the whole DPC. We're talking about like Stinger and his captainship skills. We're talking about Matthew now on Thunder Predator and this atmosphere he creates as a team. Same with Axel on Infamous. Like, it's these veterans that are coming up, taking these captainship roles, making these great environments you're talking about to play in, and they're the stars now, right? They're right. Becoming more of the veterans that we gotta look out for. Like, it's always fun to talk about Dark Mago and be like, he has a hero pool of 6, but he's so good on these 6 heroes. But everyone talks about Matthew for Thunder Predator and the importance of his voice within the team, and having someone that is so experienced and it's so easy to play with him, right? Which is why I also think Thunder Predator is a really hard team to beat for Apple King of Kings.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's going to be an interesting thing to watch. Is how do because that's something else that we should sort of reckon with, is that we've been talking up Apu King of Kings and how good they've looked, and it's worth noting that a lot of those games that they've been playing, I think the Lava one, you could have maybe expected that one. Maybe it could have gone either way. The No Ping, to me, felt like it was the big one where they came in and it was like, holy moly, these guys are the real deal. And then they've beaten SG. But this, to me, feels like it's one of the other big tests, because they did lose to Beast Coast, which is what you would anticipate. But this matchup feels like it's going to be one that, they're coming in with a ton of momentum. They could win this. I still think it would be an underdog situation, but it's definitely a possibility.
Mm-hmm. I think, I honestly think that the toughest one for them for this league was Thunder. More so than Beast Coast. Even though Beast Coast considered the best team, as you've stated and restated, they're prone to mistakes sometimes, right? They do this. Thunder, I wouldn't consider them in that point. Again, if to talk more about the Matthew mentality, when he originally left Thunder, which is now Lava, right? Back then it was they were Thunder, and he left the team. He was replaced by Moose. And when that whole debacle happened, which was a big drama in the SA community, a whole meme spawned from that, where they had communication issues, right? That was the meme, because they didn't want to explain what happened. But the reality was that it was actually communication issues, and the fact was that Matthew is a big talking player. He likes to discuss every play. He likes to have discussions post-game. And Thunder Predator, now Lava is a team of mutes. Frank doesn't speak. Minos doesn't speak. Moose now kind of carries the team by doing that. So when he found himself and previously Nulping, now Thunder, he always explained that what he loved about this team is that they were much more willing to speak and discuss these ideas. And he felt like that was much more at home. And teams that are much more willing to discuss and speak are much less prone to tilting or being beaten by a strategy that they find is really strong. They always find their footing. And that's what's scary about Thunder when it comes to these matchups. King of Kings can't just get a freebie off them, because I think they're a bit more consistent than even Beast Coast.
Right. Well, and sometimes there will be a situation where if players aren't like talking as much too, you can kind of just fall into patterns, which can become, I think, a lot more easy to exploit. Like, you anticipate where that player is going to be farming next, or where that smoke rotation is going to go. It's like, okay, well, we need to get these lanes pushed out, and then we're going to make a smoke, and it's so clearly telegraphed what's going to happen that, having somebody that has like that other thought, the little spark that comes out, a little ingenuity in the play, that can make all the difference in the world. Again, granted, that's just sort of my own third party recognition of what I've seen when teams release their voice logs, which, by the way, more teams do that, please. That's the best content out there now. I freaking love it.
Yeah. People have been asking that since like 10-3, 10-2, right? Just give us the voice comms. They're always so valuable. Here's a little tidbit for Thunder Predator's voice comms that I think fits what you're saying.
What's that? What? Oh, I got it. Wait, what? I don't get it.
I can't. That wasn't a joke. I can't tell. That was just that wasn't timed. Is he being heard by the audience as well?
Oh my god.
Okay.
Oh, I am hearing him because I muted Trent. That's why you're doing it. I didn't hear anything that Trent was saying. So if y'all could hear him out there, that's wonderful.
I hope they could hear Trent. And we could include Trent into the image as well.
Here.
Can we see his face? Oh, look at him. Look at Trent. Hi. He's real.
It's just like my normal setup, guys.
You look so good.
You look great.
Crazy, but there is snow, thunderstorm, and the transfer of my exploded. And so I called up my bud. I was like, "Yo, you still got?" And he did. So I drove. Oh, I'm breaking down.
I low-key think that this is worse. So Trent, we're gonna kick you out for the moment.
Yep. Don't worry, Trent. Go fix that transformer.
We're gonna get it sorted. I'm eating you.
Long time casting partners. That's when they get to say these things to each other. All right, draft is up. I'm sorry I stopped there, lyrical. I was hearing Trent's voice and I got confused there.
This is what happened when you told me that. I heard this thing that was like, you just talked about teams that like didn't communicate well, and then you left it off as like, and this is some Thunder Predator communication, and then you just stopped talking. So you're making a joke about it.
Oh, that would be a great meme, but I'm not that clever, unfortunately. No. I'll talk about it in the second game because we have a draft here, an exciting draft, and Thunder Predator. They're bringing back the Monkey King, a hero that was very popular as first pick, first ban in TI. Kind of fell off, honestly, in DPC, favored by other heroes a bit more. And even with Weaver in the pool, they're still going for the Monkey King. This is a Matthew special. The teams that are still running Monkey King as first pick, they can probably play as 4, maybe even as 5, but Matthew hasn't played this hero for forever. He was playing Monkey King 4 when it wasn't even a good pick. And obviously they can also flex it into the core roles of 1 and 3. So big flex pick for them. TI style Monkey King.
Yeah, I like it. Looking back through a couple of their most recent games, it looks like they weren't actually getting it banned that often against him. So maybe this is, again, some of that innovation that happens after a little bit of a break of going back to that thing that you felt like was strong before, but then maybe didn't for a bit. I'm interested to see. They take out the Treant Protector, one of the most highly prioritized heroes for Abu King of Kings, one of their most picked, along with Invoker. With both of those gone, that just want to try and push them out of their comfort zone a little bit here. And Timber Lion opening. Huh.
Interesting. This is a classic, like very old opening, to be honest. It was in case people don't know, the history of this opening is actually quite interesting. There was a while where Timbersaw was countered a bit more so than now. And a lot of heroes would actually beat him consistently. One of those was Morphling, and people figured out that if you actually run Timbersaw with Lion, you had enough kill potential to threaten heroes like Morphling. And it was actually one of the best lanes against some of the older counters like Morphling, Gyrocopter, that were not as hard as, say, the Luna, for example. So Timber Lion were very popular back then. But interesting, you would run it here. Maybe their thinking is to prevent the Monkey King carry. Timber Lion does have kill potential against Monkey King carry. Still not the good lane, though, but...
Right. I mean, it's a little bit weird because I think that there is some like early pressure potential that you can make with Monkey King at level 1, but it's like kind of an all-in-y type of thing. And if it doesn't go well, then your whole lane just sort of sucks from there. But they're running through these picks pretty quickly. You're anticipating, though, that you feel like this is the thought that it's between a 4 and a 1 flex on Monkey.
Yeah, 100%. I don't think you would pick it otherwise this early, to be honest.
Yeah. Well, we've seen some teams in Eastern Europe that have prioritized it really heavily. I'm trying to remember who Alberta plays for. Is it Monaco Gambit? One of those guys. Anyways, a couple of those different teams. I think Virtus
not to great success though. That's
fair.
I would say.
Yeah.
But in the Battleriders, almost certainly for Dark Mago, that's one of his best heroes. And also they gave him a Timber, so he's just really happy to pick up the Bat Rider. Usually, this is like Thunder Predator back in the, or again, no ping as they were called before, where you just pick Dark Mago's hero within the first 2 picks. That way he doesn't get banned. He doesn't matter what his lane matchup looks like because he just wins it. That was what Panda used to say all the time. He's like, I don't care. I'll pick Dark Mago, whatever. He wins the draft, but it's fine because he's so good that he wins the mid lane anyway. And you can pick a last pick carry that can secure you the game. And since it's Pacaz, which is probably the second best carry in Peru right now, you're pretty confident to just get him last pick here or close to last pick. I mean, maybe 8th pick considering the order of the draft.
Right. I will say that with this Bat Rider taken now, I'm wondering with the like early pressure that's going to be mounted from Timbersaw, like that sort of feels like it's an even matchup, right? Where the Bat can maybe follow the Timber and stop him from trying to pressure a tower or whatever. But I want to see like what Thunder Predator's offlane is here. Like if they run back for the Tidehunter that we've seen time and time again from them, or if they need to go for something that's like a little bit better at trying to hold off pressure, like an Underlord maybe or something. Not sure.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds.
I don't know. That's an interesting.
So my thought
it
process is that it just feels like with the Bat Rider, like when Dark Mago's playing it, is it tend to be like sort of scaling later, or is it like we go all in on Pacas?
Oh no, this is like he scales, he farms on the Bat Rider.
Okay.
So it's, I mean, I think he farms on every hero, even if they don't want him to.
Okay, got it.
One of the biggest things with Dark Mago in the beginning was actually trying to get him to stop farming. Like the team had meetings with him, going like, "Do you think this is a good situation to farm?" And they would show him like a clip, and he'd be like, "Yeah, of course." And like, "No, let me show you why not." And that was like them just trying to get it into his head.
That's amazing.
So usually Bat Rider, I think, is a scaling hero. I'm trying to figure out what King of Kings is trying to do here, though. I don't really understand.
It looks to me like they just want to win the lane super hard, right?
Right? Yeah. But like it is so off meta, right? Like I'm wondering why they were forcing these picks over, say, more popular picks like Weaver and stuff like that.
Well, so the one thing that sort of makes sense to me here is if they're trying to maybe punish this Monkey King pick, like if they can sort of shut down Matthew's ability to lane well and just pick these like super hard laning heroes, Timber, if he gets through the first couple levels with the Lion, can maybe try and like get a kill solo even on him or like combo together with him. And maybe this is why you take that Abba now to ensure that you can have a little bit more strength in those lanes. But it feels like that's the idea of Oppo King of Kings, saying we're just going to punish this maybe.
Yeah, maybe. That's okay. Let's see if it works out for them. I think that Thunder Predator doesn't have particularly the weakest lanes here, though, now. Like, once you pick up the Abbas you mentioned, which is also one of Panda's best hero, by the way. Like, he's known for these saves, is Oracle Abba. Before he played the Viper 5 that he's so popular for. Like, these were the heroes he used to play a lot. And then you combine this with the Gyrocopter, which is a good matchup against Timber. Against one of those classic matchups that Lion Timbersaw actually does pretty well against. But because Gyrocopter can just kind of keep his distance, play this a bit more defensively, it's not that bad. OD, though, as an answer to Bat Rider, is that matchup is OD favored, right?
I think that no matter what, at some point in the game, it's going to be like you're just not going to be able to stay in lane against that OD. You can get to the Meteor Hammer, okay. But I think that there's probably some kill potential from Bat Rider early if OD doesn't play around his Astro well.
So, like, one mistake you mean, and then Bat Rider just punishes you hard.
Right, exactly. Right. Like a flame break and fire flying over the top. It feels like there's some kill potential there.
Yeah, I could see that too. Because I would think that a priori you see the Bat Rider and you go, right, you just astral him when he comes at you, no problem, right? But I guess you can, because I've seen some Bat Riders actually deviate into more flame break builds. Like you can get a second point in flame break with napalm, and then that way you don't need firefly. Yeah. Like some of the top tier, like hero spammer like the Mago, where they just want to win the lane no matter what. I think there's more versatility to the hero than most people have shown us.
Well, and I'm sure that if, he's been playing pubs recently, he's been playing against ODs with Bat. If he's a Bat
spammer.
That's true.
Yeah. He's a grinder as well. Now, this guy will play I'm not kidding, 11, 12 matches a day. So he probably has that engraved in his mind right now.
So Oppo King of Kings have last pick. I agree. They're probably looking for some like Agi tower hitter.
Mhm.
Luna. I mean, I guess it's going to depend on what Thunder Predator take.
Right. Because they're still missing their offlaner.
Yeah.
So they banned Veno. What do you think of you, the Veno? Maybe they're thinking.
I could maybe see Darkseer here actually, as much as
Oh, for
that's a
Thunder?
meme for me at this point for Thunder Predator. Like, you know that they're going to go some big right-clicking core at the end here, and I think
Yeah.
you have an okay time in lane.
I think the Veno pick though to me is a little bit indicative of maybe. I was thinking maybe a Void, to be honest with you.
Faceless Void?
Just
Oh no, they just go back for their Tide Hunter.
that's
Yeah,
good,
that
that's
makes
good.
sense.
Yeah, classic Oscar hero. Yeah, it's very good. Just the Veno and DP bans like target like a couple of specific heroes that are not particularly popular in meta. Just odd bans.
Yeah.
So you see
still
Tide.
Luna?
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I mean, Luna never feels too bad. I think TB's not that great here.
Okay.
I'm gonna go for the TB.
Well, I guess we'll find out.
Yeah. I mean, I was thinking of the TB or Luna because TB also wins the Tide, beats the Tide, sorry, in lane. But then you have the Bad Rider, right? Which I thought was a bad matchup for TB.
Yeah. I guess you can, like, you've got some more save with, like, OD, and maybe that's what they're hoping to sort of cause some issues with. Mini can make up for that early pressure, can get in time to save. I don't know. God. How do I feel about this one? Oh, hey.
Hey, guys.
Trent.
What's going on?
How's it going, dude?
How's my setup going now, huh? You still good?
sound
Much better. Much better.
Oh, excellent. Yeah, all right.
So what are your final thoughts, Trent? You got like seconds to give us your conclusions. It better be a good one.
I'm going with not TB. I feel like the ABBA looks pretty solid to me. It looks pretty good. I will say we had an amazing Undying game earlier today, so maybe you get a similar start. But like Matthew on the Monkey King, I don't know, looks pretty good. So yeah, I kind of agree with you, Avo. I saw that TB coming. I was like, maybe. But OD's gonna make like the major saves, you know.
Okay. Lyrical?
I'll agree. I'll agree. We'll be a biased panel. Thunder Predator
Let's
got
go.
it.
Anti-TB panel. Let's go, guys. We're not against teams. We're only against heroes. Will TB be able to make it work? Or will Bad Rider, Dark Mago, and Matthew Monkey King make it out again? We're going to have to see. But for this wonderful engagement, we have a casting pair, a new casting pair we get to unveil for the second half of the season. So exciting. She's back to SA. It's going to be Moxie and Purge.
Thank you so much, Avo. Thank you, panel. How you doing over there, Purge? It's got to be a little bit late for you right now.
I mean, it's fine for me. It's like 9 p.m.
No big deal at all. We're already getting into the action. Matthew is going to fall here as the first blood, and then he's going to be feeling pretty good about that. I got to say, Purge, I miss this. Like, we've been covering a lot of other regions, and SA, man, they just love to fight right off the bat.
They really do so far. I mean, it makes sense. There's little tricks that you can do with observer ward stuff, like getting your wards down, blocking camps, stuff like that. So, you know, butting heads a little bit is a good way to start the game.
You're seeing camp getting blocked off right over here on the side. Oscar is just hanging out here. But calm down just a little bit for the time being.
I think that'll be a little interesting. I kind of liked how they did the Undying in the draft. They basically pick it knowing their opponents still haven't picked their offlaners. The vast majority of offlaners right now are strength melee heroes. So without revealing too much in their draft, maybe picking a little bit interestingly, but it should give them a relatively stable lane. And he's likely feels comfortable playing the hero against Monkey as well. So he basically knew that they were going to get this like dual lane. That wasn't going to be that big of a worry for them at the start of the game. Later on, we'll see how it works. But don't forget, he can break trees with Tombstone as well. Many options here for Serum.
I mean, that's the whole thing, right? Is that you've got a lot of these different heroes that are, you know, in classic matchups, you know exactly how they're supposed to work, but sometimes you get these little advantages where you can use, you know, like I said, the Tombstone to go and break the trees or whatnot. And that's what makes it just such a more valuable pick when you think with portals like that.
For sure. There's always the benefit that they don't really have that many ranged heroes either. Another good thing going for them. So killing Tombstone later on might be a bit tough for the players on Thunder Predator. But Thunder Predator has been playing amazing and throughout the season so far. I don't think they've had a game go longer than about 30 minutes or 35 minutes so far. So if Apu Kings can even get a W or a close game, it's going to be a huge sign for their true talent.
I mean, that's the big deal, right? The fact that, they used to be Vietnamistas. A lot of people are like, oh, this team's not very good. We heard Alvaro talk about it on panel saying that, Hector was like, yeah, no, there's no way these guys do very well. So to see them be able to hold their own against, like, the top team would be huge for them.
Yeah, that'd be really cool.
So do you like, I know that the panel was very Thunder Predator on board with their draft, right? Do you think that Apu King of Kings has something here that they can make work, or?
They can. I mean, there's some downsides. Like, they don't have the best disable. They have some save, obviously, with OD. He can save, like, lasso targets or people that get gone on by Thunder Predator. But, like, I just feel like if Batrider really gets off the rails here and he's able to dive and be aggressive the whole time, it's going to be a little difficult for Apu King of Kings to deal with it, because they just don't have the best ways to shut down aggressive plays. It's basically just lying, and a lot of times that he does that, he's now showing and gets gone on by the enemy squad himself, so he's got to be a bit careful.
That is going to make things a little bit more difficult. I mean, we see a lot of the OD, and that seems to be, a fairly good pickup, generally speaking, as long as he can accelerate. But Dark Mago over on his Batrider, like, this guy is serious business, and that's got to be something that, has to be lingering in the minds of Apu King of Kings right now.
For sure. I mean, currently OD's having a great time. He's 12-5 versus Batrider's 8-2, so he's got a little last hitting advantage that hopefully for his favor gets a little bit more extreme. And if he does get ran at, he can also just banish Batrider and walk away. He's already picked up a 20 stick that he's accrued from his time with Batrider, which is also really sick because OD doesn't really have that many mana costs, so he can actually just hold this magic wand the whole time. So he's got two ways to save himself. A 20 stick that's pretty much always there, and banishes like this to buy a little bit of time. The only downside to it is it lowers Batrider's max mana, which makes his bottling more efficient. So Batrider's also going to have a pretty available mana pool that we'll likely see here.
I'd be interested to see if they send over a support or something to try to intercept this Meteor Hammer timing that Mini will be going for eventually here.
Yeah, that's always really important. And that's something Apu King of Kings has been doing really good, is he support rotations around water runes or power rune spawns. But because OD's been doing well so far, he did almost get killed here, apparently in the mid lane. His HP's a bit low, used his 26. Or fight bottom though.
Oh man, yeah, look at this. This aggression coming out here from Apu King of Kings. They wanted this kill on Matthew. And I was looking a little bit close with the reflection, but not going to be able to quite find it, although got a monkey hanging out in the tree line, and Dark Mago is making his first rotation, only sitting at level 4, though. They're going to try to punish Benny, going just a bit too far, turns back around, get Flame Break right back into the tower, and Dark Mago is going to be very happy that he made this rotation.
Yeah, that's a good one. Rotated over to grab his bounty rune, I assume, and as a result, he's like, well, I'm already half here and they're diving, so I might as well turn it into a gank. And sometimes those are the best ganks. They're just really valuable for accelerating your team here. Take off the TB, that forces him to teleport back. He gets a full heal, but yeah, rough one there. A good rotation.
I just noticed, too, over in the triangle area, they tried to block off that camp earlier, but they immediately threw down that sentry. They identified the issue over on the side of Thunder Predator, so they want to make sure that they can continue to do stacks eventually, or their Rider or their gyrocopter, of course.
Yeah, I think that large camp stack has actually been so valuable to a lot of mid spammers right now that have AoE. Queen of Pains, Leshracs, Lena's, Batriders, those kinds of AoE nukers. Stacking that large camp is a really good way to accelerate them after the laning stage. So yeah, keeping that blocked is going to help. That's something Matthew would have loved to be able to stack. Monkey King's so mobile as well. It's easy for him to get over there and get stacks done if it's unblocked. So unfortunately for him, he'll have to start now.
I think that's all right, though. I think it's all right to take a little bit more time rather than put it out too early. But yeah, lots of people here over on the side of Predator and take stacks. And Matthew just doing Matthew things. This is one thing I've always loved about this player when I've watched him over the years, is that he likes to play kind of... I mean, obviously now the Monkey King 4 is more popular, but I remember when this dude was running the Void Spirit 4, like one of the few people who was doing it, and he was just able to do so much nonsense and chase with that hero.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's basically trying to keep an eye on his enemy heroes, even placing another ward in the same area, just to make sure they can see when OD hits his hammer timing. It's got to be close, and that's why he's playing here. Because really all you need is a stun. If you interrupt the meteor, this is a tip for Agslab, by the way, guys, not a tip for regular Dota. When he banishes you and he begins casting Meteor Hammer, you just got to stun it, interrupt it, and the whole thing is borked.
Ooh, Hainsey's is a little bit off the mark with that stun. We'll go use the Astral Imprisonment, but you can see they're already making these rotations, and Matthew in position here. Gonna try to put some more damage out over onto this Lion. The chase down. He's got the Hex, they've got the Firefly. Good little miniature Ravage. Is it gonna be enough, though, to keep Hainsey alive? They need maybe 1 or 2 more clicks. He's using the Salve, and this little Lion's gonna survive.
Nicely done. So Matthew tries to get something out of it effectively, but unfortunately for them, Lion was just a bit too fast there. He really ran his courier up between the tier 1 and tier 2. My courier would have died like 40 seconds before that, but he's a infinitely better player than me. Keeps an eye on it. And there's the Meteor Hammer coming. Let's see. Nah, Wave gets pushed in by Dark Mago, and now they are going to go for an Undying kill if they can get it.
And Matthew's got those Jingo strikes up, and looks like they're going to try to go for an interception. A little bit of a boundless here as the rest of the team making their way over. Gush comes out. Matthew jumping in here. Dark Mago again. Beautiful stun coming out from Hainsey, keeping him alive just long enough here. It looks like Sam's actually going to survive, and Matthew taking too much damage. Meteor Hammer comes through. They'll take down Matthew. They'll take down Dark Mago at the same time.
That's the way to punish these great rotations. To draw the fight towards your tower, get your mid to counter rotate, and now you've got an even engagement. And they're going to possibly rush this tower a good amount here. Still got about 20 seconds left on meta here.
Look at the way Minnie's playing here. You do see the teleports coming in. Serum sitting a little bit low. Good banishment here coming out from Minnie. He's not going to be able to go for the wind-up, though, for the hammer. Turns around, drops the big ol' hammer. The Sanity's Eclipse. They'll get a kill on Panda. As the fight continues now, Benny, he's out of meta, though. Like, they're just going to keep pushing very carefully. They've got a Cardi wave. Minnie looking for the opening. They're still defending pretty well. They see Matthew over here is in the top lane. Oh, Pakaz goes down to Valky. They have the banishment. Good stun, though. Gonna be able to cancel out the Meteor Hammer. Matthew jumping back down. They've got their eyes on Hainsey. And Serum tries to get some of these to case off. No, they're gonna end up losing the Lion.
It's a good
Dark
start for
Mago, oh, he wants this so bad. He's got a lasso. He'll get the drag back over onto Benny. Can they burst him down? Looks like they've got plenty here, although they'll go throw him into that Astral Imprisonment. A little bit more time. Benny, no, the jump down from Matthew will ensure that they get the kill on the Terrorblades. They're dropping that tombstone. They're just going to cut that down as fast as possible. Oscar's a big tanky lad, but again, Dark Mago on the back lines here. Force them back as Matthew, he's been allowed to monkey around for so long. The Boundless lands over onto 2, but eventually they'll get the kill.
I mean, Minnie just keeps owning here. He's made really good decisions. He was very careful on his Meteor Hammer use. Wanted to hit Oscar while also killing the tower. Tower dies in a catapult. They retreat. He delays the deaths coming to his allies. So even though TB gets pressured, the fact that they killed that tier 1 tower is huge. Because that means that even pressuring or ganking that lane, where TB or Lion, whoever wants to farm, is going to take tons more time. They can't just look and be like, oh, I'm supposed to be in the off lane now. Time to TP. They have to TP to the tier 2. Then they have to walk like 10 seconds just to get to the tier 1 position. So this is going to give Lion an even easier time to get a faster Blink Dagger here. He's already off to a good start. 800 gold for him. They're 4-0 in the OD. The only person that's suffering a little bit was really the TB. But his net worth is not far behind Gyrocopter, so he's completely fine right now.
He's got a couple stacks to sink his teeth into, but they do have some nice vision coming out from Matthew. Again, this is definitely his kind of hero, being able to be very elusive, getting a lot of information. And look at Dark Mago. He sees this going on. He wants to punish it. It's going to be the jump down from the Monkey King. The Firefly can go for the Sunder play, though. Mago has to be careful. That reflection. Good bit of damage to himself as we end up losing Panda. Move with the follow-up here. Can they take down Benny? Yes, they can. Valky making his way over now. Rest of Apu, King of Kings, looking for the opening. Dark Mago, he's got to get out of there quickly, but the Chakram coming out, just slowing him down just enough. Another Timber Chain goes, pops that stick. Gonna try to just get some more distance away from Valky. And it looks like he might be able to do it. No, not with Minnie here. Minnie, no, he doesn't even need to be here. Valky will cut down Dark Mago.
Great response kill. Good pressure on the TB, good Sunder and everything, but it's going to slow down his net worth, but Timber is going to stay towards the top of the net worth for the rest of this game, most likely. But in the meantime, Gyro has gotten a lot of net worth now. Sitting at 5,000, he's a full 1,000 separation from TB. So the pressure they're putting on TB is definitely very effective. But later on in the game, I imagine that the TB Gyro matchup is pretty decent for the Terrorblade. Because Gyro is very AoE heavy, but you know, some of it's physical, some of it's magic damage. But if TB can sit at the back semi-protected, It's going to be hard to kill.
And, you know, Timbersaw, generally a hard-to-kill hero as well. As they went and they used the lasso, but they do manage to get the bounce back. A good save here coming out from Sarah, and the Boundless landing into place. And it looks like Pandamu will be able to clean up on Timbersaw. So they ended up using the lasso for that. It took a little bit more, though, what I think they were intending to use to take him out, but definitely will slow down the side of Apu King of Kings than letting this guy just roll around all over the place.
I wonder if lag actually impacted the start of that. That's why they ended up using lasso, because Matthew did queue up his stun. He ended up canceling it or something like that. Timber got his first chain off and therefore got very separated. I think if there was no lag there, Matthew definitely hits that stun, interrupts the Timber chain, and they just probably kill Timber under the tower, maybe not committing lasso. So a bit unfortunate there for Thunder Predator, but they are getting kills on the map. But the downside is there's a slight gold advantage going towards Apu, King of Kings, that they're cleaning up in the meantime. So, and OD's playing bottom at full confidence level. Here's a little bit of that replay from the earlier fight here. Matthew going for the dive with help from their allies. Very easy Timber or kill on the Terrorblade.
You sound like my pubs, just easy Timber, GG. Yeah, the chase on over here. You get that little miniature Ravage, I believe, with that Impale. Yeah, look at that. 3 right in a row. Buys Hainsey's just enough time. And he's going to actually survive that engagement.
His banishes were really good to set up the fight. I mean, stun's already been used. Easy kill on the Batrider. This is how we got to begin that fight later on. Self-banish, which is gonna, or a banish on his ally, which buys him time to get some right clicks in, reposition his hero, and then gets another right click down kill. Very effective cleanups early in the game. It's gonna help.
Yeah, I missed that earlier on during that not that fight before, but the one before that. I didn't realize that the Meteor Hammer actually connected over onto 2, which was actually such a huge impact during that.
Yeah. Meteor Hammer. What a beautiful item.
I remember when that came out, and I just remember everyone was like, there's no way anyone's going to buy this item. It's a meme.
Well,
like, you know, no one does it. Now it's just in every game. Just stupid OD.
The initial review was an item that stuns, that's so broken, but then they started buying it on everybody. They're like, oh, this is garbage. It doesn't work well. And then, you know, eventually people realize, like, oh, you just need the right hero that can set up for it. There's options for it. It's not the best item, certainly, but on the right heroes like OD, it's excellent. Makes a lot of sense.
Was that from the official Purge patch notes of like the 9 hours that you did when that came out?
No, I remember seeing tweets and stuff like that everyone was like blown away, because at the time there were not that many items that stunned. It was like Basher, Scythe of Ice, basically. So the idea that an item could stun seemed really powerful. The stuns were so good at the time. They are still good, obviously, but AoE stun that damages heroes and creeps, so broken.
Alright, we have a smoke play coming out from the side of Apu King of Kings. Looks like they're thinking someone's going to try to jump on Mini, but they see Dark Maga over here. Matthew hanging up over on the side.
Dire's middle tower is
Being
under
very patient.
Radiant's bottom tower
Nicely
is
done.
under attack.
That stun is what you need to interrupt this whole pressure, and that's one of the downsides for Apu King of Kings' lineup, is that outside of Meteor Hammer, they do not push towers without TB. It is not going to happen. And TB's going to be hitting a lot of creeps right now, so that's literally all Matthew had to do to slow this down. Instead, the tower takes like 300 less damage. Doesn't have a Meteor Hammer here for the follow-up. Let's see if they can get a kill.
We'll end up using the stun and the body blocks over here on Pandamu. We'll go get that Tombstone getting dropped, but just not much that he can do. Again, it's a position 5. I think you're okay with that if that's the only person who falls there.
Like this, he's hiding in the trees to cast it. That way Matthew can't see him. He doesn't know for sure if it's being casted, so he lands the Meteor Hammer. Good way to update the meta. And there's the Midas after the hammer. A very common OD build right now. Gives you the attack speed you want. He's going to use his courier to scout for the Midas usage, and they'll reset. So they're basically doing like little chip damage to the mid tower to try to open that up. They know they're not ready to commit to it, but the upside is that for Thunder Predators, that the game's actually even again. Their net worth has been shored up. And that's probably just a result that their heroes as a whole farm a lot faster. OD with Midas is definitely going to do fine, but the fact that he's 5-0 and 2 and he's not even close to Gyrocopter's net worth is just indicative of one of the negatives of OD core.
I mean, part of that too is just the fact that this is Pakaz. Like, he's one of the best cores in South America. You know, there's a whole rivalry between, you know, Ektor and him. in the sense of like who really is the top core in terms of being able to farm, being able to make these impacts. And one thing that I've always liked a lot about Pakaz is the fact that he'll go very early on and start being a part of fights generally. This time he's kicked back, he's had a little bit more space, but this is a guy that like he knows where to get creeps. In fact, he's getting creeps brought to him right now from Phantom.
Matthew's basically just dominating this this mid game though. He's basically everywhere that OD is. He interrupts some kill potential on the Batrider. Batrider instantly TPs mid, pushes in that lane, forces his opponents to drag their butts across the map to where he's playing instead of vice versa. But finally, Apu King Kings is going to go for another kill here. They pop a smoke and they will be invading and looking for a kill in the jungle. But the timing couldn't be worse. Oh no, Undying breaks smoke. He spots Tidehunter. They go for the ward check and they just got unlucky there. That's a tough one for him. It's a downside to walking up cliffs like that when smoked. It's like if your opponents happen to be at that camp or walking by, smoke gets broken.
Yeah, you need the vision, but you know what? You can always just jump in, find big Ravage coming out from Oscar as the rest of the team starts collapsing around here. They didn't manage to get that kill using that smoke. Do have the meta pop though, so they're going to try to put pressure over onto the mid tower. Because continuing to just farm away here.
A bit interesting. He's happy with it, but yeah. We'll see if they can get the tower, but defending is going to be harder without Ravage. Yeah, and they walk away. They realize, like, approaching this is just way too difficult once he commits meta.
Gonna go for the gush, so they're gonna try to make a play over onto Mini. The follow-up here, throw out the Astral Imprisonment. And they're gonna just keep plunking away over the back line. So now they'll be able to get Hainsey the drag back with the Lassa over onto Mini. They'll be able to punish the OD. And we do get another pause here coming out. Even I got a little bit of lag during that.
I could definitely, I just felt that lag as well. That was basically just OD being too far up there. I think he tried to get a catch or something with Banish. And then he got flame braked backwards. Yeah, he gets stunned. Stayed basically after the tower was dead. Then they realized, oh, he's way out of position. He banished himself correctly, realizing his danger. Lion tries to save him, but it's just super over at that point. So that's those are kind of game-losing mistakes, really. And maybe it doesn't matter in the end if Thunder Predator makes some mistakes, but losing two heroes in this moment, that's going to mean that now Thunder Predator has a really good shot of pressuring or killing the tier 1 tower that they're facing, at least getting some damage into it. I mean, they've got Ags and Yasha and Gyro. His physical damage is quite high right now. They did burn Lasso for this, so, you know, they've got about 20 seconds here. But Tide just being tanky seems to be enough right now, even though he doesn't have Ravage.
What was going to be even scarier is that after that fight, he did finish off his Blink Dagger, too. So they're going to have to be very cognizant of that fact going forward into a lot of these fights coming out now from the side of Apu King of Kings. Because, you know, yes, you know, the Blink Ravage is always terrifying, but even, like, you know, being able to jump forward and getting a slow off with Gush and kind of, like, presenting yourself forward is difficult for them to kind of deal with at this time.
Yeah, definitely, especially because their disables are a bit weak. They don't have the best AoE control, so a tanky hero like Tidehunter that they don't want to commit damage to is going to feel like a waste of a hero to slap. So let's see what they do with this 2-hero advantage they just got. For now, they pressure the tower a little bit. Timber is going to offset this a little with Chakram, and I guess that might just be enough to slow things down. They're not really going to want to tank with Abaddon or with Tidehunter. Instead, they will just take the 2 kills and be content with their victory. Instant D-ward. He saw that one coming with the ward. We'll see if Matthew ends up getting the D-ward later, because it seemed pretty clear to me that Undying knew he was there. But see if he can guess exactly where that ward ends up. So they're going to make a little play for the power rune next. And OD back alive.
Go and drop a sentry over here on the side so they can see Sarah making his way over. Probably anticipating that he's going to be warding. Yeah, look at Matthew already.
Okay, they see him.
In position, drops a sentry, sentry on sentry. Nah, they'll just back off.
Yeah, Firefly was low and cooled, or was low on duration there. If he had Firefly, they'd definitely go for that kill, but no opportunity, unfortunately. And he spots his movement. This is actually a pretty good ward, because he might see him place a ward. Now they're just going to get the kill.
Yeah, they're just going to chase down Serum here. They've got the Jingu. And they'll even use the Firefly just for extra. I was surprised. I'm guessing Mini and Hain went together. Yeah, the finger is on cooldown. They managed to take out Tidehunter in the bottom lane, who's fairly tanky. We just talked about it, but I guess when you have that much nuke damage,
it's
done him into place.
He actually just tried to get Blink faster. He skipped his hood completion. He did still buy Ring of Health, but he didn't finish the dang thing, which is, it's fine. It's an interesting way to adjust your build, but shave off 800 gold, get Blink faster. But now you don't have 20% magic resistance against Finger of Death and against an OD, so or whoever else helped kill him. So yeah, ends up with his death. Matthew's still doing a great job spotting out enemy vision.
I love this. I actually think it's such a good like hero for Matthew, and then also the fact that they have the OD, because the Boundless has such a big range, right? So to be able to like creep in the tree line and then see him, you know, winding up with the meteor hammer, it's just like perfect for a monkey.
Yeah, it definitely is. Works quite well. But with that said, Gyro's net worth is still becoming insane. He's just much more farm than TB is so far. TB does have a Manta complete, though. A little bit of a different TB build than we sometimes see. Usually there's a Dragonlance first, for example. Sometimes they get BKB at a reasonable time. That wouldn't be terrible against Batrider, against Tide. But instead, he just wants to be able to split push as fast as possible. And in some ways, Manta is good against Bat anyways, because you can make it harder to lasso the right guy. So he gets to push side lanes better.
Does get to push side lanes better, but they are going to end up losing Panda. Again, that's the position 5, so someone's going to get ganked. That's the one you want. BKB completed, though, now here for the Batrider. And I think we're getting really close to the BKB over on Pakaz, too. So I think once those BKBs are up and running, we could see them get very aggressive over on the side of Thunder Predator.
Yeah, I think that's one thing that they do amazingly well right now as a team. It's like their timings are so crisp. It's like the moment they get their abilities, or they hit their levels, or get whatever they need, they group instantly and take a really good fight or around a smart objective, whether that's getting a gank into a Roche or beginning Roche and basically forcing their opponents to engage them and then taking a good team fight afterwards. So we'll see what they do. And yeah, they're gonna walk into Roche. They're prepping up napalm stacks on Roche, or just it's just a scout. Never mind. I guess they're gonna farm in the area for now. See if they do anything with that. I assume they would. I guess it's a BKB and Gyro that really matters, and it's flying out right now.
Get a smoke play coming out from Apu, King of Kings. They realize no one's been showing up in this bottom area. They do have some nice wards, so they're going to try to put the pressure down. And look at this wrap play. They've drawn it out over on the map.
It's a
They know that they're searching for something.
Terribly
See the
does
courier?
not have good mana, though. That's the only thing that could hurt them in this fight. We'll see if it makes a difference, but it needs
This
an
is
arcane.
the BKB for Pakaz. Look at Dark Mago over here on the corner. We'll take the tower. They realize nobody's here, though.
Catching in the back.
Trying to scout ahead.
Other team has good vision. Could be a complete surprise.
Oh, they are. And look at this. Look at how Panda's in the back line, though, here. All right, they'll open up with the Tombstone. Dark Mago looking for the opening. There's a big call down, immediately jumping a beautiful Ravage coming out from Oscar. But it's not enough here. As Mini's forced to go and use the Astral on himself to keep himself alive. As Valky going around over onto the back lines. A big flack. They'll be able to go. They take down Panda. And there's a big finger over on the back lines as they take down Pakaz, Dark Mago, and Oscar. Forced to just flee. Matthew has been left behind, and he's going to get cut down by Valky and Serum here.
That looked really bad for Apu Kings, I thought initially. I mean, they dropped Tombstone down, they used Undying ulti, but instantly Gyro just pops BKB and kills it. So I'm thinking, okay, Tomb's dead. Now things aren't gonna go very well. But after OD came out of his Astral, Line covers him with a great stun, and that allows him to finally slowly turn around. It's covered in napalm, of course. And he actually got enough damage into the Gyro. So in some ways, the Tomb actually did buy them some nice BKB time and allowed Mini to delay his death, and as a result get DPS out. So it works out and they get Roche.
Be very happy with that engagement. It was a risky play. I feel like we've been seeing more of these. I think SVG was talking a little bit about it over on the other broadcast, but he says, you know, we've been seeing these very like wide smokes where they kind of wrap around and catch people off by surprise. And yeah, it's a little bit costly, right? Because that's time on the map that you're not farming, that you're not necessarily, you know, making things happen, but if you can land that gank, it's so valuable.
Yeah, and it wasn't clean in the biggest sense, but that's partially just because Thunder Predator was well positioned as well. They had Undying sitting in the back Abaddon sitting in the back to be safe there, and then they had all the BKB heroes in the front, so ends up not going the best.
Absolute pandemonium.
And how many buybacks did they use as well? I saw at least one.
There's Undying bot back.
Yeah, it was just his, so
like right off the bat.
it's not that bad. Not that bad. For the Apu King side, they didn't get that much net worth advantage out of it, but the nice thing that they're aiming for is going to be the Scotty on Terrorblade. When he has Manta and Scotty, he's going to have a lot of illusions. He's going to have really powerful slow against Gyrocopter that'll go through BKB. And that's when life gets very, very difficult for him. Even for Batrider too, the slow is going to be super, super powerful. He doesn't have a BKB on Terrorblade, so that part's a little spooky. But his control, his survivability is going to be quite high, and it's going to be hard for Gyro to kill.
I mean, that's the other thing that's... they have it on both sides, right? You've got the fact that there is not a save necessarily, but you've got, you know, a way to heal coming out from your Undying. You've got, you know, a way to heal coming out from the Abaddon. So you've got these, like, insurance policies, but with a hero like Terrorblade, it is just so much nicer because you have the Sunder, you have an Astral Imprisonment if you need to use it, you know, defensively. I feel like Mini doesn't like to use it defensively, knowing him, but you have all these ways of making sure that, you know, he can stay alive, get things done. So perhaps that's why he's being a bit more greedy in terms of, like, not going for that BKB.
Yeah, that could be it. He's almost got it though now. After that fight was, it's like one of those big fights actually where it completely changes the pace of the game. Because if that fight goes bad and they don't gain net worth advantage from it, their BKB timing gets delayed by like 3 or 4 minutes, and maybe they can't. And then their opponents obviously get Roshan, but his BKB gets delayed, the Scotty timing on Terrorblade gets delayed, and everything gets tougher. So the fact that they execute the fight well is going to be huge here for this greediness that they've shown off a bit.
And the Scotty is now online here for Terrorblade. Dark Mago's doing a little bit of harassment. Lion turning back around, but the BKB gets cast, so they're just gonna run down this pesky little Lion. And they're looking for someone else. They're trying to find Mini. Can they grab him in time? Yes, they can! They get the lasso off, the drag back. They'll follow up with the Ravage. Over onto Valky, over onto Mini. They'll cut down this OD. And they'll turn their attentions. It's like they're gonna go top now.
Oh, they got a missile on Terrorblade.
Right over. Yeah, they see Benny, and they're going to do everything they can to try to burst him down. It is difficult, though. He does have an Aegis to be on top of that as well. So they're just going to force him away, throw out a missile, and reclaim this jungle area. They go for a smoke, though. Ooh, that's a fast smoke.
They're going to cut him off.
Look at this play from Thunder Predator. They know that he's greedy. They know that he wants to farm. They're going to immediately go and find themselves Serum. He is just obliterated. Chakram gets tossed out, but Matthew, though, the monkey jumping forward, trying to get a little bit more of the slow. Think about going back in. That might be a little bit too greedy. They'll find themselves Hainsey. Oh, Hainsey, you just died to the side of Thunder Predator. He's going to go down again. The rest of the side of Apu running back into their base. Thunder Predator with the quick smoke turnaround. Getting a nice couple pickoffs here over onto these supports.
Yeah, they're just doing a great job punishing their opponents. OD probably should have just teleported out earlier before letting his Meteor Hammer channel bottom, because that death kind of expanded everything. Obviously, Lion getting picked off as well as a part of it, but part of the job for supports is to be that buffer zone. You stand in the middle, maybe you die, but your allies stay alive. So the fact they got both those kills and then profited on it really effectively by running at their opponents was really well done by Thunder Predator. But this is like, you know, the second mistake now by Mini that I've looked at least. That has been kind of big for the team. He's playing great, obviously, but there's little mistakes like that that get punished by good players, and they kind of open up the game in a bad way. So they've got to be careful. And, you know, I would just love it if Terrorblade would dip into the pool. I keep looking at his mana pool. He's got a huge cap, but he, like, never wants to go to Fountain. That's how you keep your farm up, right? But, like, he's missing so much mana. I'm scared for him.
It's like, I don't need mana, I just have to hit things. But there is, of course, a Heaven's Halberd picked up, too. So they have to be careful. Hainsey jumping forward. It is, of course, Oscar. It's a big tanky lad. The follow-up, though, quite enough. They need to be careful in their positioning here. Throw the Lotus Orb over onto the TB Illusion. It's gonna still connect over onto Benny, perhaps trying to make some sort of cheeky plays. They did drop down the Tombstone, so Paz just gonna cut through that. And they didn't have the Ravage up. Oh, look at this. I love the way that Thunder Predator does this. They're like, okay, they took an engagement. They didn't get anything out of it. We've got Ravage up. Let's just get back in there. They're not going to expect us to hit back this fast, this sneakily. So a little bit of a wrapping play. They can see Mini over here. They'll go use the lasso, drag back. There's just too many heroes here to keep this OD alive and kicking. As Mago, he's hungry. He wants more. Matthew already jumping forward. Hainsey, nice jump there. We'll be able to go and slow down Matthew. As this bat's just flying directly at Apu, King of Kings. They made their way right across the map, but it looks like, all right, they might back off now. Do a little bit of farming, clear up.
And they got OD.
And maybe put some pressure on the
They're
top. Yeah,
happy.
I mean, they were very happy about that.
Yep.
And that's the Aegis reclaimed now.
Yep, they saw him move down to that position with an older ward. They are pinging it on the Radiant side. See if it's there. It's not on the cliff though. So yeah, they don't know where this observer ward is. That got OD killed. There's an estimation now, thinking it's over to the right.
They're looking
but here they come.
everywhere, and they just aren't quite there.
Oh, they still haven't found
the
it.
Sentry. They still haven't found it. Oh, what a ward.
Absolutely breaks their ankles. Kills the core. Map pressure continues. They've got their next items now. Over on the Thunder Predator side. S and Y for Gyro. He's going for as Lincoln Sphere afterwards is the goal. That way he doesn't have to worry about Sunder anymore. Or OD Banish. Both good solutions are solved by that. Yeah, there it is. Lincoln's finished. It's a great item for mana regen. Maybe TV should consider investing in it. Oh, just kidding.
You were so
I'm just kidding. He
upset
died.
about this mana.
Well,
He's got mana now, 'cause he
that
died.
one fight top was really spooky because he's running into this like big fight with like 200 mana, and I'm like, okay, he's got to cast meta. That's 100. He might need to Sunder. That's 100. Manta's 125. I'm like, oh god, what decision do you make? It's really scary, you know. And those like pivotal moments, like, got to make the right calls, and they did in those examples. I'm just kidding, mostly. Genuinely, the mana is not that big, but he's managing it great. I do find that dying is a great way to refill my mana pool. Let me tell you from experience.
Dire's bottom tower
You have
is under
the Orchid online here for the Monkey Kings. Be interested to see how he approaches these fights using that in particular.
It's great against supports, really. Even if you don't necessarily damage them, just preventing them from casting spells for 5 seconds. It's not a cheap thing for supports to solve. You can't just be like, oh, I'm going to get BKB or Lotus Orb or whatever. It's just like, okay, I'm silent for 5 seconds. Let's see if I can survive.
I mean, Hainsey, like, you've seen just the way he's been able to turn around some of these fights, being able to, like, throw out the Earth Spikes and whatnot. I think that's definitely very valuable, because that is the primary form of their lockdown, coming out from the side of Apu, King of Kings. So definitely a worthwhile target, which is interesting, because, you know, again, not the cheapest item, but very, you know, effective against dealing with these lockdowns.
He's a hard one to catch, though. Lions typically sit on the back line. I think it's much more likely that it's going to be on Undying, the guy that has to face check the enemy team. If you can silence him before he pops Tomb or Flesh Golems, for example, it's going to make the beginning of your fight so much easier, actually. But for now, Thunder Predators doing a great job controlling the map. They've extended their lead into a 9k gold advantage. Got a Paladin Sword and a Titan Sliver, both on the same team. How do you make that choice here? He's going to go for the Titan Sliver, actually,
Radiant's top tower is under
on the
attack.
Terrorblade. Doesn't want lifesteal. He's got Sunder. He's fine.
Apu, King of Kings just consists. Oh, gonna run into like 3 over here. Matthew, look for the vision though. Oh, there it is. There's the silence. Poor Valky. Does have the Lotus Orb though. It's gonna be able to purge it off.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They got the Instant Observer Ward, D Ward too.
Get a bit of a
That one feels
get up
good.
on the sides. All right, Apu going in for their own smoke now after that engagement. Hoping they can get the jump. They do have the Blink Dagger over on the Bat Rider this time around. We'll throw out, you know, just some illusions. Look at the way that they're positioning. Crossing the river.
Radiant's middle tower.
Just gonna show. All right, they'll show over on the tower. You can see Pakaz. Sarah, smoke will break because of Matthew. Jump down. Okay, there's the silence immediately over, followed up
Good
with
banish.
a Ravage. Letting go over onto several of them. Many though over onto the backlines. It's the Lotus Orb, but it doesn't matter because they'll be able to hold him in place using that lasso. They need a little bit more damage. Can they take down Minnie is the question. And it looks like they're not going to be able to. They tried really hard to turn back around over onto Dark Mago. Using a finger. The snowball's just flying coming out from Benny as they take down Pandamu. That is not the way that they wanted that to go at all. My goodness. There's a regen rune here from Minnie. They can still see
man.
Oscar. They're going right back down this mid lane.
Perfect fight there for Apu. It looked a little dangerous with Undying getting Orchided. He looked very, very dead, but luckily they were able to banish him the second before he ends up getting caught. And then the BKB barely in time, and the Lotus Orb offsets all of the dangerous stuff Bat Rider's trying to do. And then that heal from Undying and the Spider Legs gets him out. And then the stun from Line. Oh, it was what a team fight. Very beautiful fight.
Dire's
Reaction just so fast coming out from the side of Apu, King of Kings. As Minnie finds himself another kill here. Found himself Matthew was monkeying around a little bit too much. He's trying to get that information.
Mhm.
But just like that, they take the mid tower. They'll be able to put some pressure down the bottom lane. Ooh, King of Kings, they're showing up. They still have, you know, the net worth advantage over here on the side of Thunder Predator, but these team fights are just going very nicely for the side of Apu.
They are so far. They're definitely just outplaying them a little bit with some slight reactions, but Thunder Predator's
They want
disable
Picaz.
is still just a little bit weak, unfortunately. So it's a little hard for them to solidify these kills in the face of Lotus Orbs and saves from OD.
All right, well, Picaz, he's loaded, though, at this point, right? He's got
is.
himself his Ags, he's got the Sanjinyasha, BKB, Lincoln Sphere, and the Satanic. So he can stay and fight. It's a matter of the rest of his team being able to survive and be able to support him, it seems. But another smoke play coming out from Thunder Predator. On the hunt. See the chakram being tossed out here by Valky. Matthew finding the opening over onto 2 immediately. Serum and Hainsey, both the support duos just absolutely obliterated. Dark Mago hunting. They want Mini. Can they get there fast enough though? They both have those blink daggers to be able to go throw the flame break out. Mini, he cannot run this time. He has no one to protect him as Thunder Predator hits back, and they hit back hard.
That was actually a lasso for once. Usually it's like flaming like shoelace or something like that. That was that was some good range. That's what I'm trying to say.
I see what you mean now.
Great catch, and that we just saw the power of Monkey King, guys. That's the moment that everyone. That's why pro players value the hero, because in these moments where you get to see them and they don't get to see you, all of a sudden they happen to be standing next to each other. He gets this great double stun. There's follow up. Monkey's gonna have some bad times in those circumstances. Or players against Monkey are gonna have a bad time there.
I mean, that definitely made it look real good.
Yeah.
As Matthew and Valky will trade a couple hits over here on the side, but Roche is up. And that means an Aegis. And it looks like they're probably going to give it over to Batrider, who's already got his slot open.
Gyro?
I'll go over onto Picaz. I was about to say.
Really? Oh no, he put
Well, I
it
think
down.
there's a lasso, right? Oh, you meant the shard?
They're gonna give it to Abaddon.
Alright.
Yeah, I was talking about Shard, sorry. Were you talking about Aegis? I'm sorry.
Yeah, because I saw that they had that, like, Picaz hadn't moved anything out of his inventory, so I was like, oh, that's kind of weird, because, you know, you don't normally give it to, like, a bat, because once he's got the lasso down, that's about it, but, you know. Mago plays like a madman, so I wouldn't be surprised, honestly. Oh, the bound was just a little bit off the mark. They still have the vision, though, so they'll be able to go throw out a little stun here with the missile, but not gonna dive super hardcore for Serum, not yet.
Yeah, the homing missile rocket barrage one maybe works okay in Ag's lab, but not so good here. Putting on Abaddon is interesting. He gets to apply Curse of Avernus stack just with a shield or a blast, so he could potentially silence somebody, which is kind of cool. And lowers cooldown for Mystical and Aphotic Shield by 1 second. So that's another benefit. He can dispel more things from his allies as a result. So kind of a jack of all trades, good Shard. Maybe not amazing, but on Tide it's not very good on Tide. It's not very good on Gyro. The Batrider
Alright, the jump forward, they immediately go, they pop the Lincolns, they're just gonna try to put as much damage as possible. Ooh, but it's a nice revenge, it's gonna immediately though. Liz Picaz coming back up again, they've got the Meteor Hammer, not gonna be able to quite connect over here. Oscar, it's gonna be next to fall. As the BKB gets popped by Picaz, he's just gonna run for his life. Panda moves, it's gonna be as lucky, yes he is. The rest of the side of Thunder Predator, we're not expecting that smoke coming out of the tree line there.
That was a shitload of damage. That killed Gyro the first time. He was not ready for that one, unfortunately for him. And yeah, and then Tide also died really quick due to the Silver Edge. He did pop Refresher before he died, so that part's kind of good. So his Ravage will be up, and his Refresher will be mostly off cooldown, or part of the way off cooldown by the time he gets up. But still 9k gold advantage for Thunder Predator. This is the fight once again. Meteor Hammer ended up getting interrupted, but yeah, with the break, it's enough.
I have to say, Hapu, you know, this is a team that, you know, if you had talked about it last season, people would be laughing that you'd think that, I mean, obviously all the rosters changed too on top of that, but they're really, you know, putting up a good showing.
They are definitely putting up a good showing. They're making a couple more mistakes than Thunder Predator is. That's no doubt about that, but they the game is definitely very winnable by them at the moment with their itemization and how they're playing. Terrorblade level 19 right now, so he's actually pretty far behind level-wise of Gyrocopter, but part of that's because it's a lot safer to kill creep waves with your illusions rather than your hero, whereas Gyro is like always there, crushing creep waves. I mean, he's got 580 freaking last hits on Gyrocopter in a 35-minute game. It's bonkers how many creeps he's hit. Terrorblade, a measly 434 last hits. Shameful amount compared to what Gyro is dealing with.
I was about to say, I was gonna hear the Sir Action Slacks. Shame. No. These guys are both beasts, obviously. And they're clearly... whatever's going on over on the side of Apu. They're making it work, even though they don't have as many last hits on their Terrorblade. They have the damage, they have the heroes that are able to like create these really good engagements. But Makaz, he's gonna go right forward here. He's got his Abaddon to help him out. You can see over on the slide the monkey getting into position, trying to get any sort of information. Throw out a Chakram. Benny again does have that silver edge. He's gonna go just throw out another illusion. Matthew, do they notice? There's some pinging going on. Valky's cutting down some trees. Gonna find himself Dark Mago over on the start. Immediately, BKB comes out. Dark Mago going forward was looking, but no. Not gonna dive that hard, not yet. Lincoln's gets popped over onto Benny. There'll be a big call down thrown out by Picasso. He's just trying to get as much damage out over onto these racks as possible, and they haven't really been able to land a finger over onto Picasso. Again, Lincoln's getting popped, Spider legs force forward. He's able to ensure that Picasso can leave, and that just seems unreal. Like, the fact they're just able to take a tower and racks without any casualties.
That was basically all Dark Mago, I think, based on when he played that. He BKB'd, his BKB looked a little goofy, but the really important thing that they did was he got a little vision, and he threw 2 flame breaks on his opponents. And remember how flame break works? It doesn't stack the damage, they don't both tick at the same time, it just elongates it, kind of like being ignited twice in a row. So for 8 seconds for each flame break, his opponents can't blink for 3 seconds. So if they're just taking that damage, you could stop it by BKBing, but then you're BKBing to wait 3 seconds to then blink initiate. So just by hitting the flame breaks like he did on all those heroes, like OD, like Lion, it basically killed their ability to initiate effectively, and it just said, okay, well now Thunder Predator, I just bought you 12 seconds to hit buildings. Makaz finishes him out, gets out just in time. It was really nicely done by Dark Mago there.
I'm trying to remember. I heard a story at one point that Dark Mago, like, this is like way before he, you know, started getting, you know, more popular and whatnot. He was still playing on different random stacks. I think he was playing with like G Pride or something at the time. But he said something to the effect of like, I'm the next Thompson, which is, you know, it's silly, right? Because there's only one Thompson.
Yeah.
But, you know, he's really like become quite the player in the time that, you know, from when I first heard him kind of talking about this sort of thing. Not Thompson, but it is fun. It's fun to watch. That's the one thing I really love about this DPC is to be able to, you know, see these players. You know, they stick with teams, so they get better in that respect. Because before, South America used to be just constant stacks of just reshuffling over and over for each open qualifier. And you can really see, like, how beneficial it is. Ooh, Pakaz, they have vision on you, my friend. You need to be very, very careful. BKB immediately coming up, fall with the Ravage from Oscar. Very nicely done, but they need to put some more damage out as Oscar is forced away. They'll end up losing Hainsey. As they'll go in, they went and just Matthew hitting away over on the back lines. Once Valky, he's got the BKB. Look at this damage, though, coming out from Benny. It's almost enough to take down Matthew. Oh, my word.
That was a very aggressive gyro. Invis running, I gotta say.
I mean, that's Pakaz, honestly, in a nutshell. This guy is crazy.
I mean, it's
it's
insane. Look how many sentry wards were already there. There was like, he was like literally visible the entire time.
And did you see how they hesitated though? They're like, wait a minute, what?
He had a Lincoln's, right? Real? So it's scary. Like, you have to be like, oh, are we gonna go? So they eventually did jump in, but he popped BKB at about the same time. So if you hesitate, or if you go in a little bit early and you don't hex him before he pops BKB, then it's really bad, because then that's what happens to Lion. You're in melee range. The only thing that saved him was the Aeon Disc.
And look at it going right back in. They've got a second Ravage online here for Oscar, so they have to be very careful. Over on the side, Apu and Dagger dragging right back in. They're going to get rid of this pesky serum. No one died. Hainsey over the back line. There it is. There's a second Ravage. They just blow up Hainsey. And now Oscar does have to be careful. They've got the Silver Edge. They're going to force stab him out. As Valky sitting a little bit low here. Astral Imprisonment coming out from Mini, trying to buy just a bit more time. Blinks out. But this set of racks is looking very dead now with the way that they're just being allowed to wail on it. Benny trying to find this opening, trying to make his way over. Doesn't manage to make that reflection, so Pakaz has to fight himself. But they still have all 5 of their heroes up. Oh, and over in the corner, very fast fingers here. Coming out from Mini, but the follow-up with the Boundless. They'll cut down the trees. They have the BKB. They'll go throw out the Wukong's command. Throw out the Astral Imprisonment, buying just a little bit more time. Not enough, though, for Minis. He gets bounced right back in again. The Flame Break. Dark Mago wants that kill, and by God, he's gonna get it. Thunder Predator continue to just wail away over here at the buildings. They'll take all those, they'll get Mega Creeps, and they'll just waltz on out all pretty like.
Yep, a lot of buybacks there, not worth messing around in the meantime, but great finish so far for Thunder Predator. Zhao continues to collect items naturally. He's got Ag's Blessing coming. MKB afterwards going to solve any evasion problems from TB between his talent and his neutral item. And then when they get Ravages again, that's when they go back. 20 seconds till refresher, so no reason to push things too quickly here over on the Thunder Predator side.
You can feel that they're starting to get a little bit desperate. If you look over at what Benny's got queued up, he has himself a Divine Rapier queued currently, and it feels like their back's a little bit against the wall. How much of this is just the fact that Pakaz now is calling the shot? Pakaz is the one who says, all right, this is it. I've got everything I need. I am farmed. Let's go in there and let's start hitting buildings. Like, is it just because they're not able to get the initiation now on the side of Apu?
That's basically about what's been happening, yeah, is that Thunder Predator is outmaneuvering their opponents and getting good initiations. Like, we haven't really gotten to see Terrorblade take a straightforward fight in like 20 minutes is what it feels like, despite him having relatively good items. Like, he's got good items, and he's got relatively close net worth, but we haven't been able to see him get to leverage that well because their opponents take better fights.
Oh, they're just jumping on immediately. Matthew finding this opening. He's got the BKB. Gonna wind up here with the Wukongs. Benny taking decent amount of damage, so is Serum. Follow-up, Mini throwing out the Astral Imprisonment, but Dark Maga is here, and he jumps over with the backline. He's got the axe. He's gonna go and get both of them, Benny and Falky. They follow up with the Graping Roach. Oh, good center though coming out for Benny. He's gonna try to man-fight them here, but they have a second Ravage. They're gonna be able to lock him into place. That is a double kill for Pakaz, and they're not done yet. They want more. The GG does indeed get called, but they want to pad those stats. They do a team wipe, and just like that, Thunder Predator, being so incredibly patient, waiting for those item timings, will be able to clutch themselves this victory.
They just take another win with their excellent execution. But either way, Apu King of Kings, they took Thunder Predator to a 42-minute game. No other team in South America has done this yet so far in this DPC tour. So very impressive showing from them. Thunder Predator was the better team. No doubts about that, but they had great moments where they outplayed their opponents, where they had great itemization, where they got some advantages, but it wasn't enough to take the win against Thunder Predator.
No, I mean, I think if you're an Apu King of Kings fan, you're still very happy with this. You'd be happier, obviously, if they had gotten the victory. But at the end of the day, you know, you went toe-to-toe with one of the big boys, and you still have potentially 2 more games coming up. So perhaps, you know, something clicked during that time. Perhaps, you know, you're going to come up with a different strategy. But obviously, if you're coming for Thunder Predator, you need to be prepared because these guys are so good, and they're proving it right now. But we're going to toss it over to our caster panel, or our analyst panel, my bad, and see what they have to say about it.
Did you hear that, Palace? They called you casters. Like, how dare they? Casters. Not a true analyst like you guys really represent. I think Team Screw Terrorblade was right this time. I don't think that he had the greatest impact. Apu King of Kings kind of being a little bit outclassed. Lyrical, yesterday you talked to me about the multiple games you saw. Did you see that today again? In this game?
Kind of. It was weird. Like, I was messaging Trent. Sorry, Alva, I didn't want to leave you out during the game, but we were talking a little bit about things. I feel bad. Look at Trent. He's making fun of me now.
We were talking, you know.
We'll get you in. We'll get a group call next one. But one of the things that felt really interesting was that it was like Apu King of Kings were winning every single fight, and then they would like start losing hero after hero, sort of like randomly, it felt like. And it sort of got this feeling in my head of like, basically Thunder Predator just sort of like thriving in this chaos that they created for them. Or Apu King of Kings would win like a really big engagement, and then they would like, go all and separate to farm and like, you know, push out the waves. And Moxie was mentioning this, like going for an immediate smoke afterwards. And then they would just catch them off guard. It was really nice.
Did you agree with that sentiment, Trent?
Yeah, I would say that what I found was that their positioning to start the fights was particularly good. I think the one fight that really stood out to me was when Apu Kings were trying to like find their footing back in the game. I think they were down like 11k or so, and it's in that mid lane where Thunder Predator know the situation that's occurring. They're trying to hold that classic like guard the Citadel. They're the dire team, but they're playing in the Radiant Triangle. So what you do is you hold that spot, because you know that they want to initiate on you, and then you start poking that mid tower, right? So that's eventually what happens. They start hitting the tower a little bit, then the fight starts. The Ravage was not great, right? Because the OD gets the save on the Undying, then the Undying turns, gets the big sword, and I feel like that was what kept happening in these fights, where I'm seeing like the little plays look so good from Oppo Kings, but just because they're sort of copying these classic high-level strats of like just this is where you should go when the game state is like this. That's what I'm seeing Thunder Predator do. So even if they miss out on like little plays during the team fights, they just, you're going to give yourself a pretty big advantage by doing that.
And to like build on that a little bit more, in those moments where again we're talking about Thunder Predator holding Radiant Triangle and then Apu King of Kings holding Dire Triangle, what Thunder Predator was doing was they were catching that mid wave and then holding it so that way it wouldn't push in. Apu King of Kings weren't doing that. They weren't catching the mid wave with either the Terrorblade illusions or the Undying running in and grabbing it, so it was just swinging all the way through, and that's why that fight happened on that high ground. It happened because they weren't catching the mid wave, and then they had to come and defend their tier 2 tower.
So would it be fair to say that overall you saw Thunder Predator playing a better macro game per se this game?
Yeah,
even if the team fights
definitely,
were better for King.
Yeah, this is the fight I was talking about specifically, where like because their positioning of coming down from that high ground, even if the start of the fight is kind of bad, like where this OD gets out, the general sense of just like playing from there, it makes it so much better.
And this fight doesn't even happen if Apu King of Kings catch that mid wave before it gets to them. And then these little things right here, it just hurts. Like, this is why Monkey King's so good, and Purge mentioned that. And it's like these vision heroes are really important. But nonetheless, like you can see why this team has been growing in stock and why you have to try and out macro them somewhere else, because their team fighting is excellent. They're really, really good.
Yeah. I want to comment. We're talking about macro. Something that I also noticed about Thunder Predator that I want to mention is in the beginning, in the engagements that they were quote unquote losing, they weren't actually losing. I was actually watching in Dota TV a little bit delayed because I was checking, and the engagements they weren't losing in net worth simply because the engagements were actually not bad for them. Like they would have like lower net worth heroes. They were ready to fight anyway. They would sacrifice Batrider or Tide and always leave Gyrocopter to live. And it seems like King of Kings wasn't really aware. They're like, oh, more kills equals good, but more kills not always what you want, especially with a TV that's super farmed. Like he was worth much more gold than every time that Mago would commit suicide among 3 heroes when he was really under farmed at the beginning. So I thought that there was a lot of small understanding of the game from Thunder Predator that bullied a more inexperienced team here in King of Kings.
I would agree with that, and like the idea of just sort of making sure that you're putting forward, you're risking things that you don't mind losing is another way to think about it maybe as well. And they knew that the win condition, which is another great word, that was the Gyrocopter. Get big boy strong, and eventually he just stands on a high ground and says, "Come deal with me, otherwise you're getting raxed." And they got raxed.
Were you guys ever afraid of the Gyro Gyro Terrorblade? The Gyro
I don't think I could take
Terrorblade
Gyro.
matchup.
I'll be real. He's got like this big helicopter thing. I don't know. There's some hockey sticks in my garage. I'm pretty sure he's got me.
I can't even get to your garage right now.
That's true. That is true.
But yeah, were you afraid of the core-to-core matchup at all? I was expecting a lot more impact from the TB versus Gyro. Like I was a bit afraid that like you see Gyro soaring in net worth, but TB should be able to win that matchup if it's just them, 1 versus 1, right? Or am I wrong in the assessment?
I mean, if we throw them in like the little demo mode or something, maybe. But I feel like specifically those two heroes, if anything, I kind of like the TB for sure in terms of just like he has like some more tools to help control. But in the end, when it has like we have a lot of range carries right now, and I feel like the range carries in particular is when you see like the surrounding team to be so much more important than the actual 1v1, because you're able to position a lot more as the range carries, right? So it's less likely that you get into some like weird trap scenario of like, oh, the Ursa's got the lifesteal and he's got the bash going, you know what I mean? He just dies, of course. Right. So team is what counts in those 1v1s.
I would also
makes
say,
no sense.
Like the sort of build up to all of it, it was a really good recognition by Thunder Predator of how to like disable that Terrorblade from getting out of control, because the OD didn't get out of control. And part of the reason the OD didn't get out of control is because Matthew is making such good moves on his Monkey King, breaking the Meteor Hammer combos with Boundless Strike, right? So like if OD starts like completely going off, that gives way more room for that Terrorblade to farm up all around the map and things like that. And I felt like there were multiple moments in that early game in particular where Oppo King of Kings were poised to just like start going off with OD, and then Matthew just said no. I think you got to take that away from game number 2.
Right. Well, I like that. Let's see if they do ban the Monkey King in number 2, because Matthew Monkey King, that's not something new. It's been a staple for a while. So even Trent was excited when he saw that. The alliteration stands true for this combination. We're going to take a small break though before game number 2, as we will get back with the second chance for Oppo King of Kings to take a game off Thunder Predator. Will they be able to do it? Who knows? We'll see shortly after a quick break. We had to come back quickly to panel because my 2 panelists seem to be dying. They have like a couple minutes left to live, judging by the coughs I was hearing. So glad to have you here for your last performance, Trent Lyrical. Always wonderful to have you here. Thank you guys for joining us. Okay.
Well, I noticed that it's pretty dark down here, so I thought I'd use my cell phone light.
Good lighting.
Does this help?
Yeah.
I think you should put it a little bit closer to your face. That's always good.
Yeah, like this. Actually, I noticed another thing, in that there's a giant purple marker on my neck that you guys probably can't see that my son must have done.
Nice.
Now this mic's covering it, so that's very convenient.
You're perfect. The thing that I like the best about this is that I'm just imagining your like friends listening to you cast for the first time and listening to you panel for the first time in their home. This is great. I love this.
Yeah, they were like, "We'll try and keep it down," and I was like, "Don't worry about that."
Oh, it's so funny. I love that. Damn. Rip
No,
Trent.
let's hope that Trent can get back home soon. Hashtag bring Trent home. Let's
That would be
see.
nice.
Let's see if we could also get a win home for Apple King of Kings, because that's what they're gunning for in the second game. If you guys were trying to fix some of the mistakes without going too hard, right? Because like King of Kings, they can only do so much in the 5 minutes to get this break. What would be the main thing you concentrate on in game number 2, Trent?
Ooh, letting Mini pop off. I'd be getting Mini a spirit hero. That would be
Okay.
my goal.
Okay.
I feel like that's a simple thing that should be something that you've worked on before, and like it gives me confidence to see it. I highly doubt we're gonna get the Mini Invoker. I just assume that's not possible. So that fills up one ban slot probably, and then we'll look for the Void Spirit or maybe the Ember. That would please me.
Okay. Lyrical?
I want to see them simplify the game. If they pick like Death Prophet, like Luna, I don't know, Underlord, I'm picking them to win the series 2-1 from that point forward. Because I legitimately felt like they outplayed Thunder Predator in those team fights consistently. Like I felt like they were playing better than them on an individual level. And it was like you were talking about those macro decision making. So if you simplify the game down, I actually think that they can win this series. I might be crazy, but that's my belief.
Lyrical just comes to this panel to drop hot takes. Yesterday, he's like, you know what? No pink can beat Beast Ghost today. He's King of Kings versus Thunder Predator. Whatever floats your boat, mate. Whenever you get tired of being wrong,
Get
you
those
can
clicks,
Yeah, he's gonna get the clips here. I mean, look, I'll be honest with you, Lyrical. I'm a host. I'm supposed to enable you, but I can't enable you here. This is what we've been saying about Binomistas for like 2 years. You go, you're like, they have such good individual skill. They should be better than other teams. And then you go, why are they train feeding here? What's happening? And then they just rinse repeat.
I just haven't been broken yet. My spirit hasn't been broken.
That's actually exactly what it is. You're still in that early state of you're just like you're watching Mini and he gets like puck or something. You're like, man, this guy's good.
Yeah.
So what you're telling me is that how does it feel watching somebody go through that process of disappointment? What's that like for you right now? Is it
It's sad.
It's sad.
I see the hope. I see like the hopefulness in your voice and how I was there once too.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm worried about your hairline. I feel like it's going to recede a fair amount after you.
Don't worry
finish the
about
season.
that which is already gone. Okay? We're past worrying.
All right, King of Kings. They start with a Lion again. Do you think we're going to see an opener of Lion Timbersaw again? Is that the play? Did you like that last time?
Team pick.
Trent?
I would say probably not seeing these two, but I don't know. Yeah, did they pick it after a Monkey King and the ABBA? Because I was driving in the middle of the
They
draft
picked it
last
after the
time.
Monkey King. They did not pick it after the ABBA. ABBA came like
Wow.
much later.
Monkey.
10
I
seconds.
don't know. I would say I did not feel the impact of the timber saw.
Okay.
I feel like he needs to like slam for him to do well.
Okay. Would you agree with that, Lyrical?
I mean, I it sort of fits within the model that I was talking about of trying to simplify the game, right? I just think that they're doing that out of the wrong hero. They want to win that lane super hard and then transition to taking more towers. So I like the idea of it. I just want a different archetype of a hero. So I want like a an Underlord or something else like that. Here, I would actually be down to see it.
You were
They
really
did
good
ban
in
the
Underlord.
bat, so yeah.
I want to see the Death Prophet.
Maybe they really just want Timber. Maybe they're just gonna be like, "Yo, Bat's gonna be gone. Timber will be fine now."
Maybe.
Yeah. Maybe. Why the Underlord so bad, Lyric? Why do you like him so much?
Yes, he's been calling for it in our other games.
I have.
To be honest, there have been so many games where it's looked good because it's just like most games have some annoying. I mean, we're kind of through the Spirit Hero phase, but we still have like at least personally we've been seeing a lot of pucks and a lot of Queen of Pains, and so I feel like the root
Okay.
it just like ruins those heroes sometimes.
Okay.
So the other thing was that in the last game I wanted it for Thunder Predator, and they took the Tide Hunter instead, and
Yes.
there was like the early momentum where where Thunder Predator lost their mid tier 1 tower because Ravage had been popped at that point. And I was thinking, if there was an Underlord in this position, they don't lose that tower. Like you just
Why
keep
don't
it
they
up and
listen?
alive. And then they ended up winning. And it didn't matter because they had double Ravage because Tide Hunter's insane. So, what do I know? And they're gonna run this Timber Saw again. I just don't know. Like it feels even worse now when you're going up against the ABBA.
It's better than Bat, for sure. Bat like ruins this hero. You know, you just like lose your confidence in the whole game. So I think them banning the Bat is them just saying that we're gonna stick to it. And I mean, to be fair, they still used a lot of reserve time there, so they can't have full confidence in it.
But was it even the Bat that was the huge problem for Timbersaw last game? I feel like it wasn't.
The
I don't
Abaddon
know.
was a huge deal too, to be honest.
Yeah. I think just like a whole game issue is like, because then you just can't play Timber, right? You can't like, you can't just go sit top and do your thing if there's a Bat Rider in the game,
Yeah.
because you can just die.
That's true. I guess that's fair. It does shut down like a whole avenue for him to try and play around. I mean, there's other heroes that fulfill that archetype though, of like heroes that can be super annoying and can end up killing you like that. I mean, it's not like a solo, but like a Lesh can be annoying if you pair it together with something else.
True.
I don't know. There are a lot of heroes.
Yeah, but it's Dark Mago, so you gotta pick one of the 6. Yeah,
fair.
exactly. Though he does play Lush.
We have to go down his list, yeah. We need the Dark Mago heroes.
It's Kunkka, Tiny, Bat Rider, TA.
I think that's it.
I think those are the 4 main ones for sure. He does play Lesh. Lesh is his pool. I think he's like a his tier 2, pool of heroes. Much like Void Spirit and other Storm stuff like that.
I mean, the other thing is that like Thunder Predator could maybe go Ursa or something along the lines. They already take out the Morphlane.
Did you like the Gyrocopter last game? The choice?
Yeah, I did. I think that it fulfilled what they needed. They needed to have like, and that's the thing is that like, I don't know if they're gonna need the same things in this game. Granted, it is a Lion Timbersaw again, so maybe they will. But I felt like that early magic damage was like super important, but you could get that from something else. And
Well,
also,
that Ursa pick's looking tempting.
yeah, I think that's really
Mental
good.
getting banned out too. And yeah, they're gonna ban that Undying. They're like, yeah, you know what? That hero was pretty good. Some pretty
Yeah.
solid saves.
So what core do you reveal first here? You went for the 2 supports probably early. Well, Monkey King could still be a flex. Do you go for the offlane this time a bit earlier?
I mean, you could. I guess it's kind of risky to go for your 1.
There's the tide. All right.
I'll just do the 3. Let's just go like mega save 3.
Dude,
Yep.
It's the same thing. What the hell? What do you guys do it?
This looks familiar.
Yeah, but the order's different, Gabe. It's a whole new order now.
All right, give me Grim, and they could take the Ursa themselves.
Huh?
Grim
Uh-huh.
Ursa for Apu King of Kings.
Sounds kind of hype.
I haven't seen Benny play Ursa in a hot minute though. I don't remember any. good
Sounds like a
performances.
Benny hero though.
As in, like, he walks in, he dies, he decides to buy back, feeds again. Yeah, it does. Yeah, that's Benny.
That's Benny.
I wouldn't mind a Razor actually. That could be pretty cool.
Ooh, I like that.
Anything with Inkswell. I feel like Grimstroke looks good.
Let's go! 2-0! They're bringing it back! Yo!
That's the mini DP. That's also one of his best heroes. We do know him for the spirits and the invoker, but Mini is very well known for his DP as well.
Yo, low-key right now, 2-0 from this point forward. It's happening.
What? How
believe.
are you so confident just because of the DP?
Because I think they're better. That's why.
All right.
I think they just need to simplify the game. All right, they
All
might have
right,
went too
that I
crazy.
like. No. I like this. This is good.
Okay.
Why?
Give me the ET. Go all in. Your wildness.
But what do you like about it besides the all-in factor? What's the point of it in this draft?
I think that right now, like the tower push it's pretty good because you have like Tide Abba. So like, let's say they get a decent lead out of the lane, so you can just kind of like run at buildings with these 2 heroes. But with ET, it makes it a lot riskier. And then on top of that, you're working in the other direction with your offensive potential. You've got the Spirit to help out your Lion on some ganks. They're kind of like a surprising duo that can help go get a kill with any core. Early on, but also just helping to protect your DP because she has to be like sort of in the front line. But if you chase her with the Spirit and you have the Stomp to help out plus the ulti. I just think it looks like a pretty good ET game. Unfortunately, you are versus one of the few supports, assuming it's Matthew on the Monkey King again, that can kind of trade with you really well. But that's a Tinker.
Yep. That is the
The
Mago
ultimate
hidden
Dark
hero.
Mago hero.
Yep. He So in SA, there's a meme when there's a hero that always gets banned, like last phase particularly, to make sure that the hero never gets picked, regardless of the game. They call him the prohibited one, the forbidden one, right? El prohibido.
Okay.
And that's the case of the Tinker for Dark Mago. In his case, though, it became an even bigger meme because he kept asking for it in games, and his team would go, no, the hero's bad. And ever since the rework, he's actually been able to play it. So he's really, really pumped about it.
I'll let you know, he's already warmed up. He played a game 4 hours ago. He went 10-7 and 11. It was a win in his ranked games. And then he played another one directly after and went 6-13 and 10, but he still won. So there you go.
They're both Tinker games, I presume, right?
Yeah. He also lost the game yesterday, but, you know, that's okay.
That's yesterday. Whole nother day. Doesn't count.
Does barely counts.
5 seconds.
I really like both of these bands. The Luna and the Wraith King, I think, are really, really important. Gyrocopters, I don't know.
Protect the Timber
guess
Saw,
it-
right?
Yeah. Yeah, I guess that's the idea is the lane is maybe, I guess, the Noin or something. That was also sick.
Void.
All
Okay.
right.
Look, they were thinking of
Void
Void
up.
last game as well, I think.
I mean, there's not many carries that have options versus Tinker, really. You can think about getting like Dispels or something to try and deal with lasers and everything, but actual chase potential usually comes from your mid, but they have the DP already, who's relatively weak versus the Tinker, so it can always be nice to try and get some catch from your one if possible. And DP Faces Void is a classic combo, has worked very well in tandem for a long time. What is left for frustrating ones? I mean, you already said they banned the Wraith King, so that definitely made this quite a bit better.
Is Deuce? Oh, she's out of the pool too. What are the tanky ones left?
Yeah, I'm
mean,
not sure
Spectre, but-
exactly.
That's dead hero.
I feel like right now you just need something to prolong the game.
Okay.
That's the only thing I'm thinking about at this point.
All right,
could
go
go like
Abba
Naga.
1. Abba 1 and get something else that hits towers.
Do not Beast Coast this, please.
Dude,
There's
don't
no
like the
need.
Naga.
that's actually the play. Abba 1, or at least some.
Oh.
Yeah, no, it's Abba 1. He gets an eventual Ags after some damage items. You go like Jakiro or Shadow Shaman or something stupid. You hit buildings.
You know,
Alright,
it's
that's
not
pretty
actually wild. I'm kind of sold, honestly. The Ava one sounds pretty great. But assuming they're playing normal Dota, what carry would you pick up instead?
I kind of like
Yeah.
Naga.
Naga. Okay.
Yeah.
Because of the song?
Does he, like TP to the illusions?
Well, like just being able to like sort of have more control over the map a little bit. I was really impressed with Paka's movement and all of his play on the gyrocopter, and I think that this game is going to stall out at some point if Thunder Predator are playing it right. And they already have people to like kind of hold the towers, so get somebody that can cut waves and just like annoy the crap out of them.
I feel like it'd be so greedy though if they doubled up like that. Oh god. Okay, well that's still fairly greedy. They're
but that's
a serious assassination squad now though.
good matchup against Void too. The PA.
So you have Monkey Vision leading into like a Boundless Strike, a PA jump, and a laser. Those are some quick deaths you might be experiencing. But they're really strong with Exorcism right now. I feel pretty good about Apple King's lineup.
You already know where I stand.
Yep.
2-0 from this point.
They're bringing it back.
I mean, it
Upper
is
King
what you asked
Kings.
for. It's simple, right? Like, it's not like the Exorcism Chrono is the hardest combo to execute. Just press R, right? So,
Yeah. Well, and it's not just like it's. I think it's simple in terms of the macro.
Right.
There's definitely a lot of things that you can still do, and one of the things I actually really like about the ET pick is that it's going to give them some like nice scouting for Roche too. It's like a vision hero that they definitely didn't have before. So I really like that pick. The second phase of this one has been solid for Applique Kings. I think they can take it. I believe.
okay. Well, gonna have to see. Will the real storyline here is not so much as King of Kings able to do it, but is Lyrical right? Will his hot take actually triumph this time, or will he be broken to pieces, much like yourself and myself, Trent? Trent is very excited to see this breaking happen. I think it's gonna be very cathartic. We're going to have to see. But we have two wonderful casters that always keep the excitement, that don't break to pieces. They have this joyous expression over the face every time they cast South American Dota. And their names are Moxie and Purge.
I don't know. I've seen Purge go to pieces quite a few times before.
It's been a while,
But,
in my defense.
what do you think about these drafts, though? We got ourselves a Tinker, we got a Phantom Assassin. Pretty much, it looked a lot like a run back originally, coming out from the side of Thunder Predator, and a little something different this time now, coming out for Apu, King of Kings.
Yeah, I like Apu, King of Kings' draft. I think it all fits together in a really cool way. Like Chronosphere with ET, Chronosphere with DP is really good. Having Lion for some lockdown is great. Timbersaw should help them win their lanes. That's really great. But the enemy draft is still pretty scary too. I do like Phantom Assassin as a carry in this game. It's a little vulnerable to dying itself, but it's so jumping and bursty that like if they do ever catch Void, Void's gonna get killed. Void's armor, he doesn't usually build that many stat items usually, and sometimes he's got Mask Madness active that makes him vulnerable to physical damage and burst stuff. So if he does get disabled, PA jumping on him could be really bad for Apu here. And since their team fight is strong, but mostly Chronosphere focused or like Elder Titan stun focused, it could I'm sure we're gonna see it at least once where Void gets blown up by some burst from either Tinker or PA.
Oh God, just memories of this Tinker, of just seeing, you know, Dark Mago playing this like over just countless times of open qualifiers or whatnot. Is actually so triggering. But
I mean,
no,
come on, Tinker's not nearly as annoying as he used to be. Like you don't like rush hex and then like chain hex people anymore. That was the bad days. The chain hex into Dagon 5. Like by all means there were some bad Tinker days, but I don't know. I don't think he's as annoying as he used to be personally. Still good here obviously, but there is a little bit more counterplay.
No, I agree with that. I definitely think he's less annoying now, especially because now he can't just spam out the March of Machines as well that early on. So, but definitely, you know, going to be a bit of an issue, especially against like a death. Like you look at what they have, right? You've got a Death Prophet, you've got a Timbersaw. These are heroes that get burst down quite easily if you're not careful. And so it just seems like the perfect pickup for the side of Thunder Predator, and of course the Void too. Once he's time walked, if he gets too greedy, you know, there are so many ways that you can punish that. So definitely a bit of an uphill battle here for King of Kings. But on the flip side of that, like you said, you know, you've got one of the best heroes in the game for taking Roche, right? Or for being around Roche, any sort of fights. You've got that Elder Titan. Somewhere Fogged is very, very excited. And also you've got the options of, you know, the Timber after a certain point. He is one of those heroes that can just be left alone in lane. And then also you have, you know, a Death Prophet who can put the pressure down on the towers, you know, early on if they decide they want to use the Ghosts, the Exorcism just for pushing or taking a fight. So,
Exactly.
You know, a couple options.
Yeah, they've got great ways to Death Prophet is effectively a tanky damage dealing hero, great against towers. She has some team fight with silence and generic high damage. If she can get really survivable, that would put them in a much better place, certainly. And part of the other benefit is that Thunder Predator's disables are a bit limited. It's basically Ravage and Monkey King stun until they get a Basher or Abyssal or whatever else, or a Hex. So as long as she gets like maybe Yules and a little bit of coverage from her team, she should be in a pretty safe space. But the biggest downside though is she's facing a lot of different damage types. There's magic, there's physical. Most of it seems physical based, but there's pure damage from laser.
I think I'm also concerned. How do you get onto this? How do you get on top of the Tinker?
The battle begins.
You catch him with a stun accidentally, and then he just magically dies. That's how that works.
Thanks, Bird. This is why we pay him the big bucks.
Yeah. I mean, it's not easy. It's more like you play around your opponents, and then if you get enough kills, maybe you can catch him before he blinks out when his mana's low. There's options like that. But yeah, you're right. Tinker players do play like cowards. You're absolutely right about that. I got that. I understood that's what you were saying.
I didn't say that.
No,
I didn't say that.
That's definitely what you said. They play like cowards. They sit in the back all the time. They like wait to throw. They cast missiles and occasionally jump into laser. Blink away at the moment they get spotted. Cowards.
Well, we do get some nice dewarding going on right off the bat. They take off the eye spot, and they're going to go and block the camp as well over on the side of King of Kings. So it's not going to be so easy for Oscar here to be able to go and just get some stacks if Matthew decides to try to do some stacking for the Tide Hunter. And Penny's taking a lot of harass here.
He really is. He's getting beat up. That's the time walk away, but luckily Jingu Mastery runs out at least. but he's just getting zoned here. Like, they knew that there was going to be a Monkey King in this lane, and maybe ET does fit their draft really well, but this lane matchup doesn't look good. It's 2 melees versus a Monkey support and a Tide. Tide can lower their damage, can anchor smash, harass, and is generally just going to be really tanky. So it kind of seems like Tide's going to have a really easy lane so far.
So what is the solution to this? Obviously, you know, Benny just has to play very carefully, make sure that he doesn't die. You can see Serum's trying to, you know, pull the creeps when he can.
He's not likely to die. It's more like he's just going to get less last hits because Tide's always going to be in the lane and Void is not going to be necessarily. But certainly like pulling or pulling creep waves is a good way to deal with this slightly.
It seems like the top lane is going to just be a bit of a, not necessarily a wash, but definitely going in favor of Oscar here, despite the fact that they did manage to go in and just block off the camp for stacking.
Yeah, for sure. Right, picking up some bottle lane here. Death Prophet just going to go for a little bit of a ranged nuke build for now. Going to see a first blood up in the top lane. They do kill Benny. Oof. They didn't even use that much mana on Tide. That must have been a embarrassing death, I dare say.
He must have been like just maybe a little bit too aggressive with the time walk. Is what I would assume ended up happening there, or just was a little bit off the mark. I don't know.
His gush wasn't even on cooldown. I was very confused.
Oh, but Serum now is just going to get clicked away. This top lane is starting to become a bit of a disaster. Benny's not getting the farm that he needs. They got to kill.
You know what? I feel bad for Apu, King of Kings right now, but I also feel bad for Lyrical, who's going to have to retire after this game. Because his prediction is not looking good.
Looks like they're going to try to rotate another support up here, because Benny's just very upset with the fact that he is not being allowed to go and click anything, not being able to get that CS. And it's actually, they traded. They're going to send the Elder Titan down to the bottom lane and have Hainsey here on the top lane.
They just recognize the ET can't work against the Monkey when he goes Orb of Venom and he gets Jingu level 1. The trade possibility is just not good enough. Because even if Serum runs away after he gets the 4 Jingu stacks, then he gets to wield the Jingu against Benny instead. Like, Benny has to stay in the creep wave, so even if like ET avoids it, it's either ET has to take the damage or he has to like fight Monkey while Benny gets hit by it. It's a lot more convoluted of a solution, and one that has led to Benny dying already.
And now, you know, you've got a little bit of a level advantage here in the top lane. Oscar's feeling pretty confident, so he could be just left alone here as Matthew went back to the base area. I think he was looking to try to get some sort of a stack or whatnot, but we'll be the bottle service, though, in the mid lane here for Dark Maga.
Yeah, probably just helping out Dark Maga as a result. It seems like Mini's been able to grab more of their runes so far. That helps him keep a mana advantage, and while Dark Mago can harass Mini a lot, he's a little bit behind in levels, about half a level right now, due to the 9 denies that Mini's working with. So it's having a good game so far. It just helps to have a nuke that you can use reliably. Benny and pressure top again.
Benny in the top lane again. Oh, he's gonna go plant himself a tree branch. Already gone and used the time. I have to be really careful because look at the way that they're just collapsing upon. They've got their eyes on Hainsey instead, though. So go throw out an Earth Spike. And they're just gonna slowly chase after this little lion. Oscar throwing his body around a little bit. Hop down. Follow up with the Boundless. Needs maybe 1 or 2 more clicks here, though. And it looks like they're not going to be able to do it. So Hainsey will survive. And there was some movement here in this mid lane while all that was going on, too. So it feels like everybody's getting a little frisky right now.
I love how Matthew jumped to the trees when escaping. It forces Lion to just sit by the tier 2 tower a little bit longer before he feels comfortable walking back. In the meantime, gets lots done while Lion is still kind of left in the dark at half HP, unsure what to do. But they'll start a pull. Void's last hits are still pretty decent at 24 compared to the 25 of Tide, so Benny is recovering, but game's definitely still a bit spooky for him. On the other side of the map, Timber saw up to 27 and 3 versus PA's 31 last hits, so approximately even. I don't think anyone's going to be too upset about this one. In fact, PA just has no idea of getting a kill in mind. There's no point trying. It's a Timber. Good luck.
Well, that's kind of a nice little snipe here. They get the courier, so Valky's not going to have brown boots. It's going to be very reliant on being able to Timber chain away for mobility.
It'll be fine, though, most likely. But yeah, that was a great snipe. I mean, he went there to pull a creep wave, not to steal a courier. But hey, why not 2 things at once?
That's efficiency. We love to see it in Dota 2. There, I'm getting into position though. They want Dark Mago over here. They'll go use the Exorcism. And they've rotated a couple over here because they realize we've got to make some more room here. We've got to make, oh, Matthew though, finding himself Serum. Take a bunch of that damage from the Tinker. Continue to just keep on healing up. Panda though is caught over here on the side, so it looks like they'll be able to get themselves a kill and a tower over on the side of Apu Kings.
This is exactly what they want to do. I mean, they had a level advantage against Tinker. Now he hits 7 here with this tower dying at such an early time. And now this is going to completely restrict the farm of Tinker. And this is conventionally how you beat this hero. You do not let them sit around and hit creeps. In fact, they're already going to steal 1 stacked large camp, which is not going to be a huge amount of gold, but they are rotating over to try to slow this one down.
You have to be careful. Matthew, of course, in that position at the right place, right time. He's going to try to slow down Mini, try to get as much damage off as possible. Tries to sidestep that stomp, but not going to be able to quite manage it as Mini will walk into Panda. And will end up falling here. They still have some vision over onto Serum. He's sitting so very low, but again, the tree dance forward from Matthew. Now, he's already behind the tier 2. He'll back off on the side of Thunder Predator.
Yeah, hard to pursue in time. Nice pressure, though. Getting that kill is going to help things out a lot. So even though they do have the tier 1 tower dead, their cores don't keep going up the net worth. That's going to hurt him a bit. But, yeah.
Found himself a Benny here. Does have to be careful. He's just trading back and forth. Then he has to realize something's up. And there was a Tinker nearby at the time, so perhaps trying to bait something.
Yeah, he's trying to create openings if he can, but PA actually the hero that ends up holding the mid lane. Now, normally that carry will go to the off lane instead, but hey, with the tier 1 tower dead, it's pretty safe actually to hang out in this general vicinity and hit creeps. But it's also just really easy for Apu King of Kings to cross the map right now and to look for plays and to make stuff happen. Due to the fact that that tier 1 tower is already dead, Timbersaw's in the meantime by himself dealing with his own tier 1 tower, tanking creep waves, slapping buildings as much as he can. And when both of these towers are dead, this is where things get a bit spooky for Thunder Predator. They did lying and dive top.
Yeah, they're going in and just walking right over. They have plenty of vision thanks to Matthew, so dead Hainsey, but some pressure being placed on the bottom tower. This is going on.
Good TP choice away. So with both these towers dying shortly, if Timber is able to get his, it just means that Apu King of Kings is going to be able to be aggressive. Thunder Predator was in the same position though, in one of the earlier DPC matches.
Oh.
So even though they're getting pressured a little bit, I know Dark Mago is used to this position, and he should be able to recover with good team play.
Look at this. They see Mini. Matthew pinging it out. We'll get a nice ward off on the side. And Serum just blew up, though, with all 3 of the heroes over in the triangle.
Yeah, they did for sure.
Top tower will fall, though, as Oscar is allowed to just continue to do what he's doing. Has himself a casual bracer. And is working on going forward here. He's going to go for... he's got a Mage Slayer queued up.
I'm sorry, what hero? Who's buying a Mage Slayer?
The Tidehunter has a Mage. I think he could be trolling us.
Alright, so it's kind of sick against Death Prophet, basically. Because it's going to make him, it's going to give him magic resistance, and it's going to lower the damage he does. So it like double protects you against the damage he does. So that means if he runs into fights and he gets Spirit Siphoned, the amount of HP she's going to get back is going to be way less, because it's going to deal less damage through his magic resistance, and it's going to deal less damage initially. It's probably going to reduce the damage by a huge amount, like, I don't know, 40, 50%, somewhere in there, if you do the math. So it could be a solution there. Literally nobody ever buys that item on any hero in Dota. So it would be a surprise, but it might work out because he's going to be able to apply it in AoE with Anchor Smash, whether it's on Timbersaw or Death Prophet. It'll lower the spell damage that they both do.
And I'm excited, but there's a
Me
jump
too.
over onto Hainsey, so Pakaz will get a nice pick off. Mini, though, following Matthew, has the Exorcism going. He was using it to farm originally, and now Pakaz needs a little bit of help. He's going to be able to go blink over to the side to Oscar. Nice silence, though, coming out from Mini. They need to follow
Margo?
Benny
Oh
with the
my God.
Chronosphere over onto 3. The ghosts are just dancing around. They get the kill over on the Stuck Back on the Vault with the Ravage, though, over onto 4. Look at the damage, though, coming out, plus the slack coming out to the tower. Oh my goodness, Valky now forced to run away.
Void could have lived there.
What
He
a
did.
turnaround.
But that was an incredible chrono. Oh my god. I all of a sudden I realized, like, Dark Mago's in the front. This does not look good. And then the chrono came and it's like, oh my god, it's even worse than that. Oh, what a fight there. All right, Trent's wrong. Lyrical's right. Beautiful. What a fight.
Sounded like you were typing over there just to rub it into one of the guys' faces.
Yeah, let's go type in a chat. I'm flaming you on broadcast and you can't say anything. They'll get me later. I'm sure I deserve it. Great fights so far. Lots of levels on Mini. Picked up a silence point there. Oh, here it comes.
Here comes the big boy Chrono.
Dark Mago was rearming and he just held it. He's like, oh, I need to rearm. You know what's kind of interesting, actually, is that Death Prophet is playing against 2 heroes without boots in this match. It's the Monkey King, and it's the Tinker. So if she puts damage on them with Spirit Siphon, which is like constant damage, or with Exorcism, which is pretty close to constant, they just can't get away in their normal ways. Like, it's kind of a good counter against Tinker, if you can get the silence off. Because then you can't rearm at all. But, like, if she just gets on top of these guys in these circumstances where the Ravage doesn't feel right, it's a bad place to be. And frankly, Abaddon's been under-leveled the whole game too, so he hasn't even been able to like provide some buffer against the run-at-you stuff that Apu, King of Kings, has been throwing at them. So these last couple skirmishes have just looked pretty darn good for Apu.
I was very scared though, like when you watch, you know, you get this beautiful Chronosphere, it's looking good, they're getting the kills, but then the follow-up with that Ravage and then the tower flat coming out, I was like, oh my god, is the tower actually going to be the turning factor on this? But of course they only ended up losing the one there. Oh man.
Mini's saying that the Void is crashing whenever he goes on neutral items. That actually happened to me yesterday when I was playing. I opened the neutral items when I was watching a stream and instantly the game exploded.
Oh no.
So hopefully that doesn't become a reocurring issue. He'll have to be like, guys, what neutral items are there? They're gonna have to be like broom handle, Tumbler's toy,
So what do? Do you just have to have one of your teammates like deliver it to you?
Yeah, or drop it in the fountain so you could pick it up maybe?
And it won't it won't get fixed if you restart Dota.
I don't know. I didn't happen the second time I found a match, so I didn't like double check and you know, if there's a bug, I don't give a shit. Why help the world by problem solving it, you know? But yeah,
a terrible person.
If he could get an Ocean Heart or a Possessed Mask on his hero, he would appreciate both of those items right now, I gotta say.
He's got to hope that you know, he's been good to his teammates and they'll be willing to tell him exactly what
it's true.
What the items are.
Hey, any carry's gonna be happy with those 2 stats are the way to go if you're having a good time. But game's pretty close right now. Dizzy buy. Oh, did the Tide commit? Oh, baby, we're seeing it. He committed.
It's happening.
He's got an Oblivion Staff and a Cloak. So he's got a mana regen item that gives him magic resistance, and it will debuff his opponents. I mean, the base stats. You know, Mage Slayer is actually incredible, though. Really, like they basically like they made the item like cheaper by like half, and people still don't buy the damn thing. Obviously, it doesn't have like the same stats as it did before, but like they didn't change the debuff effect of it. And the magic resistance it has is also the same. So, like, just stats alone, nobody touches this shit. But today, it's happening. Tidehunter is going to touch everybody with his AoE Mage Slayer. Just needs to get in melee range against, like, Death Prophet or Timbersaw, and he's going to reduce their damage.
Purge, phrasing.
What did I say?
I'm not going to repeat it. You know what you've done.
I don't.
Top lane,
don't remember.
Ainsley is getting creeped upon here by Pakaz and Matt. The balance connects and jump forward here from Pakaz. It's a good little bit. Oh, look at the immediate TPs though coming out. They want to punish Ainsley. He's the master of just not ending up actually dying half the time. The Vault Third Splitter over to Pakaz. They just blow up this Phantom Assassin, and now Matthew is forced to go tree jumping away.
Dude, that was...
Hoping that his courier doesn't find...
That was cool how fast they TP'd, I gotta say. I mean, it was a cool stun, right? Throws the stun. This is the second time he's dealt with this, where it's basically like, during this game at least, where he knows Monkey King's jumping on him. He has to play off the audio cue, and he ends up using the impale perfectly this time. He missed one earlier, probably went to save him, but this time they get a great kill. That's PA diving under the tower, dying right before Battle Fury. I do this all the time. It feels bad, and I lose those games. So hopefully, the Thunder Predators doesn't hurt him too much. But it sucks to lose your carry right before they get Battle Fury.
Oh, for sure. Valky taking a bit of punishment here.
He's been slayed.
He's got the Mage Slayer. He has been indeed slayed.
I don't think he knows what's happening right now.
I don't know. Valky, though, he's not looking too healthy. All right, he's going to be able to crawl away, so the rest of the team is teleporting on in.
Dude, he bled in the river so much that it's entirely red. Holy shit, the Mage Slayer.
Horrific looking. Not a fan of the blood or potion or whatever this is. I think it's supposed to be potion, right?
No, I think it's a 255,000,000 is what we're looking at right now.
Ah, thank you. I'm glad that I have
Very
you to
fucking
decode
red.
that for me.
It's really red. There's nothing but red in that river right now. It's hurting my eyes, in fact. My ISP's charging me extra for this, for how red this is.
Top lane, they're gonna try to make the play on Hainsey. This time, they'll be successful. Especially because this time, there's not a tower for everybody to teleport to.
This is legit a cool counter to Timber Saw, because Timber does actually kind of beat Tide in these mid-game situations. Because Timber does a shitload of damage, and it's pure, so you can't really build against it other than getting HP. But Mage Slayer actually gives him a solution. He just hits him with it, and for 6 seconds, Timber just does 35 less damage. Like, we're talking about Spell Amp sometimes. We're like, oh man, somebody got 6 more Spell Amp. This is the opposite. It's negative 35 Spell Amp, basically, is what he's dealing with by getting hit by it. What a great way to protect yourself against Tide in these, or Timber in these moments.
I feel like we're gonna have to call up Jenkins later and be like, dude, you gotta watch this replay and make a video out of it.
Just because they bought an item
Of a
that's
hit, though?
been in the game for like 14 months and nobody buys it.
You know how Jenkins gets excited about this stuff, dude?
That's true, that's true.
Oscar, yeah, just throwing his blade around here. Still haven't seen a lot of movement on these towers. Don't really have the best tower push unless you're looking at, you know, the Death Prophet potentially. A lot of nuke damage, though, coming out, and Valky's definitely taking a brunt of it. Does have himself the Hood of Defiance, though, so he'll be able to negate a little bit of that.
But you see Benny managed to get a neutral item, too. Really happy for him.
Oh, nice. Who delivered it?
I don't know. We'll never... Oh, we'd have to watch the replay. But he's got a possessed mask right now.
That's a good deal.
So he's
That's
pretty happy.
definitely good for him.
Yep, little lifesteal on top of his already lifesteal. Good for him.
Or do you like lifesteal? Got a little more lifesteal on your lifesteal. Mini, though? Panda is just gonna go teleport out. Was getting harassed. Looked like he was trying to get up some sort of vision. And it does have a couple vision placed over here on the dire side. Bottom lane, good stomp over into Dark Mago. The follow up the Earth Splitter. Benny with the Chronosphere. And that's how you handle a tanker. At least with those heroes, anyways.
Tide really just offsetting what Timber's doing right now, though, which is pretty cool. 'Cause normally... Oh, he's in trouble this time, though, maybe.
Well, he's got Panda nearby. He's going to try to keep him alive a little bit longer, but the good stomp coming
Great
into
stomp.
play with the Exorcism. This time, Oscar's going to fall.
Was not able to apply the Anchor Smash to Death Prophet there, so still max damage coming out. And that is why he died quite quick, but so far, I think the Mage Slayer's been alright. I can't complain too much. It's got less raw regen, but it's not that much more expensive than a Hood was, so kind of a cool idea against the Timber plus Death Prophet.
Hainsey managing to cancel out the TP on Pakaz with a finger.
That feels so good
And,
as a support
like
player.
the tail end of the Exorcism, too, so...
That's
got
like
something out of it.
That's like the best moments of Lion when you catch the carry like that and you know your friends are coming and you're just like staring at their disable counters and you give them the finger like it's over now. Boom, get that kill. Oh, feels good.
Uh-oh, Sarah. Oh, not quite enough damage, though. He'll turn right back around, try to punish Pandamoo here. Valky, not a lot of mana. Does have to be careful. It's going to be that ultimate over onto Panda proccing. We'll back off on the side of Apu. I feel like we've seen so much skirmishing and very little tower hitting, though, so far.
Yeah, there are basically 0 good tower hitters this game, except for maybe PA at some point, but Death Prophet ulti, obviously.
Yeah.
Other than that, yeah. And they've got other shit to do sometimes. This, PA's got to hit creep waves and jungle camps, and Death Prophet's got to skirmish and teamfight a little bit. If she doesn't, then it kind of leaves the Timber out to hang a little bit too often. But he's doing a great job keeping the mid wave pushed in to keep his tower completely alive. That provides time for Faceless Void to get into the ultra late game where he is very effective. Obviously, PA is also great ultra late game, but Void, as it gets more control and damage, gets really scary.
Matthew finding Sarum over here. Valky a little bit off the mark. The follow up with the Earth Splitter. Valky, okay, Hainsey jumping back in though. Matthew needs to be a little bit careful. Timberchain just not connecting over here on Valky at all. Is Benny making his way over? They'll go, use the rabbit, drop the Wukong's command on top of that. Trying to set up here, and it's enough though, Matthew. Still looking healthy. Valky though taking a lot of damage. Need just a little bit more to try to take down this Timber, and he's so tanky. It's gonna be a little bit difficult, but Matthew eventually finding the kill.
Okay. Make him work for it though. Very survivable hero right there, but yeah, they ditched him pretty good, though. Mini realized, like, okay, this is not a fight worth committing myself to, so He ends up backing up. Goes for Kaya Sanj with brown boots on Death Prophet. Kind of interesting. But Kaya Sanj really very popular on a lot of these nuker mid heroes right now. Lots of regen, less disable worries, and good mana regen as well. So it'll progress him pretty decently here.
Definitely feels like a slightly slower paced game this time around. Coming out for both of these teams. Of course, you do have these heroes that do need to, you know, farm up, and Pakaz has taken a little bit more of a, I don't want to say disciplined sort of role. Like, he's definitely farming a lot more than I recall him doing in the past, but it's always paying off, it feels.
Yeah, so far, his net worth is pretty good despite some of his deaths. Working out.
Claps are coming out here, Sarah. So we'll see Pandamu. I do like the way that Pandamu has been moving around with Pakaz for the most part now. He's just being able to, you know, provide a way to remove any sort of disable, throw out any sort of heals, but they'll go and use the Exorcism over in the pit here on the side of Apu Kings. They want an early Aegis here.
Remember, took a lot of damage from this one, but he should be okay, it looks like.
Mini being Mini. I think that's the only time I've heard Tsunami's voice line here.
Once in a while you hear. I see him in some games. It's not as rare as I mean, it's a pretty good one. Some pros do use it. But yeah, you're right. It's a little rare. Or Tsunami. Never got to play in the snow.
I know. Oh, I saw you guys got snow too. I'm super
We
jealous.
just got
Have you guys
snow.
taken the
No.
Okay, make sure you take the sled out and go and push Jenkins down a hill or something.
I'll try to find out where the sled is.
Excellent, thank you. Man, Minnie just keeps chasing after Pandamu here every single time. But just harassing.
Got the Crypt Swarm cooldown talent. That's a fun one. You just cast Crypt Swarm all the time. Every 3 seconds. That's kind of what it sounds like. It's a little demonstration. Every 3 seconds.
Oh my god, that was great.
Can you imagine that happening every 3 seconds for the rest of your game? Well, it's about to happen. Exactly.
Oh, I do like it when you make your own sound effects. That's very fun.
Almost BKB for Faces Void here. He's got to fly that one out. Death Prophet's close to her timing as well. Needs about 1,000 gold. So that's probably when we'll see Apu commit to maybe a bigger engagement.
Definitely makes sense, but Thunder Predator realizing that maybe they can get the jump on them right before these timings come in. So, see, they're smoked up, creeping through the jungle, looking over possibly towards this this triangle area as Matthew, again, just the perfect hero, be able to provide any sort of vision. Just tree dancing around. Get some vision over by this tier 1. It looks like no one is too close at this time, so they're going to just push out this bottom lane.
They've got good positioning, though. I mean, they can basically do Monkey King initiation. Tide can do a Blink follow-up. Blink Dagger is going to be really important here, because if you can apply Anchor Smash to Death Prophet or other heroes, it's going to be really valuable. The downside, though, is that with these BKB timings hit, Mage Slayer is not going to feel nearly as impactful now in the next fight, because they're just going to pop BKB as soon as the fight begins. Instead, they're going to go back toward the top tier 1 tower, which isn't a terrible tower to take, because it's close to the opponent's Roshan, or close to the Aegis. Whenever you want to steal that one. So Apu King of Kings will take this area of the map. They take the Tri-Camp. They're both going to trade tier 1s potentially. No. Oh, who canceled?
Death Prophet cancels out the TP.
Was that what that was? Okay.
Yeah, that was Death Prophet. So I think they value this top tower more. And they're like, all right, let's just stick together. Put out the fortification. Guys looking away over on the tower.
It's just not worth it, especially with Monkey here, right? Like, he's level... Oh, he didn't actually go Tree Dance Vision this game. He went Stun, unlike last game. But, yeah, how scary is it to defend that tower if Monkey King could just be above you?
Okay. Benny making his way over, though.
Puts a sentry down, and just in case there was a cliff
ward.
ward.
Oh, good Tinker Ward.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
He had to do that just in case, because with Void TPing in, he has to make sure he's not spotted. Otherwise, he'll get Quelling and die for nothing.
Right.
But they end up trading tier 1 towers. Much better for Apu here. Since the tower they killed was closer to Roche, that helps alleviate some of the Radiant advantage. But the game is still dead even. Maybe the downside for Thunder Predators, Dark Mago is still relatively less farmed than the top. But he's getting close. He's got Ags finished. He's 800 away from having Aether Lens, so it'll be easier for him to cast Laser Spam.
That's the worst when it's non-stop, just laser rockets, laser rockets.
Mm-hmm. Be a tough one.
Beg the question, like, how do you go high ground against either one of these teams? I feel like it's very difficult unless you get some sort of really good pick off.
Yeah, it can be difficult against really good cast range, but all you need is jump.
Valky's a little tiny boy. Tiny boy. Now he's back up to being size again.
I think it's a great pick off. The Orchid, once again, just helps him win these support versus support matchups. So even if Lion's trying to get something done on one side of the map, and Lion is very farmed, he's got Force and Blink Dagger, it gives him these solo kill potentials. Because he's not likely to use his ulti anyway, so it really doesn't cost him very much to go for these kills. But on the other side, Apu, King of Kings, looking for a fight.
They're trying to decide who their target is. There's, of course, a Tinker up there. Oh, but there's a Ravage going on over on the side.
I didn't do anything.
Trying to do enough damage over to Valky, and it just doesn't do it. But there we go. There's a nice Chronosphere. Do you manage to get the BKB off, though? But the follow-up with that natural going right through again as the chase is on the takedown there. They've got their eyes on Oscar. Can they get the kill fast enough? Yes, they can. As the rest of Thunder Predator starts to back away. They use the Exorcism for that. They still have the Aegis online.
They were a little unsure about popping Exorcism there because the BKB on the PA came out just in time, but with Bakaz running away, does he get spotted? He does, I think.
He does get spotted. They want him. Let's go and activate the blur. Find themselves someone else over here on the side. It's Matthew. He's stuck over on this cliff. They've got the silence. They've got the clicks. And that'll be a dead Matthew, but it does allow for Bakaz to get out.
Yeah, he was likely fine, but either way. They do get some stuff on the map. Still only a 1k advantage, and that's kind of what it feels like for Apu, King of Kings so far against Thunder Predator. It's like even when they do win these little engagements, they're not getting massively ahead of their opponents. They're just getting like 1 or 2k gold advantage, which kind of just shows that Thunder Predator knows what to do even in these moments where they are disadvantaged in some fights. They're still farming really efficiently and maximizing their potential in this game.
I like this pickup. We get the Yule's pickup from Valky here. To try to just give him a little bit more time, try to have some sort of interruption. Ooh, as we lose Serum, my goodness. Alright, Bakaz has decided it's time to move around the map. And they've got their eyes on this bottom area now.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Ooh, they're running the
Comes that over
timber.
onto Minnie.
Is under attack.
Let's go right back, though, over to this bottom tower. Do have the Death Prophet teleporting in. Doesn't have that Exorcism up, though, for a little bit longer, about 30 seconds. So it does have to be careful. They decide to jump on her. Yeah, look at this, Bakaz. Starting to go back in. Mago going to jump forward, give the vision, couple of hits off, and that's a big old crit.
Yep, that's what we were waiting for to happen after the draft screen. It was this moment where PA jumps in off of a little disable, and you see somebody die. It's the Basher, basically. That's what did it, disable-wise. Gets hit with Laser, that lowers his max HP. Then he gets hit with Gush, which lowers the armor on top of the Blightstone and the Basher. And yeah, it's just too much. And this is one of the downsides to the build that Death Prophet is going for in this case. The Kai Assange and the Black King Bar don't really protect him against PA. He's got Blink Dagger as well to help him capitalize on catching Tinker and to be able to position well around Chronosphere. But he hasn't bought a Plate Mail yet. That's the item that he needs to be survivable against PA. And even though PA was slightly behind and didn't have Deso yet, the Death Prophet still felt squishy. So this is a missed timing here. That Tinker Ward spotting him being alone was a great capitalization by Thunder Predator. And it feels like these are the pickoffs that win them their matches.
Yeah, I was about to mention the fact that she hadn't even completed the Desolator yet, and she's already just doing so much negative armor. Very, very scary for the Death Prophet.
Just too much
again,
physical.
You just have the Tinker. Shows back up, back to business. I'm not sure how Apu's going to be able to deal with this.
I am not sure.
Just because of the fact that, you do have this very prominent aggression, and yes, Void can get himself a really good Chronosphere, but the way that they're moving and the way that they can just skirmish constantly is a big problem.
It is.
Because you're gonna have the Exorcism on cooldown, you're gonna have, the Earth Splitter on cooldown, and the big one, the Chronosphere, right? The one thing that holds everyone really into place and you can get the damage off.
Yeah, that one's definitely really important. He's almost got MKB though, and he's going to be utilizing this to actually finally deal with PA, but this is maybe what they were waiting for before they got really aggressive, because if they do Chrono PA and PA BKBs, no one's killing her. It's not happening. Not until they get the MKB. A lot of Mind Breakers get found though. Matthew's happy with that. He ended up using it last match. It's very good with his ulti, because it allows all of his little clones to apply magic damage. Which is like a value javelin, free javelin. I wonder if they can silence too. I feel like they probably can. Be quite good.
Right, well, now's the time to make the plays here, but it is scary to go over to the pit. So they're going to send Pandamu over first. They have the vision. Oscar just finishing up that axe. Going to be able to throw it over into the pit. There's a big Yules coming into play from Valky. You can see Matthew. All right, the Radiant will be able to go and kill Roshan. Benny, though, snatching up that Aegis. As he's gonna just go for the BKB. He's got to run over to the side, gets the Chronosphere off, over onto Makaz. Do they have the damage?
Oh, he's dying.
They just finished that MKB, and they'll be able to go. They'll get the kill. This is not looking great, though. Laser jumping forward, though, again. They want Dark Mago. Mago just doesn't have any mana left, as they'll jump down again. The chakra cutting on through, as they'll chase after Pandamu. Matthew as well here. Just gonna get clicked down. Oscar running for his life. They just keep rushing back and forth. Another kill now for Benny. Oh no, Oscar, they still see you, my friend. They've got the silence, they've got the disable, and they've got the kill.
They still got Exorcism as well, and they won that fight so resoundingly. But that, what a perfect timing hit for Apu King of Kings. They finished their MKB, they go straight into the Roche pit, and they separated really nicely. I like that they didn't commit Exorcism, they didn't put Death Prophet in the pit. That's because with Gush and with Monkey Stun, that's the guy that's vulnerable. Mini was the easiest to kill, most likely in that engagement. So he plays on the outside, he gets to follow up, and most importantly is they identify where the PA is and they Chronosphere him. Because with that kill, the fight is over, and that's the power of Face's Void as a carry.
God, what a fight. So good, especially like, we talked about that timing. He did just complete the MKB, and, we were a little bit concerned about the fact that they are not just coming out from the side of Apu King Kings. That's all it takes is getting just, the right timing with the Chronosphere, with the MKB, grabbing up Pakaz right in the nick of time. You have to be a little bit careful. This is going to be the BKB coming out from Benny's. He's just going to walk off to the side, but they have Dark Mago over here on the side. This is so bad. They'll be able to take him down for 70 seconds. Valky just running around over here on the base. Does have to be careful. Is silence, but Benny focusing down over here. Okay, Pakaz, he jumps forward. Manages to get the kill over onto Faceless Void. Drop down the Wukong's command. Benny, though, again, just gonna be able to time off forward. Oscar jumping forward, though, with that Mage Slayer. Get a couple of these nice hits off. The buyback now coming out from Tinker. It looks like Apu King of Kings, they're happy with this. They still have the vision, though. It's gonna be a lot of damage over onto Valky. He'll be able to Timber Chain away, looking for whatever else they can grab. Hazy's sitting very, very low, but they'll be able to burst him down. As now Benny and Minnie on the run. It looks like Benny's gonna survive here. Minnie is not looking quite as lucky. Doesn't have a 4-step. Is just gonna get wailed upon as everyone in the pit, and the burst damage comes out. It's enough to take down the Death Prophet.
Yeah, they definitely overstayed a bit there. The Exorcism was great to help them kill the Rax, but it took a little long there. This guy's got Chronosphere ready. He'll see if he finds a good one.
Oh, he's going back in. He manages to go and
No
grab
BKB.
Pakaz again. Follow it up, though, with the silence, though. They're just going to try to wail away. Can they get the kill over onto this PA? There's too much damage over onto Benny. Benny, he will fall. As this, again, Valky's just going to Timber Chain on through.
The Chrono is so good, but unfortunately no BKB means he ends up getting
Oscar?
disabled.
Ravage gets used. Can they turn this back around? Dark Mago's in place. They get the kill on Minnie. They get the kill on Matthew as well. And Valky will fall to triple kill now for Pakaz. Oh my word.
And that's 6k gold there. Swings things around, and they're dead for a while.
Dire's middle tower has
Oh, all they needed to do, look at, he caught the PA in the Chronosphere, but he wasn't able to kill him in time to disable. I think it was maybe a Boundless Strike. If he had BKB available, PA probably dies there. Changes everything, right? But he ends up dying. Then his teammates go in again, and now they just lost a Rax. It didn't have to be this much.
Collapse over onto 3. The jump forward, though, coming out from Hainsey. He's going to just try to slow them down. Another buyback coming out from the Timber Saw. Kaz jumping over the back line, just blows up Lion. Sarah needs to be careful, too. These laser bounces are just so unfortunate. It hit him so much. Kaz, though, jumping a bit deep here. They don't really have the heroes, though, to be able to try to punish this, though, at this time. You don't have the Lion up. He just died. You've lost Minnie. Betty's going to be up in about 13 seconds. Does not have that Chronosphere, though. He's already used it. It's going to be up in about 15. He's got to put out a lot of damage, and he's got to make sure that he doesn't get disabled.
It's gonna be really easy with all the status resistance he has from the shield, from the Titan Sliver. He's got Ags as well to dispel and go invis if he gets a kill.
Look at this. Look at the side. The way that he's getting into position, jumps forward with the Chronosphere over onto 3, and he uses the BKB this time. This time he should be able to finish off the cause, turn back around, absolutely blow up Panda, and they're coming back in furiously as they see Oscar. The chase is on. You have to be careful. The Tinker is throwing out quite a few spells. Goes getting these from Sarah, looking to see what they can find. Oh, they get the stun up over onto Matthew. They'll cut down the monkey. My God.
Okay.
These fights are just going 0 to 100.
These throws, I mean, it's going back and forth very rapidly there. I didn't even know that Chronosphere was back off cooldown. I really thought that they were just kind of in a grave at this point, making too many mistakes, but same thing goes for Thunder Predator. It felt like so one-sided that he ends up respawning. I should even check for Refresher. I was like, wow, that's so fast. And the actual Refresher is out now. Every 140 seconds, we got a Chrono coming. But his damage is going to be insane at this point. He gets that 120 attack speed during Chronosphere. This allows him to buy this like 5th or 6th item Refresher that a lot of Voids buy. And he's going to keep killing this PA. This is a dangerous place to be. It's a replay of that fight earlier. Dark Mago ended up blinking, either blinking into the line or line punished him when he moved over to the side there. Maybe he forced him to the low ground or something too. I don't know. But that punish was really huge.
I have to say, Apu King of Kings, these guys are really good in their positioning. Like, I'm watching a lot of these fights, and like these Chronospheres have been on point. You know, watching Hainsey play this Lion and getting multiple, you know, stuns off with that one Earth Spike. It's been really fun to watch, and it also, like, you see the way that Thunder Predator has to position themselves then too. If they are the ones who are getting initiated on, it's very difficult. Like, Oscar can have these great ravages, but it's usually, you know, recently having to be more of a response, it feels like, half the time. And it just isn't as effective. But smoke play coming out from the side of Thunder Predator.
That you'll notice both teams are sitting as 5 for the last 30 seconds. That's because literally nobody has buyback after these hectic moments. And both teams know they both have a really good shot of taking a win here. But they got to be careful. And that's why Timbersaw is sitting where he is right now. He's trying to break smokes. They're trying to push out lanes. They're trying to get vision. They're trying to get any control over the map. But both teams are looking pretty dark in terms of control. But Thunder Predator's slightly better position at the moment, getting some nice vision across their jungle. But the game is so close now, because Apu King of Kings could easily end this with 2 Chronospheres. That's like, assuming worst case Chronospheres that don't miss somebody, you get like 1 kill each with each Chrono. That's 2 possible deaths. It's hard for Abaddon to counteract this as well, because his cast range is only so far. Void is quite good as a solution against Abba, because you just make sure the person's like in the center of the Chrono, and you just can't save them. So it's looking decent for them, but generally Thunder Predator is better at initiating in these engagements than their opponents.
It's absolutely crazy. You open up your maps and you just see the shift between both of these teams. It is quite the wild ride that we've been on.
Queuing up Aeon Disc on PA, great choice. That's a solution against the Chrono.
You have a completed Nullifier over on the Monkey King too now.
Oh, perfect.
So it's gonna be whoever gets the jump on who first, right? And they do go for the smoke play. And immediately they're just backing off. They don't have any vision over there, but King of Kings just realizing this map is very dark and no one is showing right now. We need to be very careful. They are smoked up over on the side of Thunder Predator. You can see Matthew just putting that vision out as he usually does, hoping somebody's gonna show up near this shop. And they're so close, right? You look at Sarah and you look at Matthew, and you think that they could practically wave to each other, except for, you know, the nighttime, right? In this fog of war.
Yeah, they're both just trying to do anything they can to scout out each other. And that's why they're doing stuff like cutting down these trees on the high ground. Those are the places that Monkey wants to jump. So if they get the nicest tree spots, then Monkey can't gain his vision advantage. Or at least then he's more limited in where he can be, and there's a better chance you actually spot him when he's jumping around.
Well, it's been long enough now that creeps do push into the Radiant base. Now that they have some vision onto the heroes on the side of the Radiant, they're moving their way through this bottom part of the jungle. And like you said, they're just cutting down every tree that they can if possible. They don't want to allow Matthew to get this jump.
He's doing week 4 of his Aghanims challenge right now to cut down trees. That's all that's happening. On Roche is just instantly dead. Free Ags. Oh, they're going to give it to Abba. Okay, now there's a solution. Abba turns on his ulti and he walks in a Chronosphere. And he's like, okay, good luck killing my ally. I'm going to heal you for Mist Coils. This is the Slack strap, by the way. The Holy Locket plus Mist Coil. You just turn it on when your allies are dying and you save their lives. Because you spam Mist Coils on them. So this is looking great. Yep. Almost an Abyssal Blade as well in PA. With Aegis now, he's going to feel comfortable buying out. With Ags, he'll be able to jump around. His damage is not insane right now, but it's definitely getting better with the Deso.
All you need is that one big crit, though. Alright.
Online,
you got a
maybe.
gem? Online, yes.
They've got good protection on a lot of these heroes. I'm not seeing that many armor items, actually, on Apu King of Kings. That's one thing that I would point at. If I was on this team, I would have bought a Playmail. I'm not saying it's a better choice. These, like, action survivability items are better, but I'm just saying that if he gets a moment to slap somebody for 3 seconds or so, he definitely can score some kills with what he's up against.
Smoke play over on the side of Apu King of Kings. They saw someone over into that mid lane. They're going to send Valky forward. Pakaz linking out. Valky just backing away. Putting down more trees. It's going to run right into Monkey, though, and with that Nullifier, with the Abyssal Blade, it's so much damage, but he's still going to be able to make his way out thanks to that BKB. But of course, that is not how you want to be using that at this time. You want to be using it as a way to be very offensive and getting the damage out. Now, they're going to have to back off on the side of King of Kings. There's a smoke play immediately coming out now from Thunder Predator, realizing that, hey, their BKBs are down. Mini has to be so careful. Oh, immediately jumps away, though. Follow up here with Benny, with the Chronos.
Oh, the Hex!
Onto 3, but they managed to go and hold into place. So follow up, lots of damage now coming out with this exorcism. Can they get enough? Oh, that's clear.
Oh my god.
He just crumbles as Makaz jumps over onto the side. Once he over onto Mini, he's got the BKB up. A couple more hits, should be able to do the trip, and that's a big old hit. But the follow up now, they have the Chronos here. They're going to be able to take down Makaz and that Aegis as they go after Oscar next. But they're not going to be able to quite finish him off as it goes with another Ravage into play. Turning around, gets some kill on Valky, gets a kill on Serum. Serum buying back Makaz just running right into this base now.
Oh, that lack of BKB usage by Void is lost in the fight big time. If he gets that BKB off, I feel like the PA dies, but he got hexed, and then during the second Chronosphere, that ulti from Abba just healed everything. The Earth Splitter came through, they all went to 0 life, and then like a billion Mist Coils shoot out and heals PA back to full. Cheese saves Tidehunter, Aegis saves him through the death that happened anyways. Now the game's just over, I think.
They don't have any other ways of locking them down. A Serum over here. Okay, Benny's gonna be able. Oh, immediately gets hexed and fall for the finger though. Can they do enough damage? No, it's not looking good enough over on the side of Serum. Just gets clicked away by Matthew. They'll blow up Benny. The GGs get called. Thunder Predator will maintain here and take the series 2-0.
Amazing play by Thunder Predator. They just consistently initiate better than their opponents. They have the right tools. The counter initiation in this case is what saved them with that Hex. But they put their heroes in the right spot. They put the PA in the front with the Aegis. They force the Chronospheres on him. They protect him with the Sables, with the Abaddon. But man, this game could have been very different if he presses his BKB on time there. He had 2 with the refresher, but he hesitated a bit. He tried to stretch it, and it absolutely lost in that fight there. And ultimately, it's going to be the reason they lost the game. Tough one.
I mean, this is
good play.
This is going to be one of those situations where he's probably going to go back. They're going to review everything that they just saw, and he's going to realize, like, oh my god. And it wasn't just on him, right? There were a couple other kind of interesting fights that went very back and forth. But that is obviously a really big part of that, because you are the main source of control and lockdown for your team. Other than Hainsey. Hainsey did a great job. That Lion, great positioning, and they did have some really great Chronospheres. But again, they mean nothing if you can't do anything after that. So that is something that I think, Apu King Kings, I still feel like you're feeling pretty good if you're a fan of them, because they went up against the best people in the region. They gave them a fight. Yes, things kind of crumbled towards the end, but they definitely saw moments of just really strong just team play and individual play as well.
They did. Yeah, it was very well played, and Thunder Predator is an excellent team. They got close to beating them. They executed worse overall in team fights across both 2 games, but they were very close at taking games off to the current leaders. So still very well played by them.
Yeah, so Thunder Predator, I believe they continue their streak of being undefeated from what I saw.
Yes.
And it's going to come down to some of these other teams to see if they can try to dethrone them. But we're going to toss it over to Avo Plus and the boys and see how Lyrical's holding up over there.
Are you broken yet, Lyrical? Does it hit you?
Don't. It was painful. Oh God! Why weren't they at Roche? Why didn't they defend the
You
Roche?
see it now?
Why
Do you
didn't they
feel
do
it?
these things?
Let
I
it
took
sink
notes.
in. Don't forget
I
this
don't want
moment.
these anymore.
No,
Gone.
it's important that you remember this, or you'll just go through it again. See, don't make the mistake we did and think that was just one time.
Yeah.
Oh.
You say that for a whole year of seasons of DPC, and you go, maybe it wasn't just one time. Maybe this is their Achilles heel. Look, this team has the highest the highs and the lowest the lows, and I think in this game we saw it. There are multiple instances. That said, though, I do feel like that Malo this game, his positioning, especially early, was yeah. Got caught in a lot of crowds for a tinker.
True. I mean, I think that was one of those things that it was, a combination of just very good placement of the chronos, Benny making it where they needed it to be, and also maybe a little bit of like over exuberance, whatever you want to call it. But it was again one of those situations where the team fights they executed very well. The thing that's so interesting to me about what you're saying right there with this team is like, I feel like there's very one particular thing that they do poorly. And if they can figure that out, like, they're on it. So, whoever really excels and is like an ex-pro player at like position and macro play stuff, hit these dudes up. You're gonna get top 8 at a major if you do it. Like, go coach them. It's gonna happen.
Okay, so you think that's it? Do you think it's the macro play and the positioning that they're lacking mainly?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Like decision making, which obviously you gain more of as it goes later, like, and you play more games at like international competitions. So it's some stuff that you can't teach, but there's, I feel like, some stuff that you can.
Do you think that's true, Trent? Do you believe that too?
I don't know what the answer is, to be honest with you. I feel like they tried to get I call them heroes with direction, where they just have to do something. So like Death Prophet has direction because she has exorcism, and everyone knows that you just want to use it on structures, you use it on Roche, and so when it comes up, you go and you do those things. And Void is another pretty good hero like that, in the sense of like, oh, I farm, I have Chrono, let's go do something. And yet they still will manage to overextend past when they don't have those tools left. Like, I would hope that would be the thing that would be like, oh wait, no, guys, I don't have Chrono anymore. We shouldn't fight them. And they just do. They had a 10k lead, and then they lost that 10k lead, and then they were down, and then they killed some more heroes back. I don't think I've ever seen a swing like that, ever. That was insane.
Yeah.
It was one of those moments. There was multiple, because like it started with them winning that one really good engagement, and there's a point that I wanted to make actually that like was really key when they traded off the tier 1 tower of Dire bottom and Radiant top tier 1 towers. There was like a TP that was coming in from the Death Prophet, and it felt like somebody called her back and said, don't do that, and she canceled her TP. And then instead it was Faceless Void that went over and did it. And it was like, yes, that's the move. That's the right move. Like, send your Aegis hero over. But like, it also left an opening where it's like, okay, well, if the fight actually started, DP couldn't get to the rest of the team in time, and they just took a chance that nobody else saw that. And so like, there's these moments of recognition. It's just putting it all together and maintaining consistency that I feel like is, what needs to happen.
On the other side of the aisle, we do have a very consistent team in Thunder Predator.
Oh, hell yeah.
Probably one of the biggest assets is their mental fortitude, as we've talked about them being maybe outclassed a little bit in team fights. And that's why we get to talk to one of their players, because they won. And we there's not TI, we don't get to do losers interviews here. So it's going to be here with Panda that we're going to talk to, see if he can talk to us a little bit about the mental fortitude aspect of that game. So, Panda? ¿Qué tal,
Hola.
Panda? ¿Cómo estás?
¿Se me escucha?
Sí.
¿Sí? Sí,
Escucha,
ya, estamos
sí.
aquí entonces.
Te puedo preguntar en inglés y tú me contestas en castellano, ¿no? ¿Te traduzco?
Como tú quieras. Te hablo en quechua si quieres, portugués.
¿Sí? ¿Quechua? Si te pido
Claro,
que lo haces
claro.
quechua, ¿me lo haces? Normal.
Puedo buscar traductor ahorita.
So Panda, he understands English perfectly. He speaks it as well, but for comfort, we're gonna allow him to speak in Spanish, and then I'll translate for him. But I can ask the questions in English easily. So first, I'm gonna ask him, Panda, how do you feel? How did that game feel to you? How do you feel about that game?
Algo estresante, porque Apo está jugando muy bien desde antes.
Sí.
O sea, la preparación hacia el juego era algo estresante porque ellos vienen jugando muy bien como equipo y individualmente también. Se han preparado mucho para nosotros, pero creo que hemos drafteado de una manera correcta, que nos ha ayudado mucho para ganar este matchup.
So he says the game was very stressful. He thinks Apple Kings has been becoming really good. They've been showing really good prowess. And they've been playing really good Dota recently, so it was pretty stressful to play against them. That said, he thinks that the draft was a big factor and that they drafted really well to be able to deal with them. Sorry, te voy a preguntar en castellano. What key element in the draft did you identify that you're particularly proud of? What thing that you thought was a relatively big turning point in the draft?
No quiero decirlo porque si no todos los equipos ahí se copian.
Okay, all right, great.
No se la quiero regalar a los demás.
He is not going to reveal strats. We need to get at least one of those answers per league, right? So he's not going to reveal strats for that, but I had to ask anyway. Panda, I want to ask now about your team in general. What was your objective for this DPC? Obviously, going to the major, everyone has that, right? But like as an objective for the team, was there anything you were really concentrating and improving on as a team this DPC?
Creo que solamente nos importaba llegar a la Major, demostrar que podemos quedar un buen puesto en la Major y llegar a todas hasta llegar al TI. O sea, simplemente ser el mejor de Sudamérica.
Right. He says his only objective is to go to the major, show that they can do it in the major, and then win everything until they get to TI, be the best team in SA. Easy. Do you feel like you are at that level yet? Do you feel like your next performance in the major, if you had to go, would be already the performance you think you can give?
En un día bueno sí, en un día malo no. Tenemos que aprender a ser consistentes en eso, pero si es que hacemos lo mejor posible, podemos llegar hasta un buen puesto. No iré a ganar, pero vamos a ir a dar lo mejor.
He says in a good day, yes, and a bad day, no. But he says that if they give their best, they probably can get a really good position in the major. Not necessarily win. He's not that confident. Maybe win, but definitely a good placement. Is there anything that you're working on to improve that consistency? Anything you've done since the last major to accomplish that?
Tenemos un psicólogo ahora que a mí me está ayudando bastante.
Okay. They have a psychologist now that is helping him. A sports psychologist, I take it.
Sí.
Okay. They have a sports psychologist that's helping him. Specifically, him helped him a lot. When did that happen? When did you get the sports psychologist?
Cuando llegamos a Thunder nos pusieron un psicólogo que nos ayuda en grupal e individualmente.
So once they joined the Thunder org, because obviously they moved Noping before, they gave him a psychologist that helps him both in group sessions and individual sessions. How do you feel? How does it feel to play with the psychologist finally? Do you feel more like a pro now that you have all these facilities helping you out?
Sí, se siente bastante el apoyo porque me ayuda dentro de un torneo, fuera de un torneo. O sea, se siente muy bien. Lo único pesado es que quisiera arrancar a veces a cierta hora, pero no, me toca sesión con él. Ya bueno, me toca acoplarme.
So he says he feels now much more support. He feels like both inside and outside the game, like it's nice to feel the support so you can concentrate on what you want to do. He says the only thing that's a bit annoying is sometimes he wants to rank, and instead he has a session with a psychologist, so he can't just go and mindlessly rank. Has the team atmosphere changed since you've changed from Noping to Thunder Predator? Like, is it more serious, for example? Do you rank less? Does Darkmago still play 12 games a day?
Creo que seguimos siendo lo mismos. O sea, seguimos tomando el juego en serio. Cada uno tiene su personalidad. Nos llevamos muy bien. Creo que seguimos igual.
He says they're still the same. They still play as serious as before. Like each one has their personality. They still get along great. And on that question, how is Pakaz fit into the team? I know in the beginning you guys were speaking really highly of him, but for the new viewers who might have not seen you in the close qualifiers, what do you guys think of Pakaz and inclusion?
Que es muy bueno, muy talentoso, se esfuerza mucho. Me gusta que puedo conversar con él de cualquier cosa. O sea, yo estoy, digamos, viendo un replay de un equipo de segunda división y le digo, oye, mira, han hecho esto. Y aprendemos de eso. Y vemos si es que lo intentamos aplicar o algo así. O él me dice, oye, Panda, mira, han hecho tal cosa. O prueba tal héroe. Quisiera que lo juegues. podemos cambiar muchas ideas.
All right, as lane partner, I bet that's an important thing as well, right?
Ujú.
So he says he speaks really highly of Pakaz. He says that Pakaz is very talented. He puts a lot of effort in, and he particularly values that Pakaz is the kind of player that you can speak to about anything with. And so, for example, sometimes Panda will be watching like a Div 2 game, right? And he go, "Oh, look, they did this," and Pakaz will come in and join and watch a Div 2 game with him and see how they can implement that into the strategy. Or maybe Pakaz will come in with a new idea and be like, "Panda, I want you to play this because I saw this in X game," and that gives him a lot of confidence as a teammate. So, Panda, thank you so much for the interview. Is there any words you would like to give to your English fans?
Que muchas gracias por el apoyo. Esta vez íbamos a demostrarlo en el extranjero. Esperemos que no se cancele. Y también saludos para los casters que estaban acá. Que creo que estaban Mochi y Porsche.
Sí.
Estaban hace rato. Ya quería decirle también saludos a ellos. Pero ya no están. Tú les mandas por mí. Sí.
Yo les mando, no te preocupes, yo les digo. So he says, thank you to the English audience. He's really looking to prove himself internationally this time. They're going to do it this time. And he also would like to give a shout out to the casters, particularly Moxie and Purge. So I'm going to relay this to them in the chat. It says hi to Moxie and Purge. Thank you for casting their game. Panda always the nice guy, big fan of all the casters, wonderful big bubbly personality, and it shows yet again. Thank you so much for your time, Panda. It's always a pleasure to converse with you, and good luck in your next match.
Gracias. Chao.
All right.
What a guy.
Yeah, Panda's really lovely. He's a very kind dude. Here's a little story. So if people want to meet him better or want to get to know him better, Panda's actually he in his home, right? He has been living together with, I forget what player it was. I forgot his name now, but with another Dota player that is in Div 2 from Peru, who unfortunately got kicked out of his home and has no place to go, and he doesn't have a computer, so he's just been housing him for over a year and a half now, and he just kind of helps around in the home with chores and stuff, and he just does it out of the kindness of his heart. The guy is genuinely like really positive, dude.
That's great. I love that. He
Yeah.
giggles more than I do. That's amazing.
I would love to hear him cast with you. I genuinely think that would be
Trent,
so
look
fun.
out.
That interview gave me a lot of confidence in their team. Not gonna lie.
Yeah.
You know,
Mhm.
it's obviously this was already a very big win, but you know, the idea of just like looking towards what has become the big talking point in every single discussion about Dota 2 in terms of just like mentality and how important that is to. Everyone knows the worst Dota is played at TI, but your goal is just don't let your Dota get like too bad. You know what I mean? You gotta try and stay as close to your level of good Dota as possible, and that's what that sort of practice and preparation can do for you. So that sounds pretty good to me. I'm hyped up on more Thunder Predator.
Yeah, I mean, they experienced this firsthand, right? Because they were the team that, if people have forgotten about this incident during the qualifying to the second major, they had this just an anxiety attack, honestly, in the middle of a game, and they GG'd out early. Then they proceeded to win the tiebreakers, but in the final game, which pretty much determined the standings for the DPC, they had Panda particularly had an anxiety attack himself in the game. So it was something that ever since he's been very wary of his mental health, and with good reason. And it's something that I'm glad more teams are starting to look into, because sometimes not just to give you a competitive edge. I think for Panda, at least personally, I just want to see him healthy. It's pretty awful that you're playing at such a level that you're having a panic attack in the middle of the game. That's not good for you as a person. So I'm glad they're giving him the support.
Well, and I think we could all use a little bit of somebody to talk to and work through issues and stuff like that. It's something that's just good for everybody to sort of have in their life, whether it's through professional help or something else. The thing I'm looking forward to now, 2 weeks from today, Thunder Predator Beast Coast is going down. That's going to be the big one.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Is it, or will it be Beast Coast versus Infamous?
No.
Ooh.
I don't think so, Trent. I don't think so.
You didn't want a sweet segue? That's not
No,
what you were
because
looking for?
we're gonna take a break now, Trent. We have a 40-minute break.
Oh yeah, it's coming back, so make sure you come back for that.
Woo!
Right. Do I have
Right.
to do your job for you? Come on.
I'm so sorry, Trent. You want to swap? Can we swap positions, Fish? Can you put him in the host? No. Obviously, Beast Coast versus Infamous is coming up, but the reason why I'm not hyping up Trent, if you knew what we had prepared for this match, you wouldn't have said that, because we actually have a hype video ready for this match to hype up this engagement. It's made by the Beast Coast guys themselves, and they reached out to us and were like, guys, can you play this on stream? and we are.
Yeah.
But
He
that's
thinks
gonna
he's
be after
so
our
smart.
break.
He thinks he's so smart. Yeah, what do you see, Avo? Huh? What do you see? You think I don't know?
we're gonna play that video after the break, guys. So we do hope you enjoy the calm 30 minutes of No Dota, and we'll be back with Beast Coast versus Infamous, where we're gonna talk a little bit about the rivalry between Axel, the captain of Infamous, and Stinger, the captain from Beast Coast. See you guys then. Well, guys, and welcome back. We've changed panels, we've changed teams, but we haven't changed the excitement of the SA scene. In fact, we get an even more exciting match, and because this exciting match is the new Peruvian Clásico, Infamous versus Beast Coast, we decided to bring 2 Brazilians because this is going to be the most unbiased panel possible. These guys have no horse in this race. They don't care. They just want to see good Dota. But before we get to talk to these wonderful panelists, I'm so sorry, Bo. I know you want to say something. Before we get to talk to these wonderful panelists and you get to hear the opinion of these experts, we actually have a special thing prepared for you guys today. Yes, indeed. Because today is a very special match. Not because it might be the best Dota necessarily, or because it's a grudge match between the orgs, but something a little bit more wholesome. There's a little bit of a friendly rivalry between 2 of these players, particularly Axel, known as Chompy in the scene, and Stinger, the 2 captains from Infamous and Beast Coast, respectively. And these guys have such a friendly rivalry that Stinger asked the Beast Coast team if they could make a video about it. And Beast Coast graciously allowed us to play this video during the DPC. So here you go, a great piece of content that explains the rivalry between these 2 teams.
Soy Stinger, soy capitán del equipo de Beast Coast y support posición 5. En el caso de Christian, de Axel, somos causas, lo veo como un hermano.
Soy Axel, soy capitán de Infamous Gaming y juego en la posición 5. Stinger, Steve, somos amigos desde hace muchos años, desde que empezamos a jugar Dota.
From Naga, they're all, look how split these guys are though. They know that there's going to be a black hole. They'll turn their attention over onto...
¡Ay, ay, ay, Dios mío! ¿Qué tal black hole por parte de Axel? Mueren 2, mueren 3, mueren 4 posiblemente. Axel justo a tiempo.
Intentar agarrar a alguien. Scofield aguanta, no tiene visión de esa parte del mapa. Siguiente, Hunter llega Stinger, el salto. No termina ganando, Cristal. ¡Robas! ¡Agarra a Raimundo y Megamundo! ¡Es perfecto! ¡Solo llega a victoria! Se derrita rápidamente el Slarmus, solo se mete en el suelo tocado que viene para intentar la pelea del equipo de Infamous. No lo va a lograr. Un Anchor Smash Stinger. Desde Arequipa para el mundo, doble kill.
Para mí es un juego de estrategia, ¿no? Al igual que el ajedrez. Y yo siento que no solo estoy jugando mis piezas, sino también las piezas del enemigo.
El shard utilizado por parte de Scofield trata de ayudar a su compañero. La force staff Stinger trata de sobrevivir, pero la fisura lo atrapa. El Snowball, ojo, va a ganar tiempo. Sobrevivir el Smoke. Nah, el Echo Slam. ¿En serio, Japsor?
Yapsor drops the dunk to secure the kill.
En esta DPC me gustaría clasificar a la primera mayor, ¿no? O sea, ahorita por los puntajes podría quedar segundo, ¿no? Pero es un poco difícil, no quiero hacer mis ilusiones igual.
Me gustaría llegar a una mayor con él, ¿no? O sea, yo con mi equipo, él con su equipo, obviamente. Y así recordar viejos momentos, ¿no? En los que viajaba con él a los torneos. Así lo veo como un hermano, o sea, yo no me voy a contener ni nada. Yo le voy a partir la cabeza, así que me da la oportunidad.
Si le damos a Visco, siento que sí podremos chupar un buen momento para poder llegar segundo, ¿no? en la PC.
Si Axel es el capitán, el drafter, yo veo que él es como que piensa distinto, ¿no? Piensa buscar su propia manera de hacer que funcione el juego con distintos héroes, con los héroes también que tiene, ¿no? En los players que están en su equipo, ¿no? O sea, me refiero a la versatilidad con la que maneja. El encuentro va a estar interesante, pero no te van a salir las cosas, Chompy, no te van a salir las cosas. Me voy a encargar de que no te salgan.
So for those of you that don't speak Spanish, much like my illustrious panel, let me translate some of the golden moments there. Towards the end, when they're doing the fight symbols to each other, Stinger says, "Oh yeah, he's my friend, but that doesn't mean I'm going to hold myself back. Like, if I see him in the tournament, I'm going to break his head open." And he quite literally says that. He goes and says, if he's the one drafting, I'm going to make sure that nothing that he does works. I'm gonna make sure that he's destroyed every single time. He is not gonna get anything good out of this draft. He described Dota as a chess game, and he says when he plays against Axel, he plays the opponent's chess pieces as well. So they have quite a history. They used to play together, obviously, in old Infamous back when Stinger was called Pantera with an H for some reason, and that was a team that actually went international, one of the first Peruvian teams that did well internationally. And something that Stinger's team likes to remind him of very often. When Biscos got eliminated from the Animajor, Hector told Stinger, he's like, so this is what you felt all this time, getting eliminated first, right? I've never experienced this, but I see, now I understand why you hated that so much. I hate this too. And there was just a big bullying session against the poor guy who got eliminated first in an international tournament, which of course happened with Axel. So great history, great rivalry, and a great match starting ahead of us. Now, panel, it's your turn to speak. I want to hear. Bowie, you've been so excited. Tell me what you're thinking.
Dude, I gotta say, Stinger's skin is actually unreal. Like, his skin is so perfect. I don't even know why I'm talking about this, but I was like, is this CGI? Is Stinger actually human? Like,
why? What about it?
I don't know.
What about the
dude.
skin?
I'm not sure if the lighting was really good or if they actually made, like, if he had makeup on, but it was weirdly too perfect. But I mean, that's awesome. Like, if he looks like that, I mean, I'm sure he's doing pretty well on Tinder or whatever app he uses.
Okay, Bowie. Thank you for that. I'm glad I opened to my panel so you can get this kind of information from you.
Yes.
Astini, anything you want to talk about that ideally is Dota and not Stinger?
Yeah, I'm not really a skincare specialist, but it's interesting to see that clash. Of course, now Stinger has the upper hand. Biscos have been doing better lately, but yeah, you need to respect Axel history. He went to TI. He was very young, so TI 7.
Yes.
He has a lot of experience since then, so they can definitely do a decent draft besides what Stinger says that he can out-draft in and so on. And I really think that draft will play a huge role here because I see the Infamous players, they play so well, but sometimes their draft doesn't fit. Like, I draft last match against them as Hokori, and there were some decisions I didn't quite understand. And hopefully they can manage to have a good draft today.
I mean, jokes aside, I think that when we look at the Biscos results recently, if you don't really follow SA too much, you're going to look at a lot of 2-0s and you're going to think, I mean, Biscos, they're owning. But when you actually watch their games, I think there's still a lot of clowniness. I mean, they are a clowny team, but I think that opens up a lot of holes for a team that is like really invested and, gets their day to actually beat them. The no-ping match that they played yesterday, obviously they won, but there were a lot of mistakes. And I think if Axel actually gets a good draft, as Astini talked about, and they play their hearts out, I'm sure this could be even a 2-0 for Infamous. Because, Biscos, they're weird. They like to play from behind, but a lot of times they make mistakes that a good team could definitely explore.
Right. So here is the crux of the issue for Infamous, though, that we've been talking about during the whole season, which is if you talk about Axel as a player, he is regarded as a really good drafter, like one of the best minds in South American Dota, but he is not regarded as the best player. Most people see it like his drafting is so good that it kind of it makes up for his shortcomings as a player, right? And that's okay. That's common for fives. It's not the rarest thing. But the problem is that now, as Astini describes it, this is the most limited team he has been in terms of drafting. Because Lumiere only plays one style. That's it. It's 4 Protect 1. And Alone arguably also only plays one style, which is his own 4 Protect 1, which clashes. And so having to deal with these two things at once in the team has led to what you're talking about, Astini, where you're like, what is this draft? Is this like it's not the kind of thing that a 5 would ideally want to do, right? It's not the kind of thing Axel would ideally want to draft. But he's adapting best he can to his team, and that's kind of been the Achilles heel for Infamous. We talked about this, Bowie, right? Where we said that the real crux for Infamous is how will Alone adapt to a more space-grading mid, now that he's with Lumiere. Do you think he has been doing a good job of progressing towards that?
I think so. When you actually look at the series that they won, it was not playing TA. It was not playing Morphling. I think he played a relatively good Void Spirit. I do feel like he is adapting. The losses that they did have were also against teams that are doing pretty well in the tournament right now. The question is, Beast Coast is the team that is doing the best. So it's definitely Infamous game to win and Beast Coast game to lose, because I do feel like Beast Coast still the favorites, even though I do think Infamous has a good shot.
Okay. Astidi?
Yeah, and even coming back to the point that you guys mentioned about Beast Coast going to 0 against everyone, that was also the case on the last DPC, but they actually lost to Infamous. That's why the tiebreaker happened. The one that you mentioned, like that they won against No Ping, and then they had to play a tiebreaker, even winning against the best team or the team that was in the first place. It's because they actually lost to Infamous. So Axel, he can definitely pull good drafts. It's not like saying about his drafting skills. Is, as you mentioned, is he allowed to draft the heroes he wants because of the player hero pool limitation? Like last match they had TA and PA, which for me seems like you're playing with two position ones, and that's where they cannot fall with the draft, especially because of the heroes that Actor has been playing lately. Like in the past, we would see him playing Wraith King, Sven, just farming, hitting his power spike and then winning the game, and now you see him with Bloodseeker almost every match. And this hero plays so fast. Like the hero is getting kills from the laning stage and he's snowballing. So if you go so greedy that you need to have a position 1 in your mid also, you're going to be punished by Beast Coast, let's say, new playstyle or their adaptation on playstyle.
Yeah. I mean, this has been the crux of Infamous forever, right? When we saw them last season, Bowie, they were the team that was changing mid player all the time. Like, what works with this team? And they had Bakas back then, so we all agreed undoubtedly he was a great carry, but they just couldn't find a good mid laner. And I think it's not like Alone is missing that. He's not a bad mid laner, but he doesn't create space. That's not his role. It's never been. And with Lumiere, I feel like it gets even worse than with Pakas, because at least Pakas was a bit more adaptable than Lumiere, personally.
I mean, I think we are putting a lot of pressure on Alone, right? Because Astini just, talked about K1 playing this more active role, even changing the way he used to play in the past. So I think it's up for the two cores to actually decide a good midterm where everyone can have enough farm, right? I don't think it's up to Alone by himself to actually do that. I think a draft needs to have balance. PATA in the same draft very rarely actually achieves that balance. But, Lumiere could also play Bloodseeker. I don't think it's a hero that is that complicated. So as long as they can find a good spot, I'm sure Alone can maybe play something a little bit greedier, as long as Lumiere is not playing a Medusa at the same time.
You think Lumiere could adapt to playing the meta that we've been seeing in other regions, where like they go for these like lane dominating faster carries of the Razor, Konkas and stuff, and that would suit Alone's playstyle a bit better?
I think you have to, right? Like if it's not working the way they're playing so far, like you can't just expect to draft the same thing over and over again, especially against Beast Coast, and get different results. You do have to be striving to be outside of your comfort zone. Unless they really feel like Lumiere is their best player, they should always give him, the highest priority farm. But then they pick TA for Alone, so like, there has to be some agreement there.
Okay. So we start out Infamous. They get rid of the Mars and the Timber Saw. What do you think of this new strategy a lot of teams are doing against Beast Coast, Bastini, where you ban Whisper?
I mean, his Timber seems like a free win to Beast Coast, so you at least you wanna try. So it's not like you're banning his pool and like reducing heroes he can pick, because he can play anything, but at least you're not giving them a free win.
So they go for the Shadow Demon.
10 seconds remaining.
Not a common start these days.
Yeah, also, I wanted to ask you, Ostini, like, do you think people are just afraid to, like, is Whisper just too good with Timber, or is Timber good enough? Why isn't people trying to get Timber themselves? Like,
I think it's a very player-specific player-hero combo. It's like Amar. Amar with Timber is just like, he can even play with Manta and win games against Secret or whatever. But you can't figure out why it's so strong, because the hero doesn't seem that strong that you can first face him.
Yeah. It's just that I've seen Sacred play Timber, and he's good at it, but it really feels like when you're against Beast Coast, you would rather, even if you have first pick, you would rather ban the hero than actually getting it for yourself. Even though Beast Coast is one of the teams that picks like an insane amount of Strength Cores. I'm pretty sure Gojira only played Strength Cores besides Dark Willow the whole of this DPC. So it's not like the hero will be useless, but anyways, they're gonna go for the Earth Spirit that he already played twice, I think.
I mean, he's always been known for the melee strength core. Gojira plays the melee strength 4s, right? Like, he just doesn't... Remember the meta where it was very popular to play the ranged 4s, and then Beast Coast was at a loss as to what they pick, because they just didn't know what to give him. Because, like I said, it's really just Dark Willow that he plays that is a bit more capable on. I'm not a big fan of when he used to play Lina 4 and stuff like that. It doesn't really suit him as much.
All right. I really like the Breaker here, because he doesn't really care about the X combo. He is flexible. We did see Beast Coast playing him as a 4 as well, but usually, at least in Europe, you see more of an offlane Spirit Breaker.
Some teams can play it mid also.
True.
And also on Beast Coast, Earth Spirit can be played mid. It's not like one of the best mids, but that's Beast Coast drafts that you can't figure out where heroes are going. So both teams with the flex.
I really feel like in this in the second phase of the draft, Invoker is going to be super contested. Maybe not because Kunkka was already picked on side of Beast Coast, even though it could be an offlaner. But Chris Luck is spamming Invoker like crazy right now, and it's one of Alone's most picked heroes as well. So I wonder if they'll risk going Invoker. It's just very easy to just put the Kunkka mid, and very rarely you see Invokers doing well against that matchup.
I like that. That's a very good point.
I think Butter is pretty bad against Invoker, because Invoker you have the D-spell, so...
I mean for Infamous themselves. Would you risk getting Invoker if Alone really loves it against a Kunkka? You know?
The Kunkka matchup seems so good, because we had also this in the King of Kings match, where Mini Invoker was led, because they had the Kunkka and they won with Kunkka. And then they were banning.
Wait, didn't
Kunkka
they win with Invoker? I think.
Yeah, I guess Kunkka won the one match. No.
I think Kunkka won that matchup, but they win the game. They won the game with Invoker. I might be wrong.
No, yeah, that was game 1, and Kunkka won. SG won.
Okay.
And then it was banned, and then they picked Invoker twice and won. So I think Infamous should worry about it a bit more.
I mean, they just don't pick the Invoker, right? If they just go for another pick, that's not the Invoker here for Alone. Like, they pick Invoker for Alone when they wanted to go like full space creation, right? But you can always go for what we were talking about, where Lumiere maybe plays a more faster carry, and then you instead give Alone something more classic that he loves playing, like even the Morphling.
It's possible. I actually wouldn't mind Morphling this game. I think actually lanes versus Kunkka pretty well.
Yeah.
If that's the direction they want to go. The only thing, like, I was actually checking his stats recently, and like his win rate in officials with TA and Morphling are so abysmal compared to everything else. Like, I'm sure he has like last year he has 12 TA games and maybe like 17% win rate or something. Like, maybe they should just stay away from that.
The reason for that, I have an explanation. It's a very clear one. You know how people always say ignore first pick win rates, right? Because like if something is being picked first, it's not representative how much they win, right?
Yeah.
It's very similar to what he was doing with Morphling and TA. It wasn't the first pick, but the idea was when they picked other things for Alone, they were thinking about the draft, and they were like, all right, Alone can play this here, this will be a good hero, whatever. When they picked Morphling and TA, they're like, what do you want to play, right? And when you ask him, what do you want to play? Like, what feels good here for you? Because what makes you excited? You messing up. That's not the way to go. That's when your draft has no ideas and no clear plan, right? So that's why the win rate is so tanked for those two heroes. They're his go-to comfort, and they're not the kind of heroes that can be played as comfort, right?
Makes sense. Now they go for the Sand King. You're pretty much just confirming that Kunkka's going to be middle. I mean, obviously there's Sand King could be middle because it's Beast Coast, but Yeah.
That's the mini thing as well.
And they go
And
Ember
Ember
here.
is his second most played hero, so you were talking about Invoker, wouldn't make so much sense, but Ember does make sense. And it's a space creator, so they can pick a
Yes.
hard carry for Lumiere, Luna. We always see him on Luna.
True. I like the Ember. You know, it's a good matchup for Skunka. Don't really die to the combo. You do suffer against the Air Spirit rotations, though. You're not like U-Scepter. It's not really an item members go anymore, so the silence with the X combo is actually pretty deadly for the Ember.
I like that. Yeah, the Orchid build on Kunkka is more popular these days as well.
True. Especially in a matchup, he's probably gonna win as Kunkka. It's not like Ember gets destroyed, but Kunkka definitely does well.
So what are we looking for carries then here for Infamous? Because they're probably gonna. I mean, it usually would pick at 8th pick.
I think when you pick the Ember, you kind of want to last pick your carry, but I don't like that because they don't have overall last pick, so it's not like they really get that much out of it.
I could see they picking something like green and making Bada 3. It's a strong lane.
Oh, okay.
Okay, they go for their off lane first.
All right, what is the chance this is a position for South America Ember Spirit?
10 seconds.
I don't like it.
I'm not saying it's good, but like that OD could have just as easily be middle, right? And it's not bad versus Kunkka.
Yeah.
Right.
So, but I mean, probably gonna be off lane OD. I just don't like Spirit Breaker for that much this game. I feel like they kind of lack the hard lockdown. Like when you have Spirit Breaker, you have this hero that's like crossing around the map. Ideally, you just want to have a stun follow up to the charge and just kill him easily. Having the Astro there, it just feels like you buy more time for the enemy to react to everything you're doing, and they have a lot of cast range on all the spells on Beast Coast. I actually think I would like the Ember 4 here just because I feel like this offlane is not going to be as strong.
I'm sold. I think you're right. I don't see the point of the OD otherwise, honestly. So I agree with you.
Huh.
Maybe
like
they
the
just
green
want
though.
strong lanes. OD has such a strong lane. If you have it on position 3, so much armor, base HP regen, base damage. So you can actually mess up with Hector's lane, and then you pick up a carry that plays fast, a Luna's Band, maybe TA, maybe Duza that you just secure the Roche and snowball.
Okay. What carries could Beast Coast pick up to deal with the OD in lane, though? Are there any, actually?
Usually illusion carries are super good, but then you have Ember to deal with that. Also, you like heroes that have stun, so you can break the combo, right? And they ban 2 heroes with stun, Wraith King, CK. There's still Sven left.
But won't Sven suffer regardless in the lane because of the... I mean, he's the typical melee hero, has to bonk creeps. You know, you just...
Yeah, like...
Yeah, I don't like Sven here because they have the SD too, right? So you have not only the Astro, but the Shadow Demon ulti for kiting. I think maybe they want a range carry on Beast Coast, but that's not very K1.
Yeah. On that sense, there's Razor.
Yeah.
Decent.
I like that.
There's Queen of Pain. Some teams have been playing this hero carry. Yeah, I mean...
Yeah.
I mean, what if they Kunkka carry and they go Quap mid?
But then you give him a freebie with a Kunkka versus OD lane, right? And then you actually
I think
allow
actually
them to
crush
rank
the
attack.
OD. I think like the Tidebringer, you don't really have that much region as offlane OD.
Okay, okay. I don't think
that
that's
Beast
true.
Coast ban, they ban Tide.
Yeah.
So
So
they think it's scary Ember maybe.
Honestly, in a normal team, I would think, yeah, it's Gyro carry, but like, because Stinger... Sorry, because Axel loves playing Gyro support.
Exactly, dude. This draft is crazy.
There's the PL,
Oh,
okay.
I like the PL.
Yeah, that's a good answer. Okay, it's gonna be a normal draft for Infamous. It's gonna be normal.
Yeah. And yeah, PL is so good against OD3, but he's against Ember in the game, right?
Yeah.
Yep. But as we mentioned, Kunkka probably wins that lane, though. Kunkka can actually go for a more anti-Ember build, like an Orchid, for example. So it's not like they might not be worried about the Ember as much as they're worried about the OD.
I kind of like both drafts, but when I look at Infamous and the fact that they're playing Radiant, I feel like they really don't get any advantage from being Radiant. Like their Roche lineup's actually pretty mediocre until Sacred has a lot of levels and he's an OD offlane, so that's gonna take a while. None of their lanes look particularly very strong. Like I don't think Whisper really needs to care that much. I don't think that Kunkka is gonna struggle, and I think that PR is fine. So overall, I feel like Beast Coast has a good draft, and all of their lanes are good. I'm gonna go in Beast Coast with this draft.
Yeah, I agree with Bowie, because the win condition here, PL just can win so well against the OD, Gyro, even against Ember. If it comes to the late game that they have Tarask, it's okay for you. So Infamous were supposed to win lanes, and I don't think they're winning lanes. Like picking ODs, like picking Viper, you must win your lane, and you do not win a lane against PL. So they had to be better armed to deal with Illusion heroes. Not only Ember, one more hero, and Gyro is not that good against Illusion. So I would go Beast Coast also.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they have SD, but we'll see how well that's gonna really work out. I do agree with Vastini.
The panel believes that Beast Coast is going to win. They look like the stronger team coming to this engagement, and now they're also saying they look like the stronger draft. Will our casters agree? Most importantly, will Lyrical agree? That's what I'm questioning as we go into game number 1 between Beast Coast and Infamous.
What the heck? Why do they care what I think? I don't know what's going to happen, Trent. What do you think?
What do I think?
Yeah.
I think that I'm really happy to watch Earth Spirit. PL is not a hero that we get to see too often, so I think it's I don't know. Beast Coast to me, I'm always very intrigued by whatever position 1 they're gonna pull out. I actually thought they might still go for the Sven, honestly, just because of like as everything Astidi was saying. But yeah, right. The Astral and the Disruption was a bit much, but like they're willing to pull out like any position 1 hero.
Yeah, no cares is definitely what it feels like. You know, it's interesting. Also, I had all of Beast Coast muted before the game started because they just keep on spamming all of their voice lines. It's just the move that they make. And unfortunately, I can't find the mute key again. So I might, we'll see if I'm distracted or not. It could be a problem.
Yeah, you have to right-click their names or something. Or no, left-click their names and unignore them.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate that.
Yeah, I got you. No, I actually couldn't even talk at the start because for some reason, much like what happened to you before, you were unmuted in my Dota. So I was getting many lyricals in my ear, but I'm good now.
I mean,
we're all
just
set.
Sounds like a bonus.
You figured it out, everybody. Don't worry. Technology has solved all your problems except for a pause at the start of a Dota game, unfortunately.
Which nothing can solve. I will let everybody know that in towards mid Affliction, which of course is Excel, we're going to be switching back and forth, probably a little bits and pieces there, as we've seen a lot of name changes. Speaking of which, a lot of name changes. Smile and Affliction went into the mid lane and did a little high five against each other, dropped some sprays down. So seeing a little bit of camaraderie mixed in with the rivalry, always what you want to have happen in these matches. But yeah, I feel like it's kind of impossible to come into this not thinking at least a little bit about the context of like Beast Coast being the best team in the region is what people tend to be thinking, at least right now, or at the very least in this game. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, it's like there's a line of suitors every time with Beast Coast. You just you wonder all right, who's got it this time? And you're looking at the next week. Are they the ones? Do they have the strength to pull it off? Can they actually take down Beast Coast? And they're just knocking them down one by one. So we'll see if Infamous are going to be added to the list of their conquests.
True enough. Jira scouting things out, thinking about a role, and then realizes, oh god, I'm not sure if this is the place I want to be anymore. Affliction gonna spot him out there in the mid lane, and everybody heads off on their own merry direction. As in towards mid, actually, right now, Affliction trying to get in there and get the Observer Ward taken out, but didn't quite happen in time. And is going to be able to get the D Ward at least on that small camp. So that's something nice for Infamous. They'll have access to it for a loan.
Step lively now. Your Admiral is on board.
Ooh.
Oh, well, definitely keep an eye on Sacred's lane, as you heard the panel discussing the idea of how OD does in lane, trying to get that way into like the mid game, and obviously we all know where you're going with your media hammer and everything. And so far, getting a little bit of pressure onto Hector. Of course, happy about that. But I will say this pairing doesn't really instill me with a lot of confidence. I don't know about you. I don't see much that you can do with like Astral Spirit Breaker.
Yeah, that is a little bit strange. I mean, obviously, charge and maybe Michael can do some pulls back behind the tower if they need to as well. Speaking of which, down bottom, there was an attempt at Gojira pulling the creep wave back behind, but Affliction XL made that move and was able to imprison him, and then creep wave just kept on going past. So nice way to stop that pull behind. They're probably hoping to get Whisper a better start on the Sand King.
Another hero that I don't know. We saw a couple bans. I know, like earlier in Eastern Europe, we saw the hero bando too. But I feel like I'm seeing more and more of Sand King, just actually reliable initiator. As I don't know, I find that he works really well when you have one of these like somewhat better scaling mids, like that also has some initiation, like the Spirit or the Kunkka in this case. So double initiation, pretty frightening if you're just out on the map right now for Infamous when you get to that mid game.
Yeah, and also a hero that can just kind of stand in front of a tower and keep it fairly without too much issue is actually down bottom. Going to get a good amount of rounds of poison out there, but Whisper will burrow strike away. Not want to get caught, and we'll be fine. I steal the big creep, too. You're making the move. But yeah, nobody really getting completely dominated at these early goings, at least. You can see that like Sand King definitely is in a little bit of a painful situation, but they've been able to make up for it a little bit with the Earth Spirit CS.
We're just we're chilling on all the lanes, I guess. We look to see if both small camps are available right now. In the mid lane, we need some stacks there. They're both getting really low, but of course, Kunkka gets to do his little TP home trick a little bit earlier than Ember Spirit does.
Absolutely. Stinger getting a little bit low up top side. And Michael nearby is actually going to try and make a go onto him, but that is not going to really amount to anything. Just trading hits again. Doppelganger used as well to ensure that doesn't take too much extra harassment out from the OD, and actually connecting out just dies. Michael gets first blood. Charge. Hector in some trouble. A couple more punches and ends up canceling the animation, and that might be enough. A chance for a turnaround here. Roll in from downtown. Oh man. And now another death potentially online, although now Sacred needs to get out of here. This is going to end up Astral to save. The damage doesn't come through in time. Michael trying to live. Oh, wasn't able to get the hit off. But meanwhile, the salve comes out, and it's going to be enough to get the kill. A double for Gojira. What a big rotation.
All right, well, at least they get some pretty big kills of their own. Unfortunately, you didn't really gain much from those kills since, you kept just chasing after, right? You didn't, secure a bunch of farm or something in the lane, and as we all know, creeps are ridiculously valuable right now. Meanwhile, you're the one who dies. Hector respawns and gets to just farm an entire wave by himself and even get a deny or two.
I mean, I guess the biggest influence of this is going to be the problems that maybe come towards Whisper if they can punish this at all. But he's actually able to stay in this one okay, not being forced off the lane yet. So actually not too bad, as we got a quick pause that comes out. So yeah, interesting stuff. I mean, definitely Gyrocopter is still the safe laner that's having the better time, as K1 was pushed and killed out of there. But I don't know, we'll see. Is there a team that you feel like is a little bit more happy with the way that this game has started, though, or where you feel like any lane that really needs to get off to a hot start?
I mean, the one that stands out is definitely the OD. I feel like so far so good. Things are kind of fine. There is still a giant wave coming in right now. So, you got up to the Ring of Health without dying for nothing. Just good, you're 1-1-1. That's pretty good. It wasn't the perfect kills that you got, but they'll work out here. So, overall, I'd say Infamous should be pretty pleased with that. I still wonder, what do we do with this first charge?
Right.
Like, what? I guess you keep pressuring Stinger. That's actually not a bad plan. There's not a whole lot he can do right now, and if you get the charge and maybe a bash or two, that should give enough time for Sacred to close the gap. So you're kind of stuck in like a catch-22 of if like maybe if you're farming too close to the tower, then Grimstroke can't do anything because you're just too threatened by that combo.
I can kind of see that. Yeah, Grim would just be kind of stuck on an island at that point.
But now they're kind of setting some angles here. As the courier will skip Michael in the trees. Couriers, okay. Oh, there you go. Oh, to the tower, Michael. No, he's not that crazy.
Not sure if you're just going a little bit robot to me or the whole thing, but it sounded a little bit. It's fine. I'm sure everything's good.
I'm sure it's fine. We'll
Charge there, ends up connecting onto the illusions, and they won't actually manage to get any courier extra damage out. Take either of them down, since it is just a poor old spear breaker. But meanwhile, on the other side of the map, you can see Gojira chasing down Affliction, as the banishment isn't going to be enough, but won't quite be able to go all the way in. And a little bit of all chat going in. You know, everybody loves that from time to time.
I think I'm still going to robot a little bit. I'm working on it.
No problem. I got this, Trent. Don't even worry a dang thing, as the boat's going to come in and tried to connect with the roll. Didn't quite come out perfectly in time together, and instead they're going to see if they can turn on to see Smile. Torrent will be there for the lift up. Good chunk of damage going back onto Michael now. Affliction still in the inners, so they've got a disruption save if they need it. And instead they're going to use it somewhat aggressively. And now Stinger runs in, trying to catch on to Michael. Looking for a kill there. Not going to be able to find all that much. So Stinger, now as Michael goes back in to charge in on them, they're going to try and find the kill on a Stinger instead. Now the roll forward. Michael dies, gets kicked out of the game. Stinger dies too. And when all said is done, it's just supports that go down, but they might find Affliction. Yeah, and the pullback now on to the Shadow Demon. He is going to actually just walk away. Wait, roll in? Round 3?
Alone's good. He saw it coming. Oh, but wait, no! He went to the camp! Whisper's
from downtown! Oh, Whisper. What a play. How many? There were like 8 heroes in that fight at 7 minutes.
We'll just keep adding them on as people are respawning too. So there was like 13 heroes mid. Something like that. Yeah.
Jeez. Alright, well that was wild. Stay down. Yeah, thank you, puppy. Showing up. Okay. So 7 kills, 7 minutes, and at least for now, in terms of the net worths, very stratified. You can see though that Gyrocopter on top, the PL, the one that's sort of been hurting the most out of all those other cores, is Gojira is going to get caught and killed. Alone, able to pick that one up. So a couple of nice plays here for Infamous are garnering them a little bit of an advantage.
Yeah, I think what's happening is that all this chaos in the mid lane is giving Sacred a better matchup, because he can just like focus on Hector as Hector, right?
Yeah.
And it's just one unit. Like, you're not that worried about the early illusions right now. He's not that strong, and so he's gotten to this Meteor Hammer relatively uncontested. Even like he's ahead of the PL, which I wouldn't have expected with these lane setups.
Definitely not. And, well, they will still have Glyph available, but you can see a lot of heroes in the area. Alone shows up. It won. Hector in some trouble and eventually going to get ran down here as the Remnant comes through. They won't find Affliction afterwards, and they also get a Meteor Hammer connection onto Gojira. Able to block that roll away, and wants to get denied out to these creeps. Doesn't look like it's going to happen, though. Well, maybe. Stomp. Oh my god, the save. Affliction might die to creeps instead. He will end up falling. Stinger also dies on the other side of the map. Just absolute devastation for poor old Beast Coast. They lose 3.
All right, so we just need like 10 minutes, and they can be down like 4K, and Beast Coast can turn it on like every game we cast, right?
Pretty much. That's been their recipe for success. Don't know if it's good that that's happening, but it seems to be happening.
It's practice.
There you go. Wild. Well, in the meantime, this triple quad stack, something like that, has been built up and is going to now get claimed with the Meteor Hammer Blast. So that is, in a way, almost as good as the freaking tower.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Stuff. Whisper, in the meantime, though, has also been able to move on into the jungle relatively uncontested. He's been definitely one of the bright spots, along with C Smile, as he is also on the Kunkka, clearing through a big old stack of Ancients now, as well as the hard camp, and trying to buy a little bit of extra time.
You know,
Yeah.
they're just kind of chilling at the moment, getting ready. And yeah, those are some big stacks.
Is under attack.
Yeah, that's a lot of gold. That's pretty wild.
They're like getting so rich. It's like 2 heroes farming half the map right now.
Yeah, that's crazy. It's 500 gold on those Ancients. Obviously, getting a diminished amount from the stacks than what it would have been previously, but it's that XP that's also super nice. I might just clean it out together here. We'll see. I mean, that's one thing, though, is that the rest of Infamous is filling in the rest of this area, and Gyro is also farming. Everybody's getting their money.
It'll be interesting when Infamous decide to go for the mid tower.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Okay.
Because, like, when do you just line up, you know? Because you kind of want to go on the earlier end, because they're not going to have, like, the blink ready on the Sand King. To actually, well, I mean, he has it now, so I guess they've kind of missed that window. But, like, that's kind of what I think about when I see the OD, right?
Ooh. Gotta be careful. Roland in some trouble. Has a self-astral here in a moment, but not going to be able to get it off in time. And Michael dies too. That was a big move. Whisper was looking for the OD and found him on the backside. And now Affliction also going to be caught down bottom. Able to get the disruption off to save a life, but Whisper's there afterwards. And this is going to be another death. So Beast Coast starting to turn up a little bit.
They just need like a slight kill disadvantage, and then they just put all the things into place there. Get the big items, the armlet on the Kunkka, the blink dagger on the Sand King, and they just go for it.
Wait,
and
is he Smile dead?
I
think he's dead. Maybe. Oh, maybe not. The bait. The boat comes through. Gonna connect onto 2. He was never dead. What were you talking about, Trent? He was fine.
I'm so sorry. How dare I?
The pro strike afterwards. Sacred gonna get ran at. 4 points in X. It's pretty good. The Torrent is there afterwards. Gonna find. And with this delay, I mean, he's still fully surrounded. This is a problem. Infamous. It was all going so well. Wait, is he living? Jira decides to roll away. Okay, they're not going for him. Never mind. In fact,
not.
Whisper might be the one that goes down instead. Meteor Hammer going to land, going to drop. What's going on?
That's a quality question. That's what that is.
Fair enough. Well, 8 to 9. And 1,000 gold separating these two teams. Do you smile now?
The rich just keep getting richer, man. Gyrocopter. So like, the ones who are having good games are having, you know, I mean, I guess Sand King is, at least for Sand King's having a fantastic game just with how much space Whisper got. But like, Kunkka's popping off, Gyro's popping off. But you would think that Kunkka should have an easier time, like, I guess, providing good help for the team. Whereas now we just know that our Gyrocopter for Lumiere is just going to get like really, really rich this game. Over the next like 5 minutes, it's going to be kind of crazy.
Yeah, he is. He's going to really take off, maybe in a similar way to what we saw in the last series, even. And I guess that's kind of the problem in this game with the PL is that, like, granted, again, like PL is definitely keeping up with him, but I wonder over the next couple of minutes if Gyro's like an item ahead, well, what happens at that point? Jira gonna be caught. And this is, I think, a kill that they're willing to give up at this point. Particularly if you're able to get out with your PL here, which looks like Hector's going to be able to. Smile. Finds one. On to Michael. Misses the Torrent afterwards, though, in another battle. Going to the mid. Oh, a great catch, though. And now a save. Disruption, double save. Okay, alone. Jumps out there. The Revenant away. Yo, the double save. Pretty good stuff.
I haven't seen. And disrupt the other for the big saves.
Nice soulbind, bruh.
And all we need to counter was 2 heroes.
No. Burrow Strike comes in towards mid. Another disruption. Sacred doesn't have any help from his team, but does have a disruption himself. God, it's so good against the Kunkka.
It's actually crazy. Like, why? Am I crazy? Why does he have 2.9 strength?
On
OD.
Yeah.
Why is he allowed to be that tanky?
It does seem a little
You know what
unfair.
Sand King's strength gain is? 2.7. Why is... Hello?
I don't know.
Sand King needs a stats update. This guy gets those.
Well, he's a piece of sand. Or a bunch of pieces of sand. I guess that, it doesn't really hold up like OD. I don't know what the hell OD is.
Off Sand
Roll. Clearly he needs it. Ooh, banishment. Are they coming in with the rest here or no? They're just messing with each other. Interesting. Well, it's still a 2,000 gold lead being nursed by Beast Coast. But they haven't really been able to sort of make use of this strong timing that Kunkka normally gets.
That is true, actually. Like, his game is going well, but it's mostly played on their side of the map right now. I mean, Beast Coast are still, they're doing fine. There's not that much pressure on them, but I do think they can just go like straight up win fights again. And yeah, that's what they're doing. They're getting fights in the river. Feeling happy about that. Really, there's just, no tower pressure this game from pretty much anyone. The best tower hitter is Meteor Hammer OD in the entire map.
Yeah. Which is interesting. Like, I guess that, again, it fits that theme of if you just kill them all, then you're going to be able to take the towers at that point. But that sort of is, I think, going to need to have the Ember online and kind of reckon people. I guess that BKB maybe will be that moment when they can just feel free to run at Beast Coast. But I don't know. We'll see if it actually works out for them or not. Kind of feels like Beast Coast are going to have their BKBs around that point too.
Yeah, and of course, OD also a hero that you often don't see the BKB on, or at least not until really late. And I look at Beast Coast's lineup, and I think that sounds like a problem. Like, they're going to be really tight with the Astrals and the Disruptions to ensure that Sacred can still play in these fights.
Well, it'll be something to watch for sure.
Dire are scanning.
As getting a couple of sentries taken out there. As Stinger, the rest of Beast Coast feeling very comfortable just sitting on their side of the map. And I mean, I guess this is the benefit of having PL in the game, right? Like, this dude's just going to be able to carry you eventually, most likely.
Unless the Ember's like that, doesn't seem to be too much issue right now.
No. Alone is the lowest of the cores at the moment.
All right, so current pacing not looking so hot for Infamous. How do we turn this around? Aghanim's on the gyrocopter. I guess it is, as you said, the BKBs, and really what they need is that Roche. But of course, that gets harder and harder when you can't take the tier 1 mid, so that creates the whole question of just like, how do you get that tier 1 mid? And as you said, you have to kill everyone. So they're going to need some smoke wraparound play coming probably from their top jungle into that mid lane once they have the BKBs, and hope they catch someone.
Right.
Just do that.
Okay, let's see if they can do it. And Beast Coast just gonna run in, and they're gonna catch people, but another save. Don't know if they have another one up their sleeve, though. Affliction looking to be dead here. Drops the ulti on Sea Smell. Are they gonna try and fight this? Like, Ember isn't even here right now. But Beast Coast, they're gonna be the ones that make the move. Run on in, take the fight, take the tower.
Yeah, it's a good move from Beast Coast because I do agree that Infamous need that BKB. I think you just can't go into this fight with alone and then die, and then Gyro's so close too. They can fight when Lumiere has BKB. They don't necessarily have to wait for alone, but I think fighting without Gyros is just a good recipe for disaster.
Yeah, I mean it's understandable, definitely. And then I guess the question is, like, are Infamous going to try and make that same move themselves once that BKB comes online, or do they look somewhere else for something?
They probably will, and then Beast Coast won't give them that move and go Roche and get caught. Things will go poorly.
Okay.
That's my prediction. I feel like Beast Coast are gonna have a very good idea of what for, because they've seen this Gyro, they know what he's doing.
Right.
So he's probably even gonna show mid with said completed BKB in a second.
Interesting move here. As again, they retreat back out, push out all the side lanes. Got a little bit of a connection though, dropping actually the freaking ulti down. Gojira finds the backline's Affliction. Able to connect onto him, but with the OD nearby, it's unlikely to turn into a real kill beyond the one that they already got onto Michael. That's going to be the extent of it. But they just bring numbers, Beast Coast. Infamous kind of getting caught out one by one.
Numbers and a lot of aggression. They're just like, it's very fast when they make their moves in there. And then look how far spread they are on the map already right now.
Yeah, they're playing really well. Very impressed. A little bit of a hiccup at the start, but things from that point forward looking solid. A charge coming in right now onto Earth Spirit. Let's hear it. Thinking about turning away, and
they're bringing everybody, dude.
Dude, if he gets out of here, oh my god, they ran right by. There's that ward that scouted him. That gave all the info in the world, realizing it's time to get out of here.
Oh, this is the play though, right? They know they want to come play in this area. They're gonna try and ward up. They'll probably smoke up. They're just gonna look at that line. Do you see that line?
Dude, they're ready.
If I know this was gonna happen 5 minutes ago, Beast Coast knew this was gonna happen 5 minutes ago. So hopefully they don't get caught.
See, Smile. He does have a BKB. Stinger right behind. Going in. Gonna get hit with that ulti. BKB, boat, ready to go if they want to use it. Whisper trying to buy a little bit of time. Oh, the Yules comes out just at the moment of the hammer drop, but still eventually is going to fall. See Smile trying to get out of there. The roll comes in, but they already have BKB out now. Trying to break it, but Meteor Hammer is going to land. C-Smile has taken so much damage and is eventually going to die. But the double buyback coming from the Sand King and the Grimstroke will secure the kill onto Sacred eventually. But a whole heck of a lot gained there by Infamous.
Well, the play worked out. Nicely done. Oh, still a little bit more though here. Oh, no, never mind.
Run away. Whisper's looking. It looks like he's going to be okay, though. Maybe, maybe not. Okay, there's the Yule Scepter. And round two. Looking for it. Yeah, they got him. Easy peasy.
Maybe he can still get out.
Oh, God. If you're charging on Spirit Breaker and the Phantom gets to you, can you cancel your charge or no?
Yeah, because you can just walk out of it, right?
Oh, yeah, that's a good call. Okay.
I can see why you'd ask that, because, yeah, I had to think about it for a second.
Because I don't play Spirit Breaker, is that why?
You should.
No, I should.
Fun hero.
Problem is, he's not an Ag's Labyrinth. The issue.
It's a shame.
No. 12-16. 4K gold lead, but smoke up round two. Now, while they did manage to take a decent fight, Infamous, they couldn't get the tower.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
We're just Electric 2 Boogaloo here. I don't know. We're just doing it again.
Yeah.
Same plan.
Goodness
They have a good ward ready here from Affliction. Gotta find that nice spot. You want to go Excel.
Oh my god, are they Roshing? Dude, this is wild. This is so wild.
Exactly
What are you guys doing? Oh, but disruption. Okay, Whisper now runs in. Sacred, a little bit of trouble, has the self-astral. Gotta back out, gotta get out of there. The jump forward, Stinger's already dead. See Smile, they're kiting him away. Luminaire actually living for a moment, but Hector right on the case, and eventually will find that kill onto the gyrocopter, but not nearly enough damage. C-Smile, Armo toggling for all he's worth. It was almost enough there. They do kill off C-Smile finally. So a 2 for 2 so far as Affliction tries to TP out and will be able to, but a triple kill for Alone. And wow, now the Burrow Strike back from Whisper. I don't know if they have the resources for this. Alone, trying to retreat away. Whisper does eventually die. And somehow, some way, the most ill-advised Rosh attempt ends up working out for him. They take down 4. K1, the only one left alive. And is he going to be for now? Yeah? I think he's still going to live. And in fact, he might kill them all if they're not careful.
Oh, that's another disruption, though, and he already doubled.
This is pretty good. Got illusions of their own. Hector hitting Hector. Affliction trying to take him down. Oh, the doppelganger, he gets up to the high ground. He didn't get hit by that charging turrets. He goes in. This man's insane. But eventually, he too will fall. Everybody from Beast Coast dies, but they didn't get Roche, Trent. They didn't get the tower, Trent. They might lose their lives, but they're not losing objectives.
They got a lot of XP.
Yeah.
About 2,700. Oh my god. Did you see how much gold Ember got?
Yeah, that was crazy.
He has 1,700 gold?
Yeah.
What?
Okay. I mean, he was there for all the kills.
He was there. And then he was there again. Oh my god. I mean, he earned it, to be fair. You take the damage that he did was just absurd through that.
Yeah. Ooh, Remnant. Stinger. It's brought down. All right. Alone. He's on one. He's feeling himself now. You guys messed up. Pissed him off. Yeah.
How did that go so well for them with Gyro dying so early? I guess just alone is the answer.
Yeah. Pretty much. I want to check out, like, I don't know, later on how much damage he ended up doing in that fight.
Yeah, I'm curious how much his shard did.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's interesting too, right? Because like, we sort of talked, and the panel talked about the strength of this heart that K1 is going to get, and how like, you know, eventually it becomes really hard to deal with it. But if you're actually getting a super armed Ember, and with this shard, it might be a cool answer to it.
Radiant are scanning.
Just keep trying to burn him down.
Yeah. The poor man's radiance.
You know, Michael's actually honing in on us here. He's not that far away.
Whoa.
100 gold.
That
won't help.
Get off. No. Went in a bit too deep on that guy, and is going to get punished. Wait. SD, ulti? And the runaway? The Jira going in? And the rest of Infamous backs out again. 18 to 20. What a weird one. You were 1,500 away from the Ags.
He got knocked out a couple there, you know.
I meant for alone, yeah.
Oh,
Sorry.
yeah, no, I see that now. I got you.
I don't know, Trent. Like, is PL still the be-all, end-all in this game?
He most likely is. I think so. I don't know. They still have so much control for this Ember. Even with the BKB, there's still things that could match like a soul bind or something. So I'm kind of worried.
It looks like he also got a Cloak of Flames. So another way to deal just this AoE sort of chip slow
right?
burn damage.
Yeah, the remnants are 600 or what is it? Yeah, 600 AoE, and the cloak is 375 radiant. Oh, okay, a radius. So the cloak's actually bigger, but they both do 45 damage. Wow, that's actually kind of crazy. So he's doing 90 AoE damage if he has a remnant down.
Roll in. They find Affliction. Gonna try and do a little bit more, beating into him slowly but steadily with Sacred. They only have one save now, and it's mostly been used. They bring it down. That OD. What a combo. Easy peasy. And now the charge comes through. They want to get one kill. Michael will manage to claim that finish on the Gojira, and then eventually will be killed as well. The final tally is 3 for 1, and Beast Coast, those are the type of wins that they want.
Lumiere can just like farm up as fast as possible in the neutrals and just be like, yeah, maybe I need a little bit more of this, less fighting team. You kind of feel like there's humps when you play Gyro. I find a lot of the time, right? Like you get this item and it feels like really sick, especially like the Ags BKB. But then that next item, like I mean, look how long he's been farming this. But once he gets there and he's over that hump, it's gonna feel really good.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that you know, it's still very much is you know, he's on par with the PL's farm. And yeah, God, if they get this Aegis though, the Remnant's already out. They're ready. Thinking about going. Chains down. Burrow Strike afterwards. Wants to go onto Roche. Has to be careful. Leashed up. But it's to an Illusion. The Illusion's going to die first. That keeps Alone separate. Very nicely played. And this is going to be a dead afterwards. Grimstroke. Stinger potentially going to go down. The charge comes through onto 3. What a play. On the other side, Roche is still alive here. The boat comes in. It's down so low. Lumiere wants to get it, but no. C-Smile able to sneak that one away. Completely dodges. Oh, the ulti from OD didn't hit anything. C-Smile slowly but steadily getting brought down lower and lower, but it's not going to be enough. The Shadow Demon illusions weren't able to kill him off in time. Everybody is so low, but not dead.
It's actually insane watching these Shadow Demon illusions. They're doing so much work in these fights.
Yeah, they're crazy. If you can get that disruption off on him, so worth. And the other thing, too, is like against Kunkka in particular. You burn this dude's mana, he's done.
Yeah, there's really not a whole lot left at that point, is there? Just hoping to swing a couple tiebreakers in there. But, man, that starting play to send in the disruption, Gyro, bait the Soulbind out. Ridiculous. If they don't do that, that fight's a disaster.
Yeah. Am I crazy for wanting to see Alone get a Radiance? Am I nuts?
Oh, it's logical. Just go all in. Put those spider leg cloak back out.
Let's see it. I want to go. Oh.
I mean, they
nonetheless,
already got the butterfly, right? So if PL doesn't get an MKB after Radiance, he'll just never hit Gyro.
That's a good point. Yeah, actually. Although, yeah, it's interesting as Silence Alone. All right, he pops the BKB now, realizing he has to. The rest of the team is very far away, and he's going to be forced to Remnant out back home. Poor old Affliction taking a ton of damage, like the PLs of old, just dying to illusions. Jeez. Yeah, Beast Coast really feel like they're online now. Been some huge wins.
Alone does have, his Aghanim Scepter, though. It's pretty scary. Maybe he can just help get Gyro to a couple more items. It's also very tough for them to initiate just because of the BKB and the double Astral. And it's pretty hard to start these fights for Beast Coast. But as you said, if the fight just gets going and Hector's there, that's the problem.
Right. Charge. Got eyes. Stinger's a good one to get right at the start. Ulti. Bunch of remnants in. Actually misses on him, though. Then the extra damage. And there's the Soulbind that they wanted. But do they have the follow-up? Can they catch anybody at all afterwards? Hector trying to chase down one. Affliction just going to TP out. Does get brought down. On the other side, Gojira and Michael both going to fall. Lone chasing down C-Smile. I mean, they're doing a great job playing against this Kunkka here. But a great taunt afterwards, and then the Burrow Strike, but they do manage to save one. Alone saved afterwards on absolutely no HP, but slowly and steadily, they're all the rest of them dying. Hector showed up, and the fight was over.
Yeah, I don't know if he was saved or just a platter. Eviscerated right after. Yeah, Alone able to get out at the very least after starting that fight in the middle of a Soulbind with no BKB available, by the way. It was still on cooldown for like 5 seconds when that happened, so that was pretty frightening. And that's picking a big one for themselves.
It's huge. Still a minute and a half left on this Aegis, but I mean, Hector doesn't need one necessarily. With this Linken's and the Heart, and now having like Basher done, this is looking so difficult to deal with. And dead for 50 seconds on this Gyrocopter. In the end,
Sanitys for 70 as well. So those big take-out spells are not here right now.
What a weird game, honestly. Like, I don't even know how the panel is going to analyze whatever ends up happening at the end of this, because this was a bizarre one.
In terms of like how the game flowed, or how it went 100-0, just kind of
Pretty
instantly.
much. Yeah.
Say be like that sometimes, it seems.
Fair enough. Well, in the meantime, it is a full set of racks dead. Tier 3 tower very close to going down on the top side.
Smoke up here. This is their play. Try and get back into the game. Again, these fights are still winnable, honestly, because they just have so much removal that if you outplay, you can still do this at this deficit.
Oh my god. They just jump in and they found him right away. Silence. Chase down. There's the catch. Abyssal is out. And now going to get bashed. There's nowhere left to go. They're killing them all off one by one by one. No buybacks. Surely this is going to be it. As, yeah, they just keep going in on him. And a tough sight to see, but for Beast Coast, what they were expecting. Absolutely slaying right here.
Yeah, alone 13-1-8, watching his racks fall. It's a painful sight.
Yeah. Oh man, that really does hurt, doesn't it?
Yeah. He played really well, but unfortunately, it's a team game in the end. Yeah, you do need your allies. As, you know, I'm sure you guys all love the allies that you all get all the time. But we require them, and his allies, particularly his support. We talked a lot about like the disrupted PL illusions, and they a lot of that. Unfortunately, it's pretty hard for Affliction to really do much. Like I can't really recall many sweet demonic purges this game because he just can't get close enough to do anything else in the fights before he just gets ganked by these. I mean, look at.
Yeah, this is a sad.
He's in his well.
Shadow Demon, and I think he is dead. Gonna disrupt himself to no avail. Mega dead. There, Mega creeps. On the other side, Michael trying to salvage something here alone. BKB, TP home. OD is dead also. Nowhere is safe. Nobody is safe. Michael goes for the charge through onto C Smile, who's just gonna TP out. The BKB going. Root up for the moment onto PL. Another charge coming, but they get the Yule Scepter lift up, and now Burrow Strike afterwards. Michael trying to get away. Status resistance is still very good.
Alone wants to get in.
Yeah, they're going in. Poor old Michael. Lone gets more kill. Pad the stats. 15-1. Can you make it 16? Doesn't look like it yet. Stinger. They give him the tip. Thanks for killing me, buddy.
That's what he's doing.
Oh man, unbelievable.
Thoughts here, Infamous? You guys, they're going for this apparently. I mean, they have Gyro, they have Ember, they certainly have the mega creep heroes. There's no doubt about that. Sometimes you get to this stage and you're just like, they don't have the heroes for it. It can't be done. But they do have the heroes. You know, they have Astrals, they have disruptions again. You can outplay. Removing fight. 4 seconds is a pretty insane thing in the late game. It doesn't really matter what your net worth deficit is. 4 seconds is a really long on big team fights. And to be able to do that twice, and then plus for another, 2.75 after, pretty nuts.
Yeah.
So if you just remove Kunkka, there goes the lead.
I like it.
Yeah, simple.
Well, what if they remove Gyro, Trent? What happens then?
Then bigger.
Affliction trying to get out will be not able to. And so they're going to lose the SD, and Alone could kick away. Gojira has the Aghanims and was able to get a little bit of separation there.
Very classy.
They can remove people too now.
Oh, that's a good point. They've copied their strategy here with the Infinite Remnant.
You know,
dodge ulti with it.
Ooh, that could be pretty cool. Hector says, I've had enough. My Kunkka's on the other side of the map, but I don't want to play anymore. Luminaire gonna get caught. Burrow Strike is there, and down low, Luminaire, BKB, Satanic, living, trying to live at the very least, still taking a ton. That Shiva's guard, Medusing so much, and well, 90 seconds, no gyrocopter, can alone do it all alone at this point. He's out of the base right now, trying to cut waves, but they're in onto the tier 4 towers, and GG is called. East Coast able to take it.
Yeah, they were actually just getting crushed at the end there. The MKB came through right at the end of that too. The Courier just delivering the amplified difference it made on Lumiere, and yeah, that certainly cemented it. But obviously, it was over long than Beast Coast. Fantastic match here, and Infamous. Some good things to look at for sure in the early game, but not enough versus the Kings of the region.
How it goes sometimes. And I think that, a lot to break down. I'm looking forward to hear what the panel has to say. So we'll send it right back over to them and break down all the action right about now.
You muted, Alvo?
Apologies. I had to unmute myself on VMix too. So a wonderful game that we just witnessed, wonderful cast as well. But we saw pretty one-sided towards Beast Coast for the big portions of the game. I think there were small moments where we saw Infamous actually taking a lead or even them having good chances. But especially as the game progressed towards the end, it was very Beast Coast favored. Was that a product, do you think, of the plays that happened during the game, or was that just the nature of that draft?
I really feel like the only way that they could have done differently this game is actually contested the stacks that Beast Coast did. I think from minute 10 to minute 19, the mid-tier 1 was up, even though they were ahead in kills, ahead in net worth. But their heroes are so bad at actually taking any tower, especially if you're against the Sand King. So the fact that they tried to trade farm instead of actually contesting the Kanka, it didn't really matter that the OD won the lane at the end, because if this game goes late, we know that the PL, it was clear, this PL is just unstoppable with the heroes that they had inside of Infamous.
Yeah. I mean, the lane was really good for them, though, to be honest. I was very surprised by that. They played that lane really well, but I guess your point is very true. They just couldn't really capitalize on that momentum.
Yeah.
Would you agree with that, Astini? Do you think there's some points in execution they could polish?
Yeah, the team fight that we are just seeing on the replay, I guess they should have won the team fight, because it was it's the one that was a butterfly, or no, that's the first Roche. But they had a Roche with the butterfly on Gyro that they were supposed to win. But seems like Beast Coast, they just use buyback so well. They are always prepared, they know the time that the team fight's gonna pop up, and every hero is gonna have a buyback. No, that's the earlier Roche. Later we'll see the one I mentioned, but they just use buybacks so well. I'm so impressed on how this team can make fights that look like it's going really bad to turn around the other way because of buybacks.
Yeah, there are definitely a couple of times where the buybacks were really clutch. I think the problem is in the last Roshan, they were in such a hard position where Kanka actually has the Aegis, and they go after the Kanka because they know they cannot kill the PL, because he's super, not only he's hard to kill, but he's slippery. So they use a lot of resources going up the ramp on the Dire side. They don't kill the Kanka, and then they pretty much get wiped. So it's just, I think this is a game they had to play much faster, but they didn't have the heroes to do. I think even if they play the team fights better than Beast Coast, it's still actually winning the game is much harder, because the high ground on Beast Coast is really good. They had all of their tier 2s. Even if they win that fight, that was just the beginning for them to start winning the game.
Yeah, they were trying to kill every hero, isolate the PL, then they can kill the PL if it's 5 against 1. And they were managing to do it. They killed 3 heroes, but then the buybacks happened. But in order for that to not happen, they should have taken the tier 2 tower down, taken the outpost, then they would be ready to take that Roche fight. And they didn't even manage to take a tier 2 down to get the outpost. And it's a bit on the lack of siege damage on the draft. Like both drafts didn't have that much siege damage as the casters mentioned. But I think they were able to, with the OD, with SD covering OD, he could have gotten that tower, which would have made the game easier, or not easier, but a possible win there for them.
Well, that guy's. I think we're going to take a small break because I'm going to ask you afterwards what you think should be improved. But we have a game number 2 coming up soon. And to separate the post and pre-game draft panel, we'll take a little 2-minute break and come back with some more thoughts on this Infamous vs. Beast Coast matchup. See you guys then. Hello and welcome. So excited to be on this panel once again. Astini Bowie. Last panel, I didn't get to ask you the important questions, and the important questions is what does Infamous need to change? I'm gonna ask the coach here, Astini. You're Infamous coach right now, right? Let's role play for a second. They're Hokori here. What are you telling them? What do they need to do for game 2?
They don't need to change. The lobby admin will change for them. They will have second pick. And when you have second pick, you can pick the win condition afterwards. You can see the hero actor is gonna have, and you pick a hero for Lumiere that counters the hero. I guess that was the issue. Because Alon did amazing on opening space for him, but he wasn't able to carry because the matchup wasn't good at all for him. So they should be excited to have a second pick now and get this, let's say, draft advantage. At least I think so, on the matchups.
Bowie, are you a believer in second pick?
I do feel like, at the end of the day, that their draft in the first game was, as Astini said, a second pick draft, because like you really want to pick that carry and actually have an advantage. So hopefully they draft the same way instead of changing things up too much. But it was a good showing overall. I think they did better in the lanes than I thought they would. A couple of I think they did chase a little bit too much a couple of times, but Gojira is like so good at it. Like it feels like against any team, even against that no-ping game, you see Gojira just like dragging 3 players around the map for no reason. So ideally, if they focus a little bit more on their objectives, don't get too distracted with the craziness that Beast Coast throws at them, we could go to game 3 maybe.
I think Gojira gets some sick sort of pleasure out of doing that every single game.
Dude.
You watch people make space, and then you watch him make space, and somehow it's like he plays Dota in a different way. His Dota game is, how far can I push this without dying, right? What's funniest is that Gojira, in case people don't know, in pubs he does not play 4 most of the time. He actually plays carry in pubs, or even mid sometimes. And actually, when he came into competitive, when he was called Schofield before, he came in as a carry. He was like the prodigy carry, 16-year-old, like, oh my god, this guy's so good. He bombed, and then he swapped into mid, bombed, swapped into 3, bombed, and then at 4, he just found his place. So, this guy is unique. That's all we can say about him.
Sure. Also, if ideally, I think that the double save idea is cool. We definitely saw it working really well against the Kanka, but I felt like they were lacking a little bit of disable. Like if in a lot of team fights, I felt like if they just had a proper stun, not only the top lane could be even better, because I feel like charge into another stun is usually much better than Astro. So maybe scrap that OD idea off, or just play it as an actual mid hero and just make it scale a little bit more. I do feel like it's okay. It's popular to run the OD off lane. It's not bad, but I just don't like it with the Spirit Breaker and the SD at the same time. I feel like those 3 ideas kind of don't work together.
So did you think that? But the lane worked well for them, right? So would you be okay with like ODSB with something else as opposed to the Shadow Demon, or would you want to change that altogether?
I think the problem is that offlaners ideally want to either be able to posture and defend towers, and or force towers. And I think maybe the Sand King was the problem there, but they really struggled to get a tier 2 tower the whole game, even though they played from ahead in the first 20 minutes. So I really felt like their siege lacked, like, not only they didn't have a lot of stuns, but like the problem of SD is he does a lot of things, none of them really, really well. And so if you don't have like a hero that really pushes well or defends towers well, it feels like you have a lot of everything, but you don't really focus on like a single strategy.
Yeah,
I don't know how well.
To add on Bowie's thoughts, I think like it's okay that you go with 2 covers, but you need to be covering something, and that something needs to be a hero that hits Roche really fast and that hits tower. And that was not the case for the Gyro. If they had TA, maybe Duza, because you're covering a hero that's just farming, but you're not hitting towers, not hitting Roche. So what's the point in covering that hero? So maybe a little a carry that plays a bit faster, that's what they needed, because they were doing first pick Radiant. That's what Bowie mentioned when we went for the game. He said, okay, it doesn't look like a Radiant draft. So they needed more a Radiant draft on that game. And I hope they don't fall in that trap that they think they need to change everything, because pick and side is going to change. So very likely they're going to be second pick, Dire, and then they might be able to pull that off. So it's about what Avo had on the interview with Pandabu, where you guys talk about mental, and like it's a thing that you should stay confident. You shouldn't change your play style because you lost game one. You should know, okay, the draft wasn't really made for the side of the map we were playing.
So my question to that would be though, do you think that was like a one moment mistake from Infamous, as in like they had an issue that they messed up and they didn't really consider the first pick as much, or do you think it's more that the nature of the team is better suited to second pick? Like this is a team that will struggle on the first pick draft.
I really
Feels
feel like
they're second pick.
Wait, sorry. Let me ask Astini first, because and then you could ask Chloe afterwards. Sorry.
Okay, I think it's they're good at second pick. Bowie, what are your thoughts?
I think they got
what a save.
I think they got baited by the Kanka. I think they really wanted to have answers for the Kanka, and so like the OD and SD, they are obviously they first picked the SD, so maybe that's something that they wanted regardless. But the OD follow-up to that might have been a problem. So then you pick that OD, and then they went Ember, I think, or it was Ember OD. And I think those two heroes, maybe they intended to have some sort of carry mid-flex to off-lane mid-flex, but I don't think those flexes were really good for first pick. I think it's more of just like drafting is really hard, and sometimes I'm flexing, so it's fine. But at the end of the day, it didn't work as well as they thought it would. I think they kind of drafted themselves into a corner.
It's funny you say that, because the two captains in these teams, both Axel and Stinger, are well known for flexing themselves into a corner, as you mentioned, where they like draft 3-4 flex heroes, or to them it's flex, and then halfway through the draft you go, oh my god, oh no, they all flex into different positions. This does not work out though. Our Ursa is 4 now. Oh no, what do we do? And this happens so much to Beast Coast, and this also happens to Infamous as well. So maybe it's a good example. I mean, look, in the draft when you were telling me that Ember 4 is a good idea, right? And I'm like, yeah, Bo, you're totally right. That's how you know maybe the draft is not going the ideal way, right?
I mean, even when they last picked the Gyro, like, this could be Gyro 5.
Right.
So, like, even at the end of the draft, we're not entirely sure what that draft was supposed to be. And even still, I think it worked out much better than I gave them credit for.
Yeah, and you can flex pick, but if there's a hero that counters all those heroes, then your draft didn't work so well. And that's usually heroes with units. So you might have a cheese, Lycan pick, Meeple pick, or PL pick, and that's what was the PL, because the Ember wasn't enough. So you should take care if you have so many flex picks that there isn't one hero that counters them all, because then you make their life easier.
Yeah, or like maybe summarizing what Astini said, like at the end of the day, whoever has less pick and can pick that hero that counters it all has I think flexes have much more value as a second pick, just because you have the last word in what's gonna happen, Whereas if you have first pick, sure you can flex a lot, but as long as there's a hero that still solves everything for the other team, it doesn't really matter that you're gonna play Gyro 5 and carry Shadow Demon, But here we go. They go for the Snapfire. I think it was banned first phase in the last game.
5 seconds remaining.
And some counters to Snapfire, Clock, Rubik, heroes could work here. Clock, okay.
Okay. So that's an Axel hero, I'm assuming. Usually it's on the 5 when they play the Clock. And this is something we haven't seen in a while. The Hoodwink coming back. It was a hero that SA actually was one of the first regions to use effectively, with Michael and Matthew standing out on the Hoodwink. What do you guys think of this hero now?
10 seconds remaining.
I think it's still pretty good. In Europe or SEA, you have more flexes because you still see people actually running in mid. Oh, and the Invoker. All right. so they don't ban in first phase, and Sismayo gets it. Now,
You were saying he was
and
practicing it, right?
Yeah, he has like 8 games, 90% win rate with Invoker right now in clubs this week, and I'm pretty sure they're gonna ban Kunkka. So that is something that I thought. I mean, that's something that Biscos did. They actually first phased the Kunkka when Infamous had first pick, because usually you can fourth pick the Invoker and ban the counters. Infamous didn't do that, so they give the Invoker away, and I already feel like that is a huge problem for them, because I mean, it's Chris Luck, you know. He's really good with Invoker, and all of the answers are going to be banned.
I'm very curious to see if Alon can pull the Nature's Prophet again. He won against 4DR's Invoker on the last DPC, and at least in Brazil, he got very famous because it's really hard to see 4DR losing lanes. And it's a good matchup, but we don't see that hero being played on mid lane anymore, so I'll be interested to see that hero.
That's true. I think NP definitely got a little bit of nerfs compared to that era, but it's still, it can still be a super good core.
It was like the old Brood era, right? Anything with units, Invoker struggles with in lane. The problem is Brood is also garbage and not very good in mid lane right now.
I mean, they did buff the selection of the Spiderlings, right? So
that's true. I mean,
At
I don't
least
know if
there's
they
that.
buffed that or they just were like, please, no more tweets about this. No, please, let's not get into hot water this early in the DPC.
Exactly.
I wonder. So Infamous this time, second pick draft. How do you utilize this? Is this a carry last pick here to just enable Lumiere as much as possible? Is that the plan?
Yeah, you already see the Invoker on the side of Bisco, so you don't
you mid-
have to last pick your mid. They're probably
Right.
gonna second phase it.
Yeah, they just need to take care with the bans because they're making a really good Wraith King game for Hector. I don't know, with the Beast ban. I'm just thinking further, sorry, with Alacrity and so on. Because Void is not a good ban. I remove what I said. I take back my analysis. Can I do that?
Yes, you
Can
can.
you guys
You're
allow
allowed.
me?
You have one take back per panel. Don't worry.
Okay, thanks guys. It's a terrible Wraith King game.
What is that Queen of Pain pick though? How is that matchup against Invoker, Bowie?
It's pretty good. I mean, usually after they nerf the Cold Snap stun duration, you can blink out of the Cold Snap, Tornado, Cold Snap PMP combo up to like Invoker being level 20 or something. So in that aspect, you're good. But I feel like Invoker, the problem is not really beating Invoker in lane, because even though Quap does well, she doesn't really beat Invoker, and Invoker doesn't care because he just scales. Or even if you play Quaswax, you can scale going Midas afterwards. Infamous, from what we saw, I don't feel like they're going to be able to end this game really early. And Invoker just becomes one of the best late game heroes. Like, even if you don't have your carry having the win condition or having the carry matchup against Infamous, Invoker might be the strongest hero in the game regardless, just because of the nature of how Invoker works. So that's very scary. I don't really like the way that they just allowed Sismayo to have Invoker, considering they are one game behind already.
Yeah, and Biscos with the Disruptor, they have a good Roche fight, Invoker with Alacrity, and Snapfire with the minus armor. They just need now the Aegis carry. And Bowie mentioned they have an amazing late game, but they can also play it very early and snowball.
And there's a lane that is running popularly, the off-lane Snapfire with Spiritbreaker 4.
It's really, really strong. You could have Sun Strikes depending on the build that Sismayo decides to go for. Regardless, they have a lot of early game momentum, and the Disruptor is a hard counter to Quap, so it's either going to be a game you're forced to go early BKB, which is not ideal because the Quaps nowadays, they're all about the Kaya Sanj with Shard. That's not really a good game for that. But I do like this Legion. I think it's a good response to the Spirit Breaker combos. You do have some lockdown for the Invoker.
Yeah, I just don't see the Legion winning duels. So it's like this cover Legion, and it needs a hard carry that really can carry the game, that you can cover and take towers. And they're taking all out. There's Luna out, Duz out, maybe TA also. and then there won't be many options for Infamous.
10 seconds remaining.
Mm-hmm.
So
They actually take the Piao, okay.
Right.
Do they want the gyro themselves?
The
Oh,
Wraith
they even
King
banned the
there.
Wraith King. Ah, maybe you weren't so wrong about it, STD, but you took it back, so it's too late.
yeah.
What can you still? So it seems like they just protected the lane for Legion though, because they get rid of Troll, they get rid of Wraith King. That actually secures a pretty decent lane for her.
10 seconds remaining.
What heroes do you have left? Because against Disruptor, you're already winning that matchup easily. So
5 seconds remaining.
So you want something basic here for Beast Coast. Yeah,
No, the gyro.
you don't really
called
want to.
it.
Yeah.
Hold on. Immediate Morphling pick though.
All right. This looking
yeah.
pretty good. I really like the Morphling versus Gyrocopter matchup. Obviously, gonna be able to get the flight cannon for yourself. You have the mobility to get on top of the Snapfire. You can destroy the Disruptor. I think this is a better draft overall from Infamous. I think this is a second pick draft as well.
Good job.
I really like
Stevie?
it. It's a sick Morphling game. I really can see them winning this game if Lumiere has a great game, as he had on the Gyro, but the hero couldn't carry.
Yeah.
And now I can see him doing that on Morphling, not only good against Gyro, but also super good against Spirit Breaker. You can take the Bulldoze, you're gonna have 70% status resistance, and
Seconds remaining.
having that on Morphling just make you unkillable. So I really can see Lumiere carrying that game, but they need to not allow Beast Coast to snowball. That's their challenge here.
I want to say I really like that they did the lane swap for them. The Disruptor will go 4 on Gojira, and then Stingray playing the Spirit Breaker here, changing their usual lanes because Disruptor just sucks against Legion. The press attack makes him useless in lane. So that's going to maybe help them with the momentum. We hear our Steenie stats. Bowie, I want to hear, do you think this could be a game for Infamous?
Oh, for sure. I think this is a much better draft than game 1 for a lot of different reasons. But it's not like the Beast Coast draft is bad by any means. I think like they, unlike what Infamous did in their first game, they actually have a really good Radiant draft. They can Roche anytime they want. And they will also scale a lot. If Chris Luck actually gets a good early game, he can just solo carry. Because, you know, having that Cataclysm versus Morphling, you just need one stun and the Cataclysm, like, Morphling's dead. So we'll see what happens, but this is looking good.
It's looking good for Infamous. We might get a game 3, but for that, we're going to have to wait and see to see what happens in the game. And for that, we also have to listen to the wonderful commentary of Lyrical and Trent that will guide us through this wonderful experience of Beast Coast Infamous game number 2.
That's right. I'm going to guide you. Not you, Trent. We're going to guide them together.
Okay.
Happen. You ready?
I'm ready to hopefully improve the wonderful listening cast of listening of this cast. That's what I'm looking for. I think we're
You're
all
on a
good
great
now.
start. You're nailing
Dude,
it.
my bad, y'all. I've now lost my mouse so that I can plug in my phone to hotspot. So I'm currently touchpad casting. There's a snowstorm, guys. I'm trying, all right? I'm so sorry.
Listen, blame Canada. That's the real thing that everybody just needs to know. We're going to get him back for realsies on the second half of this one, but for now, at least, it's still going to be a wonderful cast. This is what we go through to bring you the highest quality Dota 2 that can possibly exist in the world. God damn. Happening.
All right. We're good. We're gonna survive. I'm gonna make it through, guys.
Well, you know who else is going to make it through?
Grabbing the mouse and it doesn't do anything.
You know who else is going to be making it through is potentially Beast Coast if they can close this one out. 2 games if they can make it work off the back of this K1 gyrocopter. But that Morphlast pick was scary, and well, Stinger already in some trouble. They get caught there in a bushwhack, a couple little rundowns, and in the end, it's Michael that actually picks up the kill. Okay,
He seemed to know, didn't he? The way he was moving there.
a little bit.
So yeah, I think they're up there.
It was a nice play there. But yeah, what do you think though about the Morphling? Like a classic answer for the gyro.
Oh, it's true. That part's actually very frightening. It's I mean, you rarely get to see it because it so often gets banned out. If anyone ever goes for the gyro or the TB, even you'll see the Morphling removed. So certainly looking forward to that. I think they also have another good counter pick in the Clockwork 2 versus the Snapfire. So they did well. during the drafting phase. This one for sure.
That'd be nice. And hopefully can make some solid rotations and plays there as a little bit of danger there for Gojira. The Disruptor already getting a good chunk of damage out, and well, or rather the clockwork onto the Disruptor is what I should say. But yeah, an interesting little lane that they've got set up top where it's going to be the Snapfire and the Disruptor playing together.
Yeah, which at least to me makes that. I mean, the clock feels a little bit better in some ways since it's like a core snap and just countering the support. But on the other hand, you could say like, well, now you're more likely to get that that counter tool like the force staff or something.
Right. Totally. Yeah, or potentially later on down the line. You know, it'd be really hyped to see. That I would love
if you could eat enemies with the Agnums and then just spit them away from you. That would be hype.
That too, but I was thinking an Aghanim.
That should be 25 talent.
Nice. Ooh, Cookie. Oh, Luminaire goes down. Oh my god, all the damage in the world. And Affliction wasn't able to save his carry. Going on the Disruptor instead.
That was just a no respect moment there, I feel like, for the level 2 bursts of the snap.
Yeah. Meanwhile, bottom, Sacred taking a ton of damage. And going to have to back out of there afterwards. Very interesting the way these lanes are set up right now.
Sorry, let me just lean into my trackpad here.
Oh, you're good. Don't worry about it. Speaking of trackpads,
awesome.
Affliction on the Clockwork is gonna actually take a nice chunk of damage. He might be dead. Cookie comes through, right click, done. Dude, Beast Coast are owning up top.
That is a serious problem. They're trying to put counter pressure bottom, and K1 just like puts on the flat can and starts beating them back. You can't bully me the way you're bullying them up top there. Singer's doing everything he can as well to hold them back.
Getting good CS so far on this gyro, and oh, I like this too. It's the TP back by Stinger to regen back up to full and maybe even pick up some items.
They got a lot of damage on the Hector for that though. I don't know if they saw him do it or what, but they definitely had a good read on what was going on there.
Gojira has to head back home too.
You know, I have a fun fact about Mr. Chris Smile here, Mr. C Smile.
What's that?
He has more Broodmother games professionally than Invoker.
Really?
As a mid player. That's pretty
Wow.
shocking. Because, I mean, he's not an Invoker player. He's not one of the guys I think of when I think of Invoker, for sure.
Yeah. Well, and I think that, he is known for his range, definitely, in terms of heroes. But yeah, it's interesting. I feel like he should be pretty good in this game, though. Don't you like the pick for this one?
Oh, yeah, I think the pick's good. Just I guess we're really at that point where Invoker's that good is I sort of what it says to me. Like they picked it several times this season. They're getting more into it, so they believe in the hero. Obviously, he's grinded enough in pubs, according to his Dota Plus too. So should have a pretty good time this game. Lots of good like setup moments. I feel like between like the Clockwork with the cogs and the duel where there's these stationary things taking place, and Invoker loves that, right? Because he's gonna have Sunstrikes and Tornadoes.
Totally. Sunstrike's obviously coming much later on, but still, it will be a nice time.
yeah.
Alone over here next to C Smile, trading hits, getting lower and lower over in the mid lane. And do they have enough? More mana, more right clicks, in some trouble, has a stick charge, and is just going to live through it. No points yet into Glimpse. And the run through with the charge. They get the catch, and Alone wants to find something here. Bottle? Oh, trying to live, not going to happen.
That would be amazing. Oh, he needs the XP. Look how many creeps.
Yeah, 2 range creeps. Oh, if he gets these denied, oh my god. No. Oh, there's no more Glimpse.
Imagine if Glimpse could be back up. Yeah. If it didn't have that insane cooldown.
That would have been awesome. Yeah, that's the right play.
Yeah, it looks mega tilty, and the lol W's are being farmed in the chat. I know. Sorry, Keck W's. It's
there's the
2022. I mean, we're off that. So
you just tried to sound hip, Trent. I just want you to realize that.
I really did.
How does that make you feel?
I'm very hip.
Okay.
I won't have you thinking otherwise.
Taking the damage. Fairy Fire. Oh, the cookie. The living cookie. Affliction. Going to be afflicted with death pretty soon as the tornado is going to connect. A couple punches from downtown, and guess what? Some more earn charges. Feasted upon by the man C Smile himself. I don't see him smile.
Dun, dun. Stay down. Pause.
Oh, that's good.
Hopefully not for too long here.
Yeah. Sure, it's all good. Yeah, that was a very nicely played one. So that's 2 times now where Disruptor has been the one that Clockwork is going on, and then it's turned into a kill onto the Clockwork. And I think one other time where it was, a Disruptor getting gone on and then wasn't able to secure the kill and just wasted a bunch of time. So definitely a little bit of a battle being brought out in this early goings. We love to see it. But in spite of that, though, it is looking very interesting. Still the CS relatively high into the favor of Infamous, and net worth wise, taking a look across the board there, it's still relatively even-ish. I mean, it's sort of in different places for each of these teams. Charge. Michael getting punched. Ooh, the flak. Oh, I feel like if he kept vision, that might have been a kill. But Stinger not going to go for it.
Radiant's courier has been killed. Worthy tribute.
Very cool stuff. So now, as we transition next couple of minutes, it does feel like we kind of got to keep an eye on these movements, particularly from those mids. But Stinger actually going to push Affliction out to the other side of those cogs there. And a lot of heroes bottom. This is going to be 7 heroes down on the bottom side of the map, with Alone close enough to make a blink play and get in with the rest of the team if they need to.
A little early for this.
Yeah. They want to leave 1v1? Give Luminaire solo, I guess?
And that feels pretty good for the Morph, for sure. I feel like that's a good option here. I can't really punish Affliction there either. They'll just walk away.
Supports are going to be pretty under-leveled, though. I mean, I guess...
And no one has any, reach right now, right? They're all just kind of, looking at each other from, 700 range away and just yeah, you better not. And then Stinger's able to just charge in like that.
Stay down.
Jira not deciding to go onto Sacred, obviously, press the attack there. It becomes a little bit annoying. I think that's the other thing that's sort of going on is, there's some mind games happening where they go on Sacred, bring Sacred low, and then they go for the Thunder Strike onto Michael, so you can only press the attack one of them. He smile.
Plays.
Misses the tornado, but the charge is there. And I think it's going to be enough as full step. Oh no, but the bushwhack. Big bushwhack there. Slowdown comes in yet again, though. Sacred going to die. Looking for a couple more hits. Affliction low. Michael is as well. It looks like he should be able to get out of there. Second round bushwhack. Stinger going down, dead. Get the kill on Affliction. Comes at the cost of the SB.
Yeah, you'll take it, right? I mean, Force staying up, getting some gold. Alone shows up a little bit too late for the party, unfortunately. Not able to get any cleanup of the old mop and bucket ulti. Queen of Pains, you know they love to show up right at the end of the fight and throw that down. Not going to be an option this time.
No.
And an immediate TP top now from Affliction. Looking to try and get a wraparound. This is all you can do is level 3 Clockwork.
Biggest wrap.
It's a huge wrap. Puts a ward down too.
This could happen, though. I mean, Whisper might be in some trouble here. Cogs? Okay. It's... All right. That's not what I thought was going to happen.
Okay, that was close. He almost missed that. Still good,
Okay. Trent.
Still good.
Trent, what happened?
Well...
Oh no, not this! Dude, Affliction is so sad. Oh my god. Every time he tries to make something happen.
got a ward down. All right, that's
There you go.
Meanwhile, Michael, by the way, has had his own little chase of glory down here. He's actually being scouted by a courier.
No.
They're gonna try and turn and kill. I mean, Gojira should die for this, right? Oh,
Yeah,
actually,
definitely.
there's no Sonic Wave. Nah, no
That's a
one's
level
TPing.
3.
Alright. Yeah, she'll just walk him down.
The Shadow Strike already being that high too for alone is super annoying, I'm sure. Man, bad luck clockwork. We need to get the clockwork face on that.
That's what we need, yeah.
Old meme. Smile. Burns all the mana alone. Getting pummeled down yet again. But Michael shows back up as the sharpshooter brought down low. Gonna die. And afterwards, another ulti comes on and blinks away from alone. Michael tries to escape and looks like he's going to be able to, as the Whisper ulti was not quite on the mark. And now another kill. Poor old Clockwork. Dead again. Dude.
It's the ha-ha-ha from his own teammates that's getting me. Every
Yeah.
time.
No, I've muted them all long ago. I feel bad about that, but not really.
No, you really shouldn't. It's value.
Jeez. Just absolute mayhem going on here. There. Gonna get caught. No waveform. But obviously, as that attribute shift, if anything starts to go at all awry. God, 11 minutes and level 5 clockwork. That one really hurts.
It's scary because they have such momentum-based heroes. The Clockwork, the Queen of Pain, the Legion Commander, even the Hoodwink to some extent. But look at this. They're going to start getting that off the ground maybe right now. The breakthrough.
Slow charge is always good to see.
Yeah. Very much needed, though, because they need to get this momentum going. Because what's going to happen is that once there's some levels on Invoker, Snapfire as a core is hungry for kills. Like, I feel like you just want to be like moving around the map, get a BKB, fight everybody. Already has the blink, so like blink, shard, BKB. That's gonna be the way that she's going this game. So you want to be like moving ahead of that timing for Beast Ghost, because once that's online, with Spearbreaker charging in to set it all up and glimpses back and everything, I feel like they can just like roll you over on the side of Infamous.
Yeah, no, it's true. Affliction tries to go on Disruptor. I feel like I've seen this story before, Trent, as he is going to die again. Jira is right there, ready. Whisper helping out.
Malady this morning on the old Train Protector. 14 deaths. We're back to that.
Was that this morning? Surely not.
Was it? The DPC never sleeps.
I know. Neither do we. Oh, but down to 7. Trying to go in for round 2 of this one. Stinger able to get a little bit of separation as the charge comes through. But still Infamous in the area and going to be able to go for the blow up, but not coming out in time. They do manage to eventually get up, but the stack storm's down. Nair pulled back in afterwards. Still lots of disable here. Jump in with the cookie, finds the angle, gets the finish. East Coast, they lose the Spirit Breaker, but they take down 2.
Someone needs to get this Queen of Pain a watch, because Alone is always late. Like,
yeah.
Hello, I'm here. I have ulti. Oh, you're dead. Oh no.
Well, and
very
like,
unfortunate.
I feel like if we're talking like net worth to sort of value ratio amongst the cores, C-Smile is doing so much. Like, these Tornado EMPs have been so good at turning the fights.
All right, well, this is what they need. They have to run to the Queen of Pain and smoke up with her.
Tries to go. Sharpshooter there. Sonic Wave, but the Tornado's out, trying to live, and will eventually be brought down for the kill. The lift up, they have duel ready. Whisper's nearby. Gonna blink away instead, though. Now the charge. Everybody else trying to retreat.
Dude, this is the funniest thing ever. Someone, please. Did you see Sacred trying to duel there, and everyone just kept killing the people? Like, he was literally in that little, like, tiny animation before getting it twice, and they just die. He's just like, seriously? Really?
This is why he needs the level 10. Okay?
Actually, though, that talent is unreal.
So good.
It constantly comes into play. Like, every see a Pro Legion game, that talent makes a big difference.
Yeah. Oh, God, it's frustrating. Yeah, he almost got it. The glimpse definitely saved part of that as well. Saw from that replay real quickly. But 13 to 10.
Again, down bottom, though. They got the duel. Fortunately, it's not enough damage. Oh no, that's a blade mail. You have ultied the blade mail.
Oh, the Tumbler's toy! The Tumbler's toy! Where's he at, Sacred? Where's he at? Why don't you go dance about it? Oh, and now the glimpse back. Oh my god, is he gonna die? Oh, say it ain't so. Whisper's coming for you. The cookie is out. Oh, Sacred, that hurts. Oh, it hurts. Wait, is he gonna kill him instead? Maybe?
What?
Sunstrike?
Oh no!
The ulti. Whisper's like, I've had enough of this.
All right. Meanwhile, Gyro died in the triangle. So, massive space for a big win. And you look who got the kill. The 4x streak goes to Affliction.
Wow.
Boom.
Amazing.
He's
Absolutely amazing. It's a redemption arc right there being built.
Yeah.
This is wild. What a crazy game. 25 kills,
That's
15
a good one.
minutes.
It's very enjoyable. I will say that the BKB on Snapfire feels like it is going to be pretty wild, though. I feel like she is going to be rather hard to deal with. Wait, what is the equivalent item for Infamous, though? I guess it'll be Queen's BKB, so we should have some pretty fun timings between those two.
Yeah, I will say it does feel a little bit like the anti-fun item. I think a lot of the interesting and crazy parts of this game have been by virtue of just how insane that stuff is. But you know them, right? Oh,
BKB's yeah. Well, yeah. All right, fine. I can't. I tried. You're
Sacred's
right,
coming.
isn't.
Coming. Oh my god!
Are you serious?
Radiant's bottom tower.
He's like cogging, like, nah. Where'd he go?
Dude, between the Tumblr's toy down bottom there, then the hook shot on the wave-forming ally. Yeah, the dual shenanigans. Yeah, that was another glimpse to break it. It's just insanity.
It's a cursed lane. They just need to stop going there. And, well, they don't have to go there again because they took the tower, so it's fine.
Finger tried to run back down again. Hit a little charge, passed by onto Affliction. But you can see Infamous. They've had enough of the shenanigans. No more shenanigans. It's time for Tier 1 tower. Mid. Take it.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Or look for another pickoff. Another decent option. They can find one. For sure.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
A little bushwhack action back towards mid. The Smile takes down the Observer Ward, though. That makes Infamous a little bit less confident in hanging around this side of the map. A little too scary. This whole time, Trent, you know who's been farming?
Whom?
A1 Hector. Luminaire's up there as the hookshot comes in. Able to connect. Gojira, Static Storm. A little bit off the mark, but both the supports end up dying. Gojira goes down first, alone getting that kill.
We're just passing them off, are we? All right. Support for support. Good, good, good. Yeah, he has farmed quite well. He's got the Aghanim Scepter. But, of course, he does have that counterpick of the Morphling in this game. So, the larger he gets, Morphling still has quite a few tools that are very scary because he can just come in and steal your flat cannon. And, unfortunately, you're not some cool support gyro that can just skip it and be really radical or something. Not how it works.
Yeah. No, it's true. That part is a little bit annoying.
You kind of need it.
Yeah. If only. We can dare to dream.
Okay, but they got past the hump I was worried about because I thought that with the pace, especially after that top lane things were going, I thought that Whisper would have BKB by now, and then they would be in the Roche pit at this point. It's been a little bit delayed. It's like 400 gold away. I mean, Whisper's 7-0-3. I can't ask for much more, but it was looking pretty rough. So they've slowed that down. They've got the Blink, the Blade Mail on the Legion Commander. They have tools now in Infamous to go fight, and Affliction is once again scouting.
Yeah, and they stole his Grove Bow. Oh.
Wait, that was hit. Oh, no. And he gave it to the Gyro?
Yep, that happened. Wow. Gojira goes down the other side, but that one really hurts. Because they didn't have a Grove Bow of their own. Duel, though, mid lane, finding Whisper. Is it going to be enough, though? Stinger charged through, connects, trying to buy a little bit of extra time, but it's not going to be enough. Alone shows up to play cleanup, and this one by one, a triple kill for Alone, who's godlike. Had an amazing game last time.
And Lumiere didn't even need the morph for the charge steal. It's like it could have used that there to like maybe guarantee that kill, but now you can keep that for the actual tower in case they actually try to contest you. So easy take. I would love to see them focus Roche because I think that's the tool for Beast Coast where they can fight around that pit like crazy. So if you can get some good fights outside of the pit, like any sort of a dual pick off on one of these cores, just run to the Roche pit is infamous and take care of that because you will not win a 5v5 with the Roche pit.
Yeah. That's fair. You need to make that happen. Oh, wait. Charge. They got glimpsed back onto one. Oh, Legion in a little bit of trouble. They're getting that extra bits of separation. The charge comes through now. There, wants to find a kill. See Smile. Oh, God. Brought down so low, but not going to die. K1 trying to get out of there as well. Sonic Wave going to connect, but Gojira finishes the TP to escape. In the end, it's Legion for Spirit Breaker.
Wow. They were so close to Gyro and Invoker too. Lumiere, great timing on the BKB there as well with the stack storm coming down. I thought he was in trouble for a moment. But able to force back the Gyro and the Invoker. Unfortunately, though, not really a good enough punish. Not enough time to run to the Roche pit, at least not in their opinion. And they're going to try and come back out here rather quickly, I would imagine, from East Coast. They don't really have anything that they're missing other than Static Storm and Kisses, but I feel like their smaller tools are still very strong.
Okay. Yeah, and well, you just need to get this BKB online for Gyrocopter as well. That's going to be a super close
Snap,
point.
right?
Yeah.
They're so close.
Little charge. I mean, they're just running in again. These guys are crazy. Affliction goes again. Spirit Breaker and him die instantly together. Even
It's
Death
such a beautiful relationship they have.
Death can't stop their love as the double kill comes out from Hector. Managed to find it.
And into the tower. Instead, after all of that, it's Beast Coast that will claim it. I like how everyone else backs, and Hector's like, no, we are going for this.
Gets the BKB off in time.
Okay.
Good cookie afterwards. When they're trying to turn onto him. BKB out. Still a ton of damage and running low on HP. Has the DD, which is going to get swiped away and killed off. Maybe you should have listened to the team.
Yeah, I think so. Maybe. Someone definitely said that. We don't have enough saves for duel. He's got BKB. Oh, I'll just BKB first. I'll live.
And he did live through it, to be fair. But into the Roche.
True.
Infamous. Gonna claim this one. And not a whole heck of a lot that Beast Coast can do to stop this. Although, stolen? Nice!
Oh
well done.
How does that happen so often?
Chris Luck. Mr. C Smile. Need something to smile about.
Isn't it magical, Papa?
It's magical, Papa.
Finger. Run it. It's a broken. Going to get dropped. That was good.
Snipe from downtown.
Do you think Sacred ever gets upset that he never gets to win duels?
Yes, I'm sure he does. He has 10, despite having a pretty good game so far, I would say, overall, with like his placement and his play.
Dire are scanning.
Run in. Infamous.
At least
Wanting to keep this
playing
momentum.
those drums, though. Those are looking good.
True. It's still a 3,000 gold lead for Beast Coast in spite of all of this craziness that's been going on. And it's slowly and steadily A1 gaining a net worth lead.
Morphling's keeping pace, though. I think the gap between the Snap and the Legion is making up the majority of our difference right now.
Dire's bottom tower is under
That'll help out. As expected, though, no dual win here. Just for positioning. As was written.
Yep. Always got to be the case. Invoker is starting to also gain a lot of net worth with this Hand of Midas. And I want to see what Alone gets into. Like, I feel like he's so built right now to just kill off these supports. Which is one definitely nice part with that Witchblade build.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Time will tell.
Well, now as Beast Coast, like, Infamous accomplished mission 1. They got the Roach. They stole it away from Beast Coast, who, again, just sort of want to start fighting right now because Whisper is complete, right? BKB Blink Shard. This is the fully finished Snapfire. They're kind of forced to just run into you. I don't think they actually just want to, like, split up and farm for this whole Aegis. So that's definitely a little bit of an awkward feeling for Beast Coast right now.
Right. It's like, and I think it'd be a lot easier. I remember the game that we were just watching with the Apu King of Kings versus Thunder Predator. It felt like there were moments where, you know, there would be one like objective claimed and then the split up and farm. But you can see Infamous, they're being very clear about staying within just like arm's reach of each other. So that way nobody's getting picked off solo. They're not losing this momentum that they've got. And instead, if Beast Coast want to stop this, they got to smoke and make a move. Looking for it.
Going in.
Separated a little bit. Michael gonna get caught, gonna get killed. Big play. BKB afterwards. Whisper living through this one. Gonna miss though on that stun, but still gonna be able to find a kill for Affliction. Just as we start talking good about him, Infamous gonna lose their 2 supports.
Yeah, they managed to catch the positioning of the Hoodwink while seeing Morphling on the bottom wave. So they just know that, okay, well, the Aegis isn't there. So let's just go fight them. They don't have the advantage that gives us some slight concern at the moment.
Absolutely. Find that opening and pick them apart. You know, one thing that is kind of interesting about this game is that there isn't really that great of a vision hero. Like Spiritbreaker kind of, and then like Hoodwink sort of. But beyond that, I guess Clockwork. Clockwork's going to be the big one with the flare.
Yeah, I mean, it's good for Infamous, but I would say that typically with a Disruptor, you tend to see a little bit better like tools. Because right now, you don't really have a whole lot to work off of other than your own wards, really, for Gojira.
What the hell are you doing, Stinger? Well, hook shot, not gonna connect. Dude, I don't know what that was. That was crazy.
You see, just taking some notes from Affliction, that's all. It's Excel, you know?
Yeah.
And, well, take these notes, Gojira.
Oh, glimpse away.
Oh.
Bye, goodbye. Living? Glimpse back. Venn diagram. Where it connects, that's where I die.
You gotta love being Morphling, though, right? You know, you have to take their abilities, use them. He needed to use the voice lines, though. The what Weather Mansory is this while doing that to a Disruptor would have been like 10 out of 10 Morphling play. Unfortunately, he's missing a key component.
That is true. Gold tier on the Morphling as well. Jump in. Duel. That's a big one. Cookie comes out, gonna get the stun, but not enough. Dead. They have buyback. This is the Aegis expiring. Whisper is also gonna go down. There. Or Staff keeping him alive. Dude, this might be it. Infamous just blew it open. It's at least a Rax. Do they go for more? Can they?
Well, this escalated quickly.
This is just like game number 1. But not. Now, one problem that you also have here as... Oh my god. Oh! Oh!
They did a little split.
Dude.
Delta split.
That was Ag's Labyrinth right there. That's what that was.
They've been practicing.
Tier 3 tower gonna go down here in just a moment. Absolute madness. How quickly this game has completely fallen apart for Beast Coast. Get about to jump in. Gonna get caught. Now the pullback. Luminaire not stopped, not worried, not anything. Switches into the Spirit Breaker. Charge comes through. They take him down. See Smile dead for 70. No buyback on that Invoker. Affliction trying to TP out. Going to get killed.
That's just a good luck term. It would be bad if he lived. Because, that just hasn't been the plan this game. Stick to the plan.
Charging out. This might open up some range. No charge available from the Spirit Breaker. Jeez. I don't even know.
That all escalated so quickly. Off of like a kill on a Disruptor and a tier 2 tower to and then just a jump into the high ground for a duel. Like that was one of those classic, like, oh, we got some positioning. Let's go throw the ward on their high ground. scenario, and you just catch this gyro, and suddenly you have a hoodwink with an Octarine core. That's just Dota sometimes.
That's going on, yeah. I think part of the big changeup that sort of enabled all this to happen too is the shard on Sacred coming out. That thing is really impactful. It's felt like.
Radiant are scanning.
Scan, connecting. Yeah, I'm not sure about that Octarine. It feels like it's been making its rounds a little bit more often recently, though.
Yeah, I'm gonna need you to carry on, my friend. I gotta swap some stuff here.
No
Brave
problem.
on this ending fight.
I believe in it. Thinking for the jump. Duel. Oh, he gets it from the low ground. That ward, they weren't ready. Sonic Wave down. K1. Hector dead. And Stinger hoping to solve something here, but there is nothing to be solved except for the impending death and dealing with it. Oh, man. Triple kill for Alone, and Infamous set their sights on the tier 4 towers. GG is called. My goodness. Trent, he just had to look away, in the pivotal and most terrifying of moments.
Okay, I got the one. I was just thinking.
Fair enough. Oh, somebody canceled the GG accidentally, so yeah, we're going back in. They're gonna kill the tower. Kill the agent. Well done.
All right, well, I've officially ran out of mobile data, so I was really counting on them winning game 2. So, classic Beast Ghost, thank you very much.
You sound great already. I love it.
Is it still okay, or is it roboting? Are we good?
No, you're already a robot.
All right, I'm gonna fix this. I got this, guys.
Well, with
Game
that,
3.
we're gonna head to a quick. Well, we're actually just gonna head on back over to the panel now, and we'll let Trent sort out things. That was perfect timing. We'll see y'all in a few. But for now, back to the panel.
Thank you, Lyrical. Guys, I have the best panel in the world. Nobody would guess that Beast Ghost.
You're muted, my boy.
No. This time I did not mute myself on VMix. We're improving, guys. One mute at a time. I just said I have the best panel in the world because you guys both predicted accurately. You were like, you know what? Beast Ghost the favorite team. Yeah, they're better. But this draft looks Infamous favorite, right? And that's exactly what we saw at this game. It was just a very impressive performance by Infamous, but you could clearly tell that all the things that you guys mentioned stood true. They had a second pick draft the whole time. They knew how to pick second pick. As Steenie mentioned, they're just a second pick kind of team. This looked like 10 times the performance we saw last game. So much more comfortable, so much more confident as well. And this draft was exactly what we asked for them. I mean, you guys teach me so much Dota. Teach me more, Bowie. Tell me about this game.
I mean, I love the itemization as well, right? Even though this Morphling is supposed to be the late game hero, he went BKB first, as well as the Quap. So because they were able to not care about the Snapfire and the Disruptor, they actually played high tempo, even though they didn't necessarily have to. And that allowed them to actually get a lot of early game momentum. They got their Aegis. And they were really feeling themselves. The way they dove the base there, they were super confident. And, I mean, this is awesome. I think this is the first time Beast Coast is pushed to game 3, right? In this DPC, at least.
Is it?
Yeah, that's the first time.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They were 8-0.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think it has a lot to do with that sacred duel that he found out Hector inside the base. The game looked even though they had the Aegis, the game looked so even, but with that duel, things just went 99% to Infamous side. One pick off. It's hard to say pick off when you kill the hero between the tier 4s, but it was the pick off of the Legion. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't actually got a lot of duels like in this play here. He tried to duel twice, didn't get it, but that one, that was worth the whole game pretty much. I mean, really impressive game overall. I was actually feeling kind of scared for Infamous, especially because the Clockwork that's supposed to carry a lot of the early rotations, he died so much in the early game. Like Gojira, I have never seen a position 4 Disruptor feel as impactful as he did, with like all of the baiting and the kills that he was able to set up. But even still, I think the cores on the side of Infamous this time, they definitely carried. It was really nice to see.
You don't know the meme about Axel then I see, Bowie, but it's dying, do you? So you see,
I mean, I know he dies a lot, but that was some impressive dying.
There's a legend in SA, right? If Axel dies 1 or 2 times in lane, okay, he's doing badly. If he dies 3 and 4, he's feeding. If it's above 4, the game is won. He's doing it. That's it. Like, yeah, that's the trick of Axel. If he dies too many times, he has a master plan that you can't figure out. He's the best suicider, I guess, in Dota 2. So I'm glad you pointed that out, Bowie. You were completely right. He did get crushed in lane, but it didn't really matter because Lumiere did an incredible job. Now, maybe a runner-up for best Morphling in SA. Like, Pakas used to have that title, or at least last season he had that title. Lumiere gave a showing today. He was a win condition you can rely on. Reminded me a lot of previous Hokori when they were playing with him, right? Where they just kind of allowed Lumiere to do whatever he wanted, and then he would always carry them to victory.
Yeah, the big question here is, do they rely on a coin flip for game 3? Or did they find themselves a way to play first pick? Because it really seemed like they rely on that second pick, and I would like to see them finding a way through that first pick to show that Lumiere potential also on a not winning carry matchup.
So, I'd like to ask you now, Astini, Mr. Coach Astini, what are the strengths of first pick? I mean, I think it seems like a very obvious question, but most people actually don't really think about these things as much. So everyone knows second pick, you get the last pick. That's very obvious. But for first pick, how do you abuse first pick if you're a draft?
For first pick, you can get the best hero in the game if it's broken as first pick. Okay. So at TI, we had like Monkey, Tiny, and Io, and one was going to get through. And now there's not such a clear broken hero, but you need to find that hero out. Is it Weaver? Is it Spirit Breaker? So that's the first step. And then you have the 8th pick, which is your second pick on first phase, where you get to pick a really good hero and protect with 3 bans. So that's what Beast Coast did, and I think they did really well. Like going Invoker and protecting with 3 bans, banning Kunkka, Void Spirit. That's a way to go. So you can have good heroes and protect them with bans. You just need to know exactly which hero you'd like to ban. Because, for example, in first game, if you're having OD and if you're having Gyro, you should ban the heroes that have illusions. And they banned CK and I think Void. Maybe PL was a better ban. So you need to know matchups beforehand. So you need to practice and know what you're picking. Because sometimes I see teams, they ban and then they think what they would like to pick. They're like, oh, I guess they want Wraith King. I guess they want CK. And then they're like, okay, what do I want now? But you need to think beforehand. And for that, you need a lot of practice and to know the heroes you're playing.
I heard Noteo on stream saying that like he feels first pick is better suited for teams that are like known and their strategies are unbeatable. So like LGD at TI, they would first pick because they had the tiny Lycan strategy. They had combos where like you're forced to add 3 or 4 extra first phase bans to ban all of those, and that is an inherent advantage. Whereas teams that are not, they don't have a lot of strategies, or they're maybe not as good or not as confident, second pick is better because then you have that, the 2 picks in the end of the second phase and the third phase where it's just like an easy pick that you can just get good matchups. So I thought it was a very interesting way. Like he feels it's not only about the whether first pick or second pick is better, but he feels like experienced teams just make better use of first pick, and maybe that's why Beast Coast also, not only Beast Coast prefers first pick, but Infamous actually feels better with second pick, if that makes any sense.
Right. I like that point a lot. Do you feel like this changes, for inexperienced teams, mind you, this changes a lot when the quote-unquote broken heroes are not win conditions? Because in TI, for example, I think that most teams use first pick. I mean, it's TI, but like I think most teams use first pick pretty well because the first pick was almost always utilized on Tiny or Monkey King, right? And Monkey King was flex sometimes, but very often it was a win condition. Here, your first pick is used on Bane or Weaver. Those are the first picks that we're seeing often. Sometimes Mars at the beginning of the DPC, right? So is that not harder to draft around? Like when your first pick is a Weaver, you go, let's take advantage of this Weaver. Well, it's a 4, right? How much can you possibly take advantage of compared to a Tiny where all of a sudden your whole draft is around that?
Yeah, I think it really depends on the patch, right? In that patch, no one seemed to be able to beat besides Team Spirit. No one seems to be able to beat the Lycan Tiny or
It's stupid. It's
whatever.
broken.
Exactly. So some patches might be better for first pick than others, and I would agree that this one doesn't feel as good.
Because I also think that's easier for a team that's like for an inexperienced team, when you tell them abuse their first pick 5 or first pick 4, it's probably much harder for them than to abuse a first pick carry that's like broken, right? Because I think you put on a good point on Beast Coast, that Beast Coast probably are more able to make a draft that takes advantage of like Weaver 4's strengths than someone like Infamous or there's a lot of teams that do this. Like in SCA, for example,
You can say Hokari.
No, I was not going to say Hokori, Astini. I was not going to say Hokori.
I don't mind.
I was thinking of other teams. I was actually thinking SCA, because SCA, for example, a team that does this a lot is MTG Trust, the Thai team. And they always pick, Motivate Trust always tries to pick Wraith King or Dusa because they have a really strong carry player. And they pick it first pick. Like when they first pick, they always pick the Wraith King Dusa on the 8th pick. Obviously not the first pick because nobody's going to ban them, right? And I realized that when they tried to do that with Weaver and Bane, they failed. They did not know how to capitalize it on whatsoever. But when they drafted around Wraith King Dusa, even they're not that strong, they did much better because it was much easier to form a draft around them. And this might be similar for Infamous. Just a theory. Just, same.
Yeah, and it goes to the point that Bowie mentioned about like that you need some practice on the strategies that are pulling a first pick. You cannot run Tiny Lycan for the first time and expect that you're gonna win with it. So when you go, like, I don't know, Mud Golems used to do that. They're now Tundra, right? They would first pick Lifestealer, first pick Void, first pick Wraith King, because they were a new team. So having the win condition, they would know what other 4 heroes to pick with that win condition. Because they had not practiced other heroes. And if you had practiced so much, you can just like do your openings with supports, because on the second phase, like, okay, now I can work with Wraith King, now I can work with Void, now I can work with Lifestealer. I have 3, 4, 5 strategies. But if you have like 1, 2 strong ones, you just pick them first pick and you try to do your best. I guess we've seen that also on SA second division. Balrogs and other team were doing like Dusa on 8, like all time first phase Dusa, first phase Dusa, because they know how to play around the Dusa. And if they have 2 or 3 heroes that do the same as Dusa and they learn to do that, they don't need to show the Dusa first phase. So if they can do the same with TB, Luna, TA, that's 4 heroes. The other team can only ban 3. So they can choose supports first and then choose for the carry. It's a matter of being together for a long time and having more than 3, 4 strategies.
I love that. Well, let's go into a draft right now. But just to file... Oh, never mind. I lied. I would have taken.
Why do you lie to us, Avo? Come on.
I'm so sorry, Bowie. I'm so sorry. You can take my host points away. You can take my card. I was going to add to the point that Stini said that I actually have a little interesting tidbit that, that obviously Beast Coast became very well known for Hector's Wraith King, right? And that was like the big hero, right? And Hector always got angry about that because he felt like his hero pool was much wider than people give him credit for. And to be honest, it's kind of true. Like the more you see him, the more you realize that the guy can play anything and farm on anything, right? But the reason they actually got so good at Wraith King carry is because of what you were talking about, Astini. Wraith King back then, when he got popular with Hector, was Radiant's Wraith King, right? And Beast Coast believed it was one of the easiest strats to play around in terms of timings. Hector compared to me when he was talking to me, he compared to Luna, for example. Luna's timings are kind of awkward because they depend a lot on the enemy carry. Now it's very easy with Deathball, but back then you had to like depend on when the enemy team got their power spikes, what power spikes you consider are strongest on Luna, what itemization you're going for. Wraith King was easy. Armlet, you pick Radiance, there, you're good. Like you once you get Radiance, you're good to fight. It was very easy to play around. And what Beast Coast did was they actually, or back then they were Infamous, they honed in on the idea of their 4 Protect 1 playstyle and their space and everything by playing a simple strategy that everyone could understand, and then they expanded their hero pool. And that's why they had Wraith King as a hidden, like a ace in the hole, because they actually had practiced that just because they thought it was easy to play. And that speaks to what Astini is saying. Are you doing that with Hokori? I know you're not, because they're picking Alchemist offlane. So why? That's my question, Astini.
Because when I joined the team, they already had some strats. And
okay.
I started pulling my strats against Infamous. So let's see. Let's see the future.
I'm excited. I've always said that Holgorio has the team with the most potential because of the strats I saw from them. I was always very impressed with them as a team because of that. Like, they had so much courage to think of their own wacky things and go against the meta. That's why I like the team.
But Alk 3 seems good. I think we're still gonna pull on the DPC and win a match to prove a point.
Don't say that, Astini. Don't tell
You
people.
can
Say
wait.
it's bad.
You can wait for it. Wait for it.
They're gonna ban your Alk, Astini. You're gonna eat your words. They're gonna ban Vitali's Alk, and then he'll be out of heroes.
Yeah, I seen you guys talk bad about the Alk 3, the Abba mid, and the Broodmother. We're gonna win one match with a single one of them, and then prove a point, you know?
If you win with Abba mid, Astini, Bowie will eat a shoe live on air.
I have never said that. All right.
Well,
but maybe I would eat. Maybe I would eat a big 500 grams of cheese. I would do that.
That's not very much cheese.
Okay, that's
I mean, that 500 grams. I'm actually lactose intolerant. Like, you would not want to be.
It's interesting now.
Yeah, it's interesting. What kind of
cheese? It's a motivation for my team to practice that strategy.
It has to be a worse cheese, Bowie. What cheese do you like? Cheddar?
I guess I hate blue cheese. I don't like blue cheese that much. It's probably I actually really I like stinky cheese, but blue I just don't like the way it looks. I don't know.
Really? Wow. I would never expect that from you. You seem like a blue cheese kind of guy.
Yeah. I mean, I like stinky cheese, but blue cheese, it just doesn't look right to me. It's, has all of that blue stuff and the veins. I don't know, man. It's not my thing. But we have a draft, so I don't have to talk about cheese.
You're gonna have to eat it though. I'm waiting for these.
Yes,
Do not forget about this, Astini.
I was just baiting, so they use useless bans, like they're banning Brood, Alk, Abba for no reason. But now I'm interested.
That's the Thunder Predator way, the old Thunder Predator way, right?
Oh yes, the IO thing that they did on Twitter. Exactly. That was pretty great. Yeah. All right, so Beast Coast, they banned the Clockwork immediately. Does this mean they're gonna pick up a Snapfire again?
I believe they would like to if it's not banned.
Okay.
And Infamous has second pick. I guess that's the most interesting part of the draft. So I'm not sure if they won the coin flip.
Yeah, we're not in the lobby.
Yeah, I didn't see. I'm sorry, guys.
Because
Well, so far, the only time Beast Coast lost a game this DPC was on Radiant, was with first pick. So that is promising for Infamous. And I wonder if they'll actually. I mean, considering they won against the Invoker, I think there's no incentive for Infamous to ban or go Kanka like I suggested in the last game. So I want to see whether Beast Coast believes in the Invoker enough to pick it again, or if they'll completely. Yeah, looks like they're gonna change their strategy.
Nyx? That's a classic. That is one of the best Schofield hero or Gojira heroes now, and it suits him better because he's a kaiju. So.
What was their first pick last time? Was it
Snap? No,
Snapfire.
Oh yeah, that's true. It was Snap.
Snap into Invoke.
It's the anti-Snap hero, so you don't really give it away to Infamous, and they could pick Snap if they want to.
I personally don't think Nyx is that great against Snapfire. I don't know about you, but I don't think he's that good.
I mean, it's not bad for Snapfire, right? It's definitely it's not like you cannot pick Snapfire, but there might be better heroes if you see the Nyx.
Like, I think it's like a 60-40, because I think by the time that you hit him with the Spike Carpets, like, you've already thought, yeah, look, see, they don't care.
Okay.
To prove a point, I knew they were going to pick this Bowie, and they just did it for me. Hey, thank you, Infamous.
Okay.
They have Bara still?
I guess the difference here is that I don't think they're going to run the Snapfires offlaner, right?
No, I don't
whereas
think they would, no.
with Beast Coast, they would. So I think if you want to actually run the Snapfire as a core, I think there's definitely less incentive to pick it versus Nyx. Because I think you do... Like, you're going to be... You want to be able to do more damage because you're going to have more levels. So having that cancel every time is pretty annoying. But I do like this. I think Spirit Breaker, Snapfire could be a good lane if it's a 3, but they also have lots of flexes.
I would like to see the Invoker again. I don't feel like the hero was a bad pick. I believe it's good against the Spirit Breaker. But they're taking some time to pick, so they might have lost their confidence on the hero.
I think it's good.
I go for the Conka again. You were a big fan of this pickup earlier, Bowie.
Yeah, but it was the different situation, right? Because they were dire. And like as Raiden, you would really like to have the Evoker just because you accelerate your Roche taking by a lot. When you have this Kunkka here, you can't really make use of the stacks as much as the dire side. So overall, I mean, it's not bad, but especially with the Nyx, I thought they would be, unless this is a carry Kunkka and they'll get the Invoker later. We'll see what they do.
So what?
I agree with Bowie.
Right.
I think like Kunkka is more a hero that you defend your jungle, you defend your map, you can really well make our towers survive.
Yeah.
But you don't take towers at all. You don't do Roche damage at all. And then we go back to this Radiant Dire theory. How you want to play Radiant doesn't seem like the way you want to play.
We'll see though. If it is a carry Kunkka and they go Invoker, I'm not gonna really have a problem with that. Obviously, Kunkka is not a really good Roche taking hero, but if you have Invoker plus something else like a Pango or anything that has minus armor, they should be okay.
Man, Hector is a tryharder. I go to Dota 2 Pro Tracker to check if he's playing Kunkka. He has 4 Smurfs.
Yeah, he has.
So that's 5 accounts.
He has 5 accounts. Yes.
Yes.
He's the nightmare of Valve right now.
Yeah, he is. He actually has more, but it's only 5 or no.
Yeah,
that's just problem.
That's the ones we know about.
But of course, we are just joking, people that watch the DPC. No pro player has Smurf accounts. These are practice accounts that Hector uses for lobbies. He certainly does not have a 6k Smurf to beat people with. No, that's not him. That's a different player.
Okay, I think it's a good Wraith King game again because they banned the Beastmaster. Please don't ban the Void, so I need to take it back. Yeah, it's a good Wraith King game.
That's a good Wraith King game.
Alright.
Do you want to see the Wraith King though? Do you think the hero's strong? I will tell you that Beast Ghost hates Wraith King right now.
I like the hero.
The reincarnation nerf to Hector, he thinks is the hardest nerf the hero's ever received.
It is a pretty hefty nerf, I'll say. But I don't think the hero is obviously playable. But considering I really feel like it is a good. I don't have overall last pick carry because it's overall it farms well. It has decent matchups. I wouldn't be surprised if they go for it, but I don't think we can tell right now if they'll go for it or not. Now they get Magnus, so possibly a Spirit Breaker support here.
Yeah, I'm guessing the role of the Magnus, because if it's mid, I would hate it.
Yes.
If it's any other role, it's fine.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to see Alone hitting creeps.
He does like to do that though, but I agree.
But such an amazing game on Ember on co-op, creating space, and you give him a Magnus. I'd rather see him on the Spirit Breaker.
And if it's mid Magnus, I also feel like the Kunkka could be metal, and it's such an easy matchup for him. Like you just slap Magnus' butt all the time. Actually, the creeps, and then Magnus' butt actually hurts because he's a melee hero. I hope it's offlane. I don't like Magnus support, so I'm not a big fan of that as well. But they are definitely gearing towards late game here. You have the Snapfire minus armor, the Empower buffs. There's a lot of options here. They could even go Morphling again. Morphling, even though he's not a melee hero, it definitely makes up for because he has a lot of magic. Yeah.
Because he has base damage, right? So Empower always good. What about the Magnus?
Also good for Beast Ghost. Sorry.
No, go ahead, Bastini, please.
Yeah, because it's a hero that takes towers fast. It's a hero that you can't find with RP. So against Magnus, you love like Spirit, Buck, Slark, Morphling, those heroes that you have some kind of kite. He cannot find you on RP. And if you take towers fast, that's a plus, because Magnus wants to defend his jungle. But not really an Hector hero, so...
I like this tide. I feel like the team fight of Beast Ghost looks really good right now. I have Bold with Ravage. Super hard to fight into. They also have the Kanka X, can cancel Snapfire result from pretty far away. So it's not really easy for Infamous to take fights as they did in the second game. Now they need a 5 probably, unless this is a Stinger Nyx.
Nope, it's gonna be Stinger Oracle instead. So all in with the Ector strat, whatever the hero is.
Beast Coast's turn to ban.
Okay.
And they counter the Tide. Okay.
I am not a big fan of this.
No? Why so?
Well,
it's a Radiant hero. He's gonna say it.
I mean, that as well. But you have a lot of kiting, right? You have Bolt to diminish the damage. You have Oracle Ult, you have Ravage, you have Nyx. So, I mean, sure, they don't necessarily need to play aggressive because you have Empower, so maybe you can build this Ursa into some sort of anti-mage-esque hero. But I don't feel like they get that much value out of last picking their mid as Infamous. Maybe they don't really know what to do with this Kanka because it might be flexing. But as Astini said, Hector, at least in any of his Mervs, plays Kanka. I don't remember him ever playing Kanka carry, so it could be his first if that's the case. I just think they are betting when they didn't have to because they have that overall last pick.
Why can't it be the Magnus mid and they last pick in their offlaner after they see Hector's hero?
Because I mean that's what we talk about, right? You're gonna have alone hitting creeps, and I don't know. I don't feel like this Ursa is going to carry. Like, why would you let's pick your offlaner when you can just get Morphling again or a hero that like we literally saw them winning with that formula in the last game, and they go for the same overall concept, but then you get this Ursa. It feels confusing. Obviously, I'm not saying they're gonna lose because of it, but it just doesn't feel as safe for me.
Yeah, and Hector has so many options here to have a good matchup against the Ursa. I guess his favorite hero would be CK, but you have the Empower on Ursa. But still, I think it's decent for CK. Any illusion hero. Not so much for TB though.
Yeah, and when you add the...
No.
I mean, they're so tanky, dude. You have Bold Mitigation, the Warcry. I guess can they Brewmaster here? I mean, obviously, Sven quote-unquote counters, but having the Warcry dispelled, you actually have the Oracle W being dispelled as well. You can lift the
I don't. Yeah, if you go Brew, Beast Coast considers Sven a really hard counter to Brew, and they will pick it into Brew every time. So I don't think that's the play.
I guess it's a Seek Haze or OD game if you have 3 tanky heroes. Like, you don't have Timber, but you still have Razor and OD. Those two look like game-winning if Sacred was the one carrying. Those two can carry the game.
I hope they just play Magnus offlane and they'll get a mid. I like the OD. I think it's... even though you're against Nyx, you have, saves, you have Kite for the Sven.
Yep. Nyx is not as good anymore. Oh. Hey. That seems like a very weak pick to be... Oh, it's offlane.
Oh. Huh.
I like the OD much better that you guys were suggesting, honestly.
Yeah.
I mean, they can win with this draft. There's nothing bad, but considering I really expected them to just repeat the formula, and I thought they had a decent shot. I don't think this actually is like the best draft they could have to maximize their chances of winning. So I'll say this is like a 51-49 for Beast Coast, just because I think they're the better team.
What? 51 for that's as much as you're gonna go, Bowie. 2%.
All right, this is a 79-21 for Beast Coast because obviously they are the better team.
There we go,
this is
Bowie.
Gonna be a stop. Gojira is gonna have a Dagon at 20 minutes. Dagon 5, by the way.
I hope he does. That would be sacrilege. But everything else, I second. All right, Astini, give me your overzealous, rambunctious prediction of the day.
That's a Beast Coast win. Not 51, it's 100%. They're winning. Hector, he's gonna burst. DP, Ursa so easy with his van. And
yeah. I don't disagree.
Wow.
Whisper with double Ravages. If the game gets there against cars that don't love to build BKB, such a great game for Beast Coast here.
I love
Yeah,
this.
like you're picking this Ursa hero that relies on killing heroes really fast, and you have 3 melee tanky cores and a save on the Oracle. Like, it feels so suicidal. I really feel like they have to farm, they have to go Battle Fury Daedalus on the Ursa, like literally play anti-mage as Ursa, and maybe they can somehow win this. I don't feel
power.
Like... Yeah, go Battle Fury anyways, because you need a 2-hour game. I don't know what to do. It's really weird. I cannot explain it.
All right, my panel is confident this time. They go on the Beast Coast side. Remember, last time Brazilians all joined together and were very confident on this. They got 7-1. So who knows, right? Who knows? Astini, Bowie on the Beast Coast side. Where will Lyrical and Trent side? We don't care, because what we care about is their beautiful voices that will help narrate and illustrate this wondrous experience, this last game, Game 3 between Infamous and Beast Coast.
Thank you so much, Avo. And Trent is back in his house. He's made it back. It's working. Yay!
Yeah,
amazing.
My good friend here, Mr. Tin Soldier, and he says, how it feels good being back at home when the power's back on, ready to cast some Dota. Get into it. Oh my god, hurry.
They're going in, trying to find it. The root bot to skewer back even further. Looking for the finish. Can they get it? Yes, indeedy duty. Jira goes down. Trent, Steenie, Bowie, they were very, very confident that it was all going Beast Coast's way, but Stinger is also going to get ran down, get pummeled. And who's going to get the kill? Good old Alone. Picking that one up as well.
It's all coming together.
Well, we can practically call it there, I'd say. Oh, man. I don't remember last time I was this happy. Didn't tell my family members that. Oh, my God. Whew, what a day. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm so excited to just be actually capable of casting this game number 3 here with you. So let's continue to get into it after these 2 kills. Hector on the Sven versus the Earth. Look at that stun. Look at that steal of a bounty rune. Now Hector's happier than I am. Look at it. He's getting the ancient triangle bounty rune, and he's pulling the old EG 2017. They're going to farm in the Radiant offlane.
Not the EG 2021. That's a different thing, right? That one's much not as good, which is a way to express yourself that I chose to do, and I can't take it back
Dota,
now.
NA math, NA grammar, baby. We got it all.
Amazing. Look at this, though. I'm curious if this ends up working out for them. So what's the benefit to sticking the Sven up top?
Let's see. Well, right now they've got just Affliction, so they guessed right. They dodged, right? The matchup of the DP down the bottom lane, so actually gets a little bit of space, and then if you maybe can't control the camps that well anyway, which could have been the choice, the case of this matchup, they can just sort of like play near the tower. They're actually just gonna bring Gojira over here too. They're gonna let Whisper have the solo safe lane, so pretty safe hero for it.
Well, they're gonna find this kill most likely. Full try versus try. Wait, no, he's getting away. Actually, the salve. Able to live, and instead it's Stinger the one that's taking the pummeling.
No, he's gonna salve too.
Pop the salve off afterwards. So all that hubba-baloo, and it turns into no kills. Interesting. All right, tri-lane versus tri-lane.
How did you not end that for you with the rhyme? You had like...
I don't know, man.
Where are you? I thought you had this. Get your head in the game here, man.
I'm sorry.
Lyrical rhymes that. I know you.
I was trying to figure out what's going to happen bottom, because I guess it's just Ursa versus Tide. That sounds terrible for Whisper, surely.
It is, but only once there's movement speed. Right? Like, look, boots are coming to Whisper. Okay. Lumiere, no boots yet. They're on their way. He's going to have his boots a little bit earlier. That's a plus. And then he'll just run away from Ursa. Whatever that means. Oh,
got
God.
His courier
oh,
killed.
no.
Dude, what?
Oh, phooey. How did the bootsless Ursa get your courier?
He literally ran it into him.
Well, that's a good reason.
Yeah, it was interesting.
I saw the range creep helped him out, too. It actually got the last hit.
Yes, it did. Very interesting there. Well, I mean, with boots already there on Ursa and Whisper having him, though, I guess that they're going to be okay. Affliction comes on bottom yet again. We haven't really talked all that much about mid there, which we were taking a brief look at. But it is going to be the Mag versus the Kunkka, so full-on farming mode constantly going on there.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I guess there is a kill potential, right, for Alone? Because you just do, like, Shockwave Skewer into tower.
Right.
Because like you can't really counter that well with X, can you? I feel like there's maybe you can. I don't know.
During the shockwave, you would have to.
Yeah, you probably could actually.
I guess the only thing about it that's a little weird is you definitely have to have like seen it coming. You need to know what's going on, and he didn't do it. He didn't do it. See Smile taking some damage as he got skewered back underneath the tower there. Whisper still playing pretty far under the tower himself, but yeah, See Smile's gonna be fine.
Back pick up that banner in his bottom lane though. Yeah, as expected, not looking so hot, so he needs a friend, but he's a bit too deep for that. Oh, beautiful cookie there too. Has an orb of venom. This is not just a free walk. Oh man. Oh, it's a hungry bear.
Dude, and again, like, think about what this would mean for Infamous if they're able to take this series off Beast Coast. And it's come to this. They forced it to a game 3. I mean, again, not like anything to completely write home about. You still look at the CS, and Sacred is definitely behind on this offlane Death Prophet, but Ursa's off to a great start.
I mean, they're the ones that decide if, like, basically tiebreakers, if they're going to be, like, potential for some three-way tiebreakers here, right? They did it before with Beast Coast, but they started dropping games. And Beast Coast, remember, still hasn't played Thunder Predator either. So, you know, you stack too many losses, and suddenly you're at 2, and we could get into a real mess here.
I mean, there's a realistic world where, you know, if Beast Coast lose to Thunder Predator, or if they, first of all, if they lose this game and then lose to Thunder Predator, they might not go to the major. That's not outside of the realm of possibility. So definitely a lot of things to watch for, and a huge game right now for both of these teams.
DPC is insane.
It is.
It's kind of cool that we have this breaking up of it too, where we have this little bit of a like interim to come back in, and it really helps you reassess just how few games are left for some teams and how ridiculously important every one of them is for the entire year. I mean, at least we have several majors now, I suppose, you know?
That's true.
Up to 3.
And having them scale is definitely important.
True, yeah.
That's the big one.
This major doesn't matter anyway. It's basically worthless. It's good. We love the copium, you know?
I will say that I think that the major matters like a lot more in a region like South America or CIS, where like the potential for, you know, who it is that comes away with the victory. I guess it was CIS more last year. Spirits are looking pretty insane, but in this one, like that it could kind of go to anybody, or one of a couple of different, I guess I should say.
Another.
Oh, nice play.
Yeah, easy one again. Yeah, that could have been pretty bad with how much damage he was taking there from the Spirit Siphon. Oh, well, there you go. Chase my carry. I'm going to get your courier.
Well played, well played. Off and away. Stacks going at the same time. Gojira going to get that played off, and
he just can't charge anywhere. He just got stunned by Gojira.
That was nice. Well, here's a question. Do you give the camp C Smile with the DD rune? It's hard camp that's over here. The other way around is Affliction Soaking XP. That one, I'm wondering.
Or do you like save it for your Sven? Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
I mean, you know, there'll be more camps. Oh, how about a fight with a DD rune?
That's really big if they can make that happen. But Michael backing out still. The wrap coming, looking for Sacred, trying to find him, but the Torrent not quite gonna connect. Trying to get vision with that one, but wasn't able to make it happen. In the meantime, it is Nyx that's sitting mid, as well as Affliction on this Snapfire getting some XP.
Can we throw massive props to Whisper, by the way? Look at his last hits. He's got, what, 40-some? 45, 46 CS? I mean, it's not where this, you know, it's not as high as the Ursa's. I'm sure a lot of these are neutrals or whatever, but this is pretty damn great.
Yeah, he's having a good one. Very nice.
Considering the situation. Like, you got to be happy about this as Whisper. I feel like the plays you made in the lanes have worked out fairly well considering the matchups you were facing. That's not good. All right, I spoke it into truth that that's not the truth.
But they might be able to get a little bit of a return thing going on here. Good silence out afterwards. So the Torrent's going to be hard to freehand on that guy, but might still be able to get it. Toss out, lift up, bring down. And only level 1 right now on the X marks the spot. Smile, thinking about going for it.
He actually, he highlighted the boat. For like a second, he thought about it.
We'll have X Torrent in a second there. Ooh, okay. has the X into boat if they want, or just gonna X into right click. The other good combo.
Yeah, and now some tower pressure here. Another wave coming through. He's going to clear
Down
out that
bottom.
one, but he's back. Yep.
Whisper trying to run away, ring around the Rosie, and they're not going to decide to chase down because Smile makes the rotation. He's everywhere on this Kunkka.
Same thing with Gojira. Every time I look near the river, that's where he is. Seems to be just running up and down it, sort of getting a feel of what's happening this game. Now has 2 orbs to try and plant down on these journeys. And Lumiere going to go into the Ancients with some help of Alone here. A little bit of Empower work here. Maxed out level 4 Empower. This Mag just holding those points, but making sure that Papa Ursa gets it.
Yeah, and rushing straight into a Blink Dagger. I mean, the panel was talking a little bit about like how they felt about Alone and the type of heroes that they wanted to play. And I kind of like what they were saying about just needing to be a little bit more active. So I like to see that Blink Dagger early on. Let Alone kind of get in there and not just fully focus on farming, which is what I imagine the Blink is going to turn into. You know, is the one fights hopefully for Infamous.
Yeah, you'd hope so, because like right now, DP is going to be like, I'm focused on Exorcism plays, and Ursa is just like, well, I want Roche, but I don't really gank, so someone's got to do it. And this is a good way that you can like scale through the game by having this Empower for your Ursa, and that doesn't require any sort of itemization. So your itemization instead can be focused on like, what's my team lacking? And to him, he says it's playmaking. So now here's a question: could that ever possibly mean we see Horn Toss again, or is it just that bad?
I feel like with Nyx, maybe not. I don't know.
It feels pretty bad. I honestly,
Yeah.
like, it's, I don't know. It's just the whole comparison thing, you know? After what it was, to see a slow.
Like some weird version of a sunk cost fallacy.
Yeah,
Like-
there is something there.
Yeah. I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't think it's technically sunk cost, but it's
There's
something
other
like that.
heroes that give me that exact feeling when they take away something so glorious, you know?
I think all of us do. It's like no matter what, you know, you just you no longer can see the hero in a light without that.
You long for the brokenness of what you've lost. Well,
We all deal with death in our own way, Trent. And speaking of which,
dude, he did it. Oh, it didn't matter though.
it was a rough one. It was a hard one to make work, and in the end, C-Smile's brought down. Jira gonna get chased a little bit here. No more skewer available though. Can't chase any further. Was pretty sick though, that X play.
Yeah, you get the X, but unfortunately they just changed on you. Obviously, you don't have really any choice of using it. And then to add on to that, the fact that it's a Snapfire of all heroes supporting for the back to just get that final blow no matter how far away you move there. So, oh, look at this. Hitting the mid tower with Exorcisms while Ursa hits Roche. This is wild. This is
really nice.
crazy. Dude, there's no way he was checking Roche.
I like that a lot. And they did it with the catapult wave too, so no matter what, there's a ton of damage onto that tower.
They actually
And
had
Ursa?
They had some vision in the area. But Sven was busy doing ancients. Okay, now they see the ghost running over there.
Well, there it is. He just claimed. It's a nice way to do it. And oh, down bottom. In some trouble. Still has the armor toggle though. Wanting to live, Cookie in, got the chase down. Needs to be careful about that Tidebringer. Dude, see Smile. He is mad. He's angry. When he gets saved at the last second, what? Oh my god. He's got a ton of regen coming through this whole way as well, but will eventually be brought down afterwards. Looks for the stun, able to find it for the finish. Gojira tries to get out of there.
There's a Ravage.
No more abilities. The Ravage comes out, gonna connect onto 3, but can they find the finish? Stinger wants to take down Michael, plays together with Whisper and able to get it. And in the end, Stinger gonna accept his fate, recognize his death. And the final tally ends up being, what is that, 2 for 2?
2 for 2, but core support versus 2 supports. Though, on the other side, you can also say that, like, you know, Infamous had the Aegis in a rather frightening position. Plus, they forced out Ravage. So, I'd say fairly even overall. I would like to see for Sacred next to just be, like, hardcore pushing down one of these towers. Next Exorcism. Because you have the Aegis. I would hope that you get 2 with this Aegis. I feel like that should be a attainable goal here.
A tier 2 or 2 towers?
No, just 2 towers. Just 2 tier 1s.
Okay.
I feel like that should be like free with the current map position they have.
Yeah, no Oracle ulti for 50 either, so there's definitely a big timing window here since, Sacred's 20 seconds away.
And look at the line alone draws. Like, it's just... this is what you do. You take that bottom tower, and then it's supposed to free up the space inside the Radiant jungle so you feel freer to move through here to then connect to the mid lane and pressure from various angles. But some good vision drop down. They do catch the sentry, but they're not going to see the orb. So, now Infamous, I'm sure there's no illusions of like, oh, they have no idea we're here or anything. Obviously, they're like dewarding and stuff, but they don't really care.
Yeah, it's fair. You know, I almost wonder if like, oh, they're going in.
What just happened?
He got caught. He got caught real bad. And C Smile's dead.
Did he cookie him too early and it ruined his charge?
Dude, they might get a tier 2. They still have Exorcism.
Yeah, that was nice.
I don't know. I feel like I'd like to see Infamous keep this pressure up right now, but they're going to try and take over the map instead. Play this, shut down Infamous a bit.
Yeah, they're just looking for Hector. That's all they're doing. They're just like, Hector is doing something right now. Like, we know he's farming, and we want to kill him. We don't want to just, like, take his towers. Ooh,
they're fully surrounding him.
Oh, yeah, they're on to Gojira up top, and the Alone just pump fake the RPE, and he tried to carapace it. He actually almost pulled him back into that sentry. That was about to be the nastiest play ever. I'm so sad right now.
Really cool.
I'm so sad.
Oh, they're moving in mid again. And K1. His triangle is open in terms of the areas where people are at with wards. But obviously, Infamous all up in that spot. They're going to make the move now. This is better vision for Radiant, and Smoke is going to break. Hector heals himself. Still has that Aegis. A minute and a half left. Jump in. Big RP. Going to connect and blow them all up. Didn't stand a chance. Michael's looking for more. Stinger's going to be in trouble here. See Smile.
Oh,
no. They decide to turn and fight. I don't know about this one at all.
What?
Oh, no. Beast Coast, what are you doing? They're completely falling apart here. Oh, Stinger gonna pop the ulti afterwards. They do kill off Sacred, though.
Yeah, that was pretty
After
funny.
the exorcism, that was really sick. All right, Beast Coast, they're pulling it back. Never a doubt in my mind.
She underestimated the burst of Oracle. We all do, I feel like, every once in a while. It's like, oh, my goodness. Yes, I'm very, very dead.
All right. I can't believe Stinger just, like, solved all of the problems that were about to happen right there. Imagine if she stays alive and Exorcism's going.
Yeah, that could have been a bit of an issue. Man, that was actually such a sick initiation, though. Like, that first bit of vision, and then they had the RP and the cookie. Oh, no, Hector, not again.
Yeah, I think he's done so.
He's got no game.
Yeah, this is not the way they wanted it to go. They drew it up in practice. Did not look like this.
And Whisper with the Ravage, too. We can't let him get away with that. What? I mean, he must have had the read on that, though. He's like, all right, I'm going to hit this Ravage, and you're just going to kunka them. Like, I'm going to get 2 Tidebringers and a boat, and we can kill some people. And that might have been possible, but they did not have the coordination set up for that.
It's tough. It's a very back and forth game. It's still a lead for Infamous. Definitely, like, Beast Coast not out of it by any stretch of the imagination, but I don't know, just a lot of very questionable things going on, and it's going to be tough.
Oh, I still think they'll win. I've watched the Beast Coast games. I know.
That's fair.
You know, don't believe these lies. Dota Plus is like 67% chance Infamous. We'll see. We'll see.
I'm saying it's getting late in the evening. Here goes down. Under vision right now. See Smile and Whisper heading back and forth. This is very sneaky wards. Just like nobody's been in the dire triangle for a minute. It feels like.
Yeah, they're not interested in that part of the map. That is for sure. And look at this. Michael just in behind between the tier 2 and the tier 3, just saying, nope. This is ours. Sacred's got some plans here. Wants to pressure a little bit. Sacred working on the halberd. I believe Hector was working on one as well. It is done here after these creeps. I'll hand you a little Grove Bow.
They pop this Exorcism now. I mean, that Oracle kill again. Can't emphasize how important that one was. Otherwise, this would have probably been a tier 2 earlier, but they're going to get it now at 17 minutes. Affliction back behind enemy lines. Nearby, another great ward in this area.
What's really going wrong for Beast Coast right now is that they just have no presence on the map at all. And you look at their heroes and you think, like, what did they need to do with this lineup? They basically needed Sven to be able to play his own game, and he doesn't have that right now. So they're going out now. I don't know. There's a lot of pressure on this move right now.
See, somehow reveals himself on the wave. Billy Stone. Oh, that's a big one. That is one for the Dire. Can Radiant get one as well? Well smoked up.
Yeah, they're just kind of hanging out around this mid-tier 1. Arcane Rune now here for Alone, too. They're going to at least find
Great vision.
Where Hector is.
Great vision. Sacred's in trouble. Sacred likely dead. Going to drop. Heads up play right there.
Nice.
That was very nicely played. Affliction's going to go down as well. All right, Beast Coast are turning back up
Mid,
again.
Alone, X.
Oh, they get caught right here. Messes up a little bit as they're able to get the charge. So there wasn't that easy combo that came out. Ghost not quite connecting onto these hits. But the big kill on the DP again.
And rolling that in the tier 1 too is huge. Just because, like, this is them getting out on the map, right? This is what they were really struggling with. And the way they did that play, too, where they allowed Hector to farm that whole pattern through the top and then join for the fight like that means he didn't really miss out on anything.
No.
I mean, you think about those deaths he had back-to-back and just how much time he hasn't been able to freely be inside his own triangle. Pretty impressive that he's only 2k down behind this Ursa. They're really finding what little opportunities are there for him.
Right, and you sort of look comparison-wise, and the main thing that we're seeing is like 2k ahead for Infamous, 2k ahead for the Mag roughly, or about 1,000. But then it's Whisper, on this Tidehunter who's making up for it a little bit on the other end of the spectrum. A minute away from Roche respawning.
They're faking that Roche is up.
Goes, looks, Hector shows on the wave yet again. Gonna be found. The rest of the team trying to connect. Stinger's gonna be there. No way for them to blow this guy up too quickly. Although, Stinger has to be a little bit careful because now they jump in. Pop the Exorcism as well. Gonna get the big old jump for the follow-up, but the RP gonna come out after the Ravage and do nearly enough. Both going out. Every ulti used to no avail. Infamous just shrug it all off as Whisper eventually is killed also. Damn, dude. That one hurts.
That everybody? Did he actually get out on the Nyx?
I don't know if they actually went on him.
Wait,
I think
how did he get out? Oh, okay. Maybe I was looking at something else then.
I
Well,
don't think he was
there we go. Full 5 hero wipe.
Yeah, dude. They're doing it. Big plays. Big plays. And now can go on in, clear up Roche.
Oh my god.
I don't know. That's one of those fights that you're gonna look back at the end of the game most likely and think this could have been the one.
It was the one, I think. Like this is just a commanding lead. I'm no longer a believer. Now they have to actually work for my approval. I think on the East Coast, this game looks very difficult. Whisper, it's time. I need some huge play, and I know that's difficult without Blink Dagger, so that's why he's trying to buy one. But he needs to set up for that wild Sven play that you see. Like that's on him.
Right. Well, and each of these fights, it's been, it's kind of set up by the Spirit Breaker again. Michael's been having a good game, but some of it's also just this hero, which has been seen all over every region. It feels like, and you caught a sight of the Sven up top, and we're just able to run at him.
Mid lane, Whisper.
Going. Trouble. Cookie. Lone. Things a little bit strange, but eventually, Yule Scepter lift up. What you were trying to say?
That's fine. Take my Nyx. That's fine. Good play. Good. Oh my god, he vendetted. He's out. Dude. He missed the dust. Liver.
All right, Beast Coast. They play
They're back.
stronger when they're further behind.
Don't kill the courier. It's not worth it. Please, you'll die. All right. Oh yeah, get the bounty room. How do they just keep getting away with this? All right, smoked up though. See, Smile playing it safe. They have no Yules, right? on the Dire? No Yules. So he can still do his little X plays very safely. I mean, even with a Yules, it's pretty hard to get the timing. You have to be kind of lucky that the Kunk is just waiting that long.
Ooh, scary. Scary. All right, there's 3.5 minutes on Aegis, Trent. This feels like the time when, if you're Infamous, you would want to be able to, like, claim a lane of racks. But the problem is they've got Ursa. Like,
but
do they just need to run up there with DP?
Yeah, they have Death Prophet. I feel like they should be playing top. They should be up where Hector is. I don't know why we're bottom right now. Like, go up here. Like, he already farmed all this. But I feel like they should have moved up here first and done this classic, like, we're going to hold this, we're going to farm mid, we're going to push in that top wave, but they don't have the wave control right now. Yeah, what he said.
There it is. They're catching it now.
4K Loco. That's something crazy. Isn't that right?
I mean, why are you crazy is 4K Loco. I didn't hear the rest
there
of
you
that.
go.
Muted
Well,
still.
then 4K Loco, Infamous.
Actually, you shouldn't take my words for it. The message to people.
It's on
in
you
chat
now.
Jumps in.
Pourquoi A2 Loco? Boom.
That's something else.
I don't think Loco is crazy in French, but I'm just going to go with it. Lumiere's bagging.
No, it catches. Well, Ravage is
disarmed,
going to
dude.
connect, but it's only on to Sacred, and now the RP comes out afterwards. All the control in the world. Hector, where are you going, buddy? He's going to try and get a couple more punches in. He's actually got a good angle on that cleave now, but all the control is there, and Michael going to clean it up in the end. Look at this, Infamous. They're not taking no for an answer. They're keeping the train going. A triple kill for Sacred. Trying to close this one out.
They're spamming the Beast
performance.
Coast lines. Chill, bro. Chill and flex, bro. Smile. I don't think they're smiling right now. I wouldn't
This is
say
such a huge
they're
win.
enjoying it. Yeah, that was insane. That halberd from Sacred was so sick. Got it off before the BKB pop. So while the Ravage happened, we talked about Whisper, the pressure to set up for the good Sven play. Actually hits the Ravage, but unfortunately, the BKB was just a little bit too late for Hector, and he was disarmed for most of it. Tough stuff.
Absolutely. And again, right, like you think about these teams that Infamous have played so far, you know, they've lost at this point to, I mean, the one that's sort of going to be a little bit of a kick in the teeth, I feel like. Hold on, we got to hold that thought as jumping goes on up top. Hector caught yet again. Control is there. Michael right on top of him. Gojira trying to get him out. Sacred does not actually have any extras right now. They're going too far. We counted their chickens before they hatched. Everybody dying. Hector getting away, trying to escape. One more punch. They get it. They take him down. Sven dead for a while alone, looking for the big catch and the pullback there. Able to find on a Stinger. Luminaire, he's not dying. Still has the Aegis afterwards if things get a little bit too spicy. But they got their eyes on the Nyx. Spot him out to the side there. Luminaire is still living through this. 20 seconds. Whisper finally says, all right, get out of here. Put the skewer back. Bring him on home.
Yeah, don't bring him in
Chase
here.
down. And I'm going to get that kill. I'll still hide it.
15K lead.
Jeez.
I don't know. I think I hear those chickens. I think they're pecking at the old shells there.
True. I don't know why it sounded like that. Tasty.
Probably because chickens are very tasty. Might be why.
You know,
I had chickens.
Yeah?
Yeah, I did growing up. There you go.
I don't
It's
know.
your fun
Where they were
trend house.
hatched?
No, because we always got them as chicks. So no, I did not.
There.
Yeah.
Anyways, the thing I was going to bring up beforehand, getting back to sort of implications of this, if it keeps going in this way that we're seeing. Obviously, Infamous, the big loss that they had was against Hikori, but the other one was to Thunder Predators. That one you're not feeling too bad about necessarily at all. And then No Ping and I think SG were the two other ones that they had played.
Dude, they're body blocking him.
They're going in. They don't care.
Alone's not even hitting him. He's just standing there, watching him, taunting him with his voice lines while he dies.
Yo, this is. You can tell they've got some feelings coming out here. The rivalry. We saw the video. They're giving him the throat slash that came out earlier. Hector, where you going, buddy? Got him caught yet again. Sacred off to the side. Stinger, nowhere left to go. They're pulling him way, way far away. Although the Oracle ulti, it's not going to be enough. Ravage comes out in the end.
That's a Whisper Ravage. These Ravages this game have been disastrous.
It has been a tough one, indeed. A great performance coming out from Infamous here. After we wrote them off. Pull it back. Hell of a performance.
Yeah, they got hyped up, man. They saw that video. They're like, yeah, we can do this. Yeah, we are rivals. You know, put us on the same levels. Yeah, that's your mistake right there, Beast Ghost. You got to act like you're the kings. They brought them up to their level, and Infamous, they just got that confidence. They took him down.
So there you hear it,
counting
everybody.
chickens. Yeah, don't make content.
Don't have respect for your opponents. That's what I'm hearing from you.
That is exactly what I am saying.
No. Oh, up top. Man, this Ursa looks really good. This hero has been doing quite well.
That's it.
GG is called. In the end, they take him down. Infamous claim the victory here. What a freaking fabulous performance. I can't believe it.
They completely took over this game. Beast Ghost they couldn't get any of their plans really going. I'd say that this idea of like, Sven, you know he needs time. That's sort of a given. So you're working with a Kunkka, a Nyx Assassin, an Oracle, and a Tidehunter. And that's not exactly the most like capable foursome of heroes to get around the map and create tower pressure and create good fights and ganks early.
Yeah, it's really interesting to me too. Just like thinking about the dynamic of where this started, right? And like the mentality of teams trying to sort of get through things. Because game number one, very clearly that PL, it was just like hold out, wait long enough, and eventually PL took over the game. And then coming into game number one, they just played it cleanly and like sort of gave themselves opportunities to make it work, and never really gave up. And then eventually it just all fell apart for Beast Coast. And here, Infamous, they just outplayed them. Sick.
Yeah, there really wasn't much in this game that made me think like, oh, Beast Coast has got this. Like the only thing that's in the back of my head is just like, Hector will eventually get huge. That's what he does. They do a very good job of giving him every space that's there to try and recover. Sven, not obviously like the best hero at the moment. Still good, still a capable hero in the way that Beast Coast like to play it, because they love this idea of having like multiple heroes that I feel like, to me, they can pair off into like duos and trios. And one thing that makes duos and trios very good is if everyone has a stun. You can just like chain stun and stuff, right? So they tend to, like, I would say, emphasize control a little bit more than other teams. We've always known that about Hector's heroes. But they just really had nothing going in this game. They were just under the complete will of Infamous, and I think they just played fantastically.
Yeah, I think that I'm trying to think of like who's the standout performers really throughout the series. In this one, definitely Michael felt like he was getting a ton of redemption going on. Maybe you just got to go Seldo, like in the end, the drafting,
the drafting.
It was sick, dude. I did not believe in the mag at all.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Mid mag 7-0-13 has to go blink first. Makes the plays that you needed, and like particularly maybe that's why Beast Coast felt a little bit comfortable, because imagine if this mag doesn't go blink, then this creates a whole different story in terms of like how much can you actually pressure as Infamous, because then your three cores would be an Ursa, a Meg, and a DP, and so they would have DP with the spirits. They'd be able to like pressure objectives, but you can kind of counter that with Kunkka and Tide. You can match those timings. The game gets delayed. Stuff looks good for Beast Coast. Something as simple as going for a more aggressive build and item on this Magnus can just mess up the timings that maybe Beast Coast felt gave them sort of a comfortable space in this game.
Well, I'm going to let you I'm messaging real quickly with production to make sure everything all works out. But I guess I want to get your opinion one more time real quickly on where you feel like this sort of hits on Beast Coast. Because again, it's a team that still is going to be coming in looking like the, top team in the region potentially, but it hurts them. It's got to hurt a little bit.
Yeah, sorry. I'm just bringing in my assistant here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tell me about it.
Yeah. All right, cool. Thank you.
Okay.
Good guy. No, he doesn't know anything about Dota. That was not useful.
Okay, no, it's just that's all you need to do.
Sorry.
That was beautiful. I thought you were gonna come out with something really good there for a
Well,
second.
I thought he had something, but he's useless.
Unbelievable. That's absolutely unbelievable. Well, we are just sorting out a couple of
Oh, I thought you were
things.
ready. Sorry. That's actually why I bailed on my bit. I thought it was time to send it back. We've
No,
lost
it's-
Avo.
Yes,
Is that what
he'll
I'm
be here.
no, I'm outing him. Avo,
Okay.
get back here.
Listen, we didn't anticipate the game was going to be over right then. It's perfectly fine. All right, so we're going to head on over back to the panel now. And here I still am. How's it going? Steedy Bowie, what'd you guys think of the game?
I mean, one thing that I want to talk about, and I think like the draft was really fast at the end, was that I was not really a big fan of the Ursa, but then they actually went Sven into Ursa, which to me was very mind-boggling. Obviously, it's a hero that they love playing with K1, but it's not a really good matchup. So we could see that even though he got that early halberd, he just got destroyed every fight. Obviously, I'm not taking anything away from Infamous. I think they played their lanes much better than I gave them credit for. They destroyed Beast Coast this game. There was a point where like Kanka was dying, he was not even moving. But I definitely disliked that Sven, and I was peer pressured by Avo. I thought that game was much closer than he made me say. Okay,
that's fair. Steeny?
Yeah, and also pressured by me, right? Because I was really on the side of Beast Coast, telling, no, it's 100%. I should be the one that's not back here, ashamed of what I say. But yeah, I think Infamous, they played so well. But on the other hand, Beast Coast gave me some of the TI flashback. Also because it's a Sven and a Nyx. It's the heroes they lost the TI on a really weird game. It felt like a weird game from their side, like no good Ravages. Sven being picked off 3 or 4 times. So seems like Infamous had their number. They knew all the time where to find Hector. He has this farming pattern. You know you're going to find him on the triangle farming. They smoked there, did it multiple times. And at the end, it really seemed like Beast Coast, they were getting tilted. It was kind of a early GG. The game was lost, but it was a weird GG also. Getting a kill outside of the lane and calling
Yeah, like especially I think there was a fight. I'm not sure if it was right before or right after Roche where K1 was showing top, and I guess they had this idea of like baiting a charge and being able to like turn around with Oracle, but everyone was a little bit late coming to the party, so the Sven dies before the Oracle gets there. They waste Ravage, they waste everything, and they just give Roche away. They lose a bunch of towers. So it definitely felt like Beast Coast. I don't want to say they were lazy, but it didn't feel like they were 100% committed to winning that game, because I felt like they could have done it. But that Sven was definitely a piece that felt weird. Obviously he was against 2 halberds. He didn't really have the best early laning stage, but he got a couple of stacks. It felt like he was in a progression of getting a better game. But the Ursa is a really good matchup for him.
Especially with the Empower, that helps you farm the same speed as him, and if he's dying all the time, then you're farming faster, right?
Definitely.
I'm just messaging a couple of things real quickly, but just to get a little bit more of like context on how you both feel about where this places, both Beast Coast and Infamous. Now, if it changes anything for either of you guys as far as the outlook of these 2 squads, is there anything that immediately pops out to you guys? Is just as far as the rankings and stuff goes, or more like where the DPC, not necessarily like how strong you think all the teams are, but like where you feel like it might make them end and what that means for the region?
I think the first thing that stands out to me is actually the Beast Coast story in the 2nd season of DPC last year, where they didn't actually made it to the major, right? Because of something very similar. They started really, really well, and then it always feels, at least like in the DPC, the Beast Coast is playing like at a 75% level. They don't really want to overwork themselves to the major TI. And something like this happens. They still have to play Thunder Predator, I guess you guys were talking about it at the beginning of the game. So they have to be careful. If they lose Thunder Predator, you could get into a scenario where Infamous or another team can sneak up and get that second place to the major. And obviously, the DPC points are not worth that much at the beginning, but it's a blow for your confidence for sure.
It feels like the first DPC where they lost to Infamous and they had to try hard to win against No Ping. That's the current Thunder Predator. So they start with that confidence, like, okay, we are the best in the region. We are the best one at TI from the region. We don't have to worry. We don't have to screen at all. We don't have to study the opponents. We just play our game. We're going to win. And then they lose, and they kind of wake up like, okay, if we lose another one, we might not go to the major. Let's start try-harding. So that might change the way they take like practices and those things.
I hope so. I really want to see them at the major. I think they're... Oh, go on, sorry.
Well, I was just going to say that I agree, and I think that they're a team that's definitely been able to, like, they recognize this is a bit of an issue about themselves, and that's something that at least, you know, in the interviews, they say that they're very interested in trying to solve. But at least in this one, and again, it's like, I feel so bad because it feels like we're harping so much on them and the fact that they didn't get this victory, but it's just because we come to expect so much from this squad, and it should just be a great celebration of how well Infamous played this out, and we're able to stick to it, pushing it all the way game 3. But it can't help but be that, like, elephant in the room that we keep on talking about a little bit. I don't know. It's tough. I get so invested in these games. It's crazy.
Yeah, me too. We should be happy about Infamous. We should be happy about them. It's good to see other teams in the region also showing good Dota. So not only Thunder, Predator, Beast Coast, you can get like happy if you love SA Dota that teams are doing well, and this makes us have good hopes when the teams make to the major.
Definitely. I mean, Infamous, I said, you know, right at the beginning of the season that they were in my top 4 of teams. So I think they're kind of delivering that promise. They still have, I want to see who they still have to play, right? They have to play Lava and Apu King of Kings. So yes. Lava not looking really that good. I think Apu King of Kings is probably the big challenge here because they are kind of tied in points now that Infamous won. So that is going to be a huge fight to see who might be able to take Beast Coast second place towards the major, since Thunder Predator, I think they're pretty much guaranteed the major right now. They will have to pretty much lose their 2 games and some weird scenario happen.
Yeah, it would have to be something along the lines. I mean, the big one that was sort of looking forward to would be Thunder Predator versus Beast Coast, which happens in the last week. But the other thing that happens that week is going to be that Infamous versus Apu King of Kings game. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, just a whole lot of stuff to come. We've still got also the battle for relegation. Who is it that's going to get knocked out of this one potentially? And a couple of different battles that are going to be being mounted over the next couple of days. We've got Lava versus No Ping and Hikori versus SG that's taking place later this week. Just a whole heck of a lot of Dota. Gents, it's been absolutely wonderful. I don't think that we're unfortunately going to be able to get an interview because I think the players have already skedaddled on out of here. But any final thoughts as we close out today? Another great day of SADPC.
I don't think I have any final thoughts. I'm just, happy that Infamous won, and you have to be very careful. The crown is always changing because, I mean, we always say this, but SA, it has a lot of competition, even though it always feels like Beast Coast gets the international results. When it's actually the region itself, it's much closer than I guess it looks like to the outside world.
Yeah, from my side, congrats to Infamous, and I believe we're gonna find out what happens at the very last match of the season, Thunder against Beast Coast. If Thunder wins, we probably gonna see Beast Coast and Infamous playing on a tiebreaker. If Beast Coast wins, we might see Beast Coast playing the tiebreaker again against Thunder Predator, like it was the last season. So let's see if it's gonna be a flashback from the last season, or if Infamous is gonna have a chance.
Nice.
Well, time sometimes goes circular, and we're back in it again as we'll finish off for our broadcast for today. But from us all here, to all of you guys at home, hope you enjoyed the broadcast, and we'll see y'all next couple days for some more SADPC. Have a good one.